Chapter 1, Section 1 of The Promise of American Life by Herbert Croly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Promise of American Life. Dedicated to the memory of the late David Goodman Croly. Chapter 1. Section 1. What is the promise of American life? The average American is nothing if not patriotic. The Americans are filled, says Mr. Emil Reich in his Success Among the Nations, quote, with such an implicit and absolute confidence in their union and in their future success, that any remark other than laudatory is unacceptable to the majority of them. We have had many opportunities of hearing public speakers in America cast doubts upon the very existence of God and of Providence, question the historic nature or veracity of the whole fabric of Christianity, but never has it been our fortune to catch the slightest whisper of doubt, the slightest want of faith, in the chief God of America, unlimited belief in the future of America." End quote. Mr. Reich's method of emphasis may not be very happy, but the substance of what he says is true. The faith of Americans in their own country is religious, if not in its intensity, at any rate in its almost absolute and universal authority. It pervades the air we breathe. As children we hear it asserted or implied in the conversation of our elders. Every new stage of our educational training provides some additional testimony on its behalf. Newspapers and novelists, orators and playwrights, even if they are little else, are at least loyal preachers of the truth. The skeptic is not controverted, he is overlooked. It constitutes the kind of faith which is the implication, rather than the object of thought, and consciously or unconsciously it enters largely into our personal lives as a formative influence. We may distrust and dislike much that is done in the name of our country by our fellow countrymen, but our country itself, its democratic system, and its prosperous future are above suspicion. Of course, Americans have no monopoly of patriotic enthusiasm and good faith. Englishmen return thanks to Providence for not being born anything but an Englishman, in churches and alehouses as well as in comic operas. The Frenchman cherishes and proclaims the idea that France is the most civilized modern country and satisfies best the needs of a man of high social intelligence. The Russian, whose political and social estate does not seem enviable to his foreign contemporaries, secretes a vision of a mystically glorified Russia, which condemns to comparative insipidity the figures of the Pax Britannica and of La Belle France, enlightening the world. Every nation, in proportion as its nationality is thoroughly alive, must be leavened by the ferment of some such faith. But there are differences between the faith of, say, an Englishman in the British Empire, and that of an American in the land of democracy. The contents of an Englishman's national idea tends to be more exclusive. His patriotism is anchored to the historical achievements of Great Britain and restricted thereby. As a good patriot, he is bound to be more preoccupied with the inherited fabric of national institutions and traditions than he is with the ideal and more than national possibilities of the future. This very loyalty to the national fabric does, indeed, imply an important ideal content, but the national idealism of an Englishman, a German, or even a Frenchman is heavily mortgaged to his own national history, and cannot honestly escape the debt. The good patriot is obliged to offer faithful allegiance to a network of somewhat arbitrary institutions, social forms, and intellectual habits, on the ground that his country is exposed to more serious dangers from premature emancipation than it is from stubborn conservatism. France is the only European country which has sought to make headway towards a better future by means of a revolutionary break with its past, and the results of the French experiment have served for other European countries more as a warning than as an example. The higher American patriotism, on the other hand, combines loyalty to historical tradition and precedent with the imaginative projection of an ideal national promise. The land of democracy has always appealed to its more enthusiastic children, chiefly as the land of wonderful and more than national possibilities. Neither race nor tradition, says Professor Hugo Munsterberg in his volume on the Americans, quote, nor the actual past, binds the American to his countrymen, but rather the future which they together are building." End quote. This vision of a better future is not, perhaps, as unclouded for the present generation of Americans as it was for certain former generations, but in spite of a more friendly acquaintance with all sorts of obstacles and pitfalls, our country is still figured in the imagination of its citizens as the land of promise. They still believe that somehow and sometime something better will happen to good Americans than has happened to men in any other country, and this belief, vague, innocent, and uninformed though it be, is the expression of an essential constituent in our national ideal. The past should mean less to a European than it does to an American, and the future should mean more. To be sure, American life cannot with impunity be wrenched violently from its moorings, any more than the life of a European country can, but our American past, compared to that of any European country, has a character all its own. Its peculiarity consists not merely in its brevity, but in the fact that from the beginning it has been informed by an idea. From the beginning, Americans have been anticipating and projecting a better future. From the beginning, the land of democracy has been figured as the land of promise. Thus the American's loyalty to the national tradition rather affirms than denies the imaginative projection of a better future. An America which was not the land of promise, which was not informed by a prophetic outlook and a more or less constructive ideal, would not be the America bequeathed to us by our forefathers. In cherishing the promise of a better national future, the American is fulfilling, rather than imperiling, the substance of the national tradition. When, however, Americans talk of their country as the land of promise, a question may well be raised as to precisely what they mean. They mean, of course, in general, that the future will have something better in store for them, individually and collectively, than has the past or the present, but a very superficial analysis of this meaning discloses certain ambiguities. What are the particular benefits which this better future will give to Americans, either individually or as a nation? And how is this promise to be fulfilled? Will it fulfill itself, or does it imply certain responsibilities? If so, what responsibilities? When we speak of a young man's career as promising, we mean that his abilities and opportunities are such that he is likely to become rich or famous or powerful, and this judgment does not of course imply, so far as we are concerned, any responsibility. It is merely a prophecy based upon past performances and proved qualities. But the career, which from the standpoint of the outsider is merely an anticipation, becomes for the young man himself a serious task. For him, at all events, the better future will not merely happen. He will have to do something to deserve it. It may be wrecked by unforeseen obstacles, by unsuspected infirmities, or by some critical error of judgment. So it is with the promise of American life. From the point of view of an immigrant, this promise may consist of the anticipation of a better future, which he can share merely by taking up his residence on American soil. But once he has become an American, the promise can no longer remain merely an anticipation. It becomes in that case a responsibility, which requires for its fulfillment a certain kind of behavior on the part of himself and his fellow Americans. And when we attempt to define the promise of American life, we are obliged, also, to describe the kind of behavior which the fulfillment of the promise demands. The distinction between the two aspects of America as a land of promise made in the preceding paragraph is sufficiently obvious, but it is usually slurred by the average good American patriot. The better future, which is promised for himself, his children, and for other Americans, is chiefly a matter of confident anticipation. He looks upon it very much as a friendly outsider might look on some promising individual career. The better future is understood by him as something which fulfills itself. He calls his country not only the land of promise, but the land of destiny. It is fairly launched on a brilliant and successful career, the continued prosperity of which is prophesied by the very momentum of its advance. As Mr. H. G. Wells says in his The Future in America, when one talks to an American of his national purpose, he seems a little at a loss. If one speaks of his national destiny, he responds with alacrity. The great majority of Americans would expect a book written about the promise of American life to contain chiefly a fanciful description of the glorious American future, a sort of utopia, up to date, situated in a land of good enough, and flying the stars and stripes. They might admit in words that the achievement of this glorious future implied certain responsibilities, but they would not regard the admission either as startling or novel. Such responsibilities were met by our predecessors, and they will be met by our followers. Inasmuch as it is the honorable American past, which prophesies on behalf of the better American future, our national responsibility consists fundamentally in remaining true to traditional ways of behavior, standards, and ideals. What we Americans have to do in order to fulfill our national promise is to keep up the good work, to continue resolutely and cheerfully along the appointed path. The reader who expects this book to contain a collection of patriotic prophecies will be disappointed. I am not a prophet in any sense of the word, and I entertain an active and intense dislike of the foregoing mixture of optimism, fatalism, and conservatism. To conceive the better American future as a consummation which will take care of itself, as the necessary result of our customary conditions, institutions, and ideas, persistence in such a conception is admirably designed to deprive American life of any promise at all. The better future which Americans propose to build is nothing if not an idea which must, in certain essential respects, emancipate them from their past. American history contains much matter for pride and congratulation, and much matter for regret and humiliation. On the whole, it is a past of which the loyal American has no reason to feel ashamed, chiefly because it has throughout been made better than it was by the vision of a better future, and the American of today and tomorrow must remain true to that traditional vision. He must be prepared to sacrifice to that traditional vision even the traditional American ways of realizing it. Such a sacrifice is, I believe, coming to be demanded, and unless it is made, American life will gradually cease to have any specific promise. The only fruitful promise of which the life of any individual or any nation can be possessed is a promise determined by an ideal. Such a promise is to be fulfilled, not by sanguine anticipations, not by a conservative imitation of past achievements, but by laborious, single-minded, clear-sighted, and fearless work. If the promising career of any individual is not determined by a specific and worthy purpose, it rapidly drifts into a mere pursuit of success, and even if such a pursuit is successful, whatever promise it may have had is buried in the grave of its triumph. So it is with a nation. If its promise is anything more than a vision of power and success, that addition must derive its value from a purpose, because in the moral world, the future exists only as a workshop in which a purpose is to be realized. Each of the several leading European nations is possessed of a specific purpose, designed for the most part by the pressure of historical circumstances, but the American nation is committed to a purpose which is not merely of historical manufacture. It is committed to the realization of the democratic ideal, and if its promise is to be fulfilled, it must be prepared to follow whithersoever that ideal may lead. No doubt Americans have in some measure always conceived their national future as an ideal to be fulfilled. Their anticipations have been uplifting as well as confident and vainglorious. They have been prophesying not merely a safe and triumphant, but also a better future. The ideal demand for some sort of individual and social amelioration has always accompanied even their vainest flights of patriotic prophecy. They may never have sufficiently realized that this better future, just in so far as it is better, may have to be planned and constructed rather than fulfilled of its own momentum. But at any rate, in seeking to disentangle and emphasize the ideal implications of the American national promise, I am not wholly false to the accepted American tradition. Even if Americans have neglected these ideal implications, even if they have conceived the better future as containing chiefly a larger portion of familiar benefits, the ideal demand, nevertheless, has always been palpably present, and if it can be established as the dominant aspect of the American tradition, that tradition may be transformed, but it will not be violated. Furthermore, much as we may dislike the American disposition to take the fulfillment of our national promise for granted, the fact that such a disposition exists in its present volume and vigor demands respectful consideration. It has its roots in the salient conditions of American life and in the actual experience of the American people. The national promise, as it is popularly understood, has in a way been fulfilling itself. If the underlying conditions were to remain much as they have been, the prevalent mixture of optimism, fatalism, and conservatism might retain a formidable measure of justification, and the changes which are taking place in the underlying conditions and in the scope of American national experience afford the most reasonable expectation that this state of mind will undergo a radical alteration. It is new conditions which are forcing Americans to choose between the conception of their national promise as a process and an ideal. Before, however, the nature of these novel conditions and their significance can be considered, we must examine with more care the relation between the earlier American economic and social conditions and the ideas and institutions associated with them. Only by a better understanding of the popular tradition, only by an analysis of its merits and its difficulties, can we reach a more consistent and edifying conception of the promise of American life. End of Chapter 1, Section 1. Chapter 1, Section 2, of the Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 1, Section 2, How the Promise Has Been Realized. All the conditions of American life have tended to encourage an easy, generous, and irresponsible optimism. As compared to Europeans, Americans have been very much favored by circumstances. Had it not been for the Atlantic Ocean and the virgin wilderness, the United States would never have been the land of promise. The European powers have been obliged from the very conditions of their existence to be more circumspect and less confident of the future. They are always by way of fighting for their national security and integrity. With possible or actual enemies on their several frontiers, and with their land fully occupied by their own population, they need above all to be strong, to be cautious, to be united, and to be opportune in their policy and behavior. The case of France shows the danger of neglecting the sources of internal strength, while at the same time philandering with ideas and projects of human amelioration. Bismarck and Cavour seized the opportunity of making extremely useful for Germany and Italy the irrelevant and vacillating idealism and the timid absolutism of the Third Napoleon. Great Britain has occupied in this respect a better situation than has the continental powers. Her insular security made her more independent of the menaces and complications of foreign politics, and left her free to be measurably liberal at home and immeasurably imperial abroad. Yet she has made only a circumspect use of her freedom. British liberalism was forged almost exclusively for the British people, and the British peace for colonial subjects. Great Britain could have afforded better than France to tie its national life to an over-national idea, but the only idea in which Britons have really believed was that of British security, prosperity, and power. In the case of our own country, the advantages possessed by England have been amplified and extended. The United States was divided from the mainland of Europe not by a channel but by an ocean. Its dimensions were continental rather than insular. We were for the most part freed from alien interference, and could, so far as we dared, experiment with political and social ideals. The land was unoccupied, and its settlement offered unprecedented area and abundance of economic opportunity. After the Revolution, the whole political and social organization was renewed, and made both more serviceable and more flexible. Under such happy circumstances, the New World was assuredly destined to become to its inhabitants a land of promise, a land in which men were offered a fairer chance and a better future than the best which the Old World could afford. No more explicit expression has ever been given to the way in which the land of promise was first conceived by its children than in the letters of an American farmer. This book was written by a French immigrant, Hector St. John de Crèvecoeur, before the Revolution, and is informed by an intense consciousness of the difference between the conditions in the Old and in the New World. What, then, is an American, this new man? Asks the Pennsylvanian farmer. Quote, he is either a European or the descendant of a European, hence the strange mixture of blood, which you will find in no other country. He becomes an American by being received in the broad lap of our great alma mater. Here, individuals of all nations are melted into a new race of men, whose labors and prosperity will one day cause great changes in the world. Here the rewards of his industry follow with equal steps the progress of his labor. This labor is founded on the basis of self-interest. Can it want a stronger allurement? Wives and children, who before in vain demanded a morsel of bread, now fat and frolicsome, gladly help their father to clear those fields, whence exuberant crops are to arise to feed them all, without any part being claimed either by a despotic prince, a rich abbot, or a mighty lord. The American is a new man, who acts upon new principles. He must therefore entertain new ideas and form new opinions. From involuntary idleness, servile dependence, penury, and useless labor, he has passed to toils of a very different nature rewarded by ample subsistence. This is an American." End quote. Although the foregoing is one of the first, it is also one of the most explicit descriptions of the fundamental American, and it deserves to be analyzed with some care. According to this French convert, the American is a man, or a descendant of a man, who has emigrated from Europe chiefly because he expects to be better able in the New World to enjoy the fruits of his own labor. This conception implies, consequently, an Old World, in which the ordinary man cannot become independent and prosperous, and, on the other hand, a New World in which economic opportunities are much more abundant and accessible. America has been peopled by Europeans, primarily because they expected in that country to make more money more easily. To the European immigrant, that is, to the aliens who have been converted into Americans by the advantages of American life, the promise of America has consisted largely in the opportunity which it offered of economic independence and prosperity. Whatever else the better future, of which Europeans anticipate the enjoyment in America, may contain, these converts will consider themselves cheated unless they are in a measure relieved of the curse of poverty. The conception of American life and its promise is as much alive today as it was in 1780. Its expression has no doubt been modified during 4 generations of democratic political independence, but the modification has consisted of an expansion and a development, rather than of a transposition. The native American, like the alien immigrant, conceives the better future which awaits himself and other men in America as fundamentally a future in which economic prosperity will be still more abundant and still more accessible than it has yet been either here or abroad. No alteration or attenuation of this demand has been permitted. With all their professions of Christianity, their national idea remains thoroughly worldly. They do not want either for themselves or for their descendants an infinite future of poverty and deprivation in this world, redeemed by beatitude in the next. The promise, which bulks so large in their patriotic outlook, is a promise of comfort and prosperity for an ever-increasing majority of good Americans. At a later stage of their social development, they may come to believe that they have ordered a larger supply of prosperity than the economic factory is capable of producing. Those who are already rich and comfortable, and who are keenly alive to the difficulty of distributing these benefits over a larger social area, may come to tolerate the idea that poverty and want are an essential part of the social order. But as yet this traditional European opinion has found few echoes in America, even among the comfortable and the rich. The general belief still is that Americans are not destined to renounce, but to enjoy. Let it be immediately added, however, that this economic independence and prosperity has always been absolutely associated in the American mind with free political institutions. The American farmer traced the good fortune of the European immigrant in America not merely to the abundance of economic opportunity, but to the fact that a ruling class of abbots and lords had no prior claim to a large share of the products of the soil. He did not attach the name of democracy to the improved political and social institutions of America, and when the political differences between Great Britain and her American colonies culminated in the Revolutionary War, the converted American farmer was filled with anguish at this violent assertion of the new Americanism. Nevertheless, he was fully alive to the benefits which the immigrant enjoyed from a larger dose of political and social freedom, and so, of course, have been all the more intelligent of the European converts to Americanism. A certain number of them, particularly during the early years, came over less for the purpose of making money than for that of escaping from European political and religious persecution. America has always been conventionally conceived, not merely as a land of abundant and accessible economic opportunities, but also as a refuge for the oppressed, and the immigrant ships are crowded both during times of European famine and during times of political revolution and persecution. Inevitably, however, this aspect of the American promise has undergone certain important changes since the establishment of our national independence. When the colonists succeeded in emancipating themselves from political allegiance to Great Britain, they were confronted by the task of organizing a stable and efficient government without encroaching on the freedom which was even at that time traditionally associated with American life. The task was by no means an easy one, and required for its performance the application of other political principles than that of freedom. The men who were responsible for this great work were not, perhaps, entirely candid in recognizing the profound modifications in their traditional ideas, which their constructive political work had implied, but they were at all events fully aware of the great importance of their addition to the American idea. That idea, while not ceasing to be at bottom economic, became more than ever political and social in its meaning and contents. The land of freedom became, in the course of time, also the land of equality. The special American political system, the construction of which was predicted in the farmer's assertion of the necessary novelty of American modes of thought and action, was made explicitly, if not uncompromisingly, democratic, and the success of this democratic political system was indissolubly associated in the American mind with the persistence of abundant and widely distributed economic prosperity. Our democratic institutions became, in a sense, the guarantee that prosperity would continue to be abundant and accessible. In case the majority of good Americans were not prosperous, there would be grave reasons for suspecting that our institutions were not doing their duty. The more conspicuously democratic Americans became, however, the less they were satisfied with the conception of the Promised Land, which went no farther than a pervasive economic prosperity guaranteed by free institutions. The amelioration promised to aliens and to future Americans was to possess its moral and social aspects. The implication was, and still is, that by virtue of the more comfortable and less trammeled lives which Americans were enabled to lead, they would constitute a better society and would become in general a worthier set of men. The confidence which American institutions placed in the American citizen was considered equivalent to a greater faith in the excellence of human nature. In our favored land, political liberty and economic opportunity were, by a process of natural education, inevitably making for individual and social amelioration. In Europe, the people did not have a fair chance. Population increased more quickly than economic opportunities, and the opportunities which did exist were largely monopolized by privileged classes. Power was lodged in the hands of a few men, whose interest depended upon keeping the people in a condition of economic and political servitude, and in this way a divorce was created between individual interest and social stability and welfare. The interests of the privileged rulers demanded the perpetuation of unjust institutions. The interest of the people demanded a revolutionary upheaval. In the absence of such a revolution, they had no sufficient inducement to seek their own material and moral improvement. The theory was proclaimed and accepted as a justification for this system of popular oppression, that men were not to be trusted to take care of themselves, that they could be kept socially useful only by the severest measures of moral, religious, and political discipline. The theory of the American democracy and its practice was proclaimed to be the antithesis of this European theory and practice. The people were to be trusted, rather than suspected and disciplined. They must be tied to their country by the strong bond of self-interest. Give them a fair chance, and the natural goodness of human nature would do the rest. Individual and public interest will, on the whole, coincide, provided no individuals are allowed to have special privileges. Thus, the American system will be predestined to success by its own adequacy, and its success will constitute an enormous stride towards human amelioration. Just because our system is, at bottom, a thorough test of the ability of human nature to respond admirably to a fair chance, the issue of the experiment is bound to be of more than national importance. The American system stands for the highest hope of an excellent worldly life that mankind has yet ventured, the hope that men can be improved without being fettered, that they can be saved without even vicariously being nailed to the cross. Such are the claims advanced on behalf of the American system, and within certain limits, this system has made good. Americans have been more than usually prosperous. They have been more than usually free. They have, on the whole, made their freedom and prosperity contribute to a higher level of individual and social excellence. Most assuredly, the average Americanized American is neither a more intelligent, a wiser, nor a better man than the average European, but he is likely to be a more energetic and hopeful one. Out of 1,000,000 well-established Americans, taken indiscriminately from all occupations and conditions, compared to a corresponding assortment of Europeans, a larger proportion of the former will be leading alert, active, and useful lives. Within a given social area there will be a smaller amount of social wreckage, and a larger amount of wholesome and profitable achievement. The mass of the American people is, on the whole, more deeply stirred, more thoroughly awake, more assertive in their personal demands, and more confident of satisfying them. In a word, they are more alive, and they must be credited with the moral and social benefit attaching to a larger amount of vitality. Furthermore, this greater individual vitality, although intimately connected with the superior agricultural and industrial opportunities of a new country, has not been due exclusively to such advantages. Undoubtedly, the vast areas of cheap and fertile land which have been continuously available for settlement have contributed not only to the abundance of American prosperity, but also to the formation of American character and institutions, and undoubtedly many of the economic and political evils, which are now becoming offensively obtrusive, are directly or indirectly derived from the gradual monopolization of certain important economic opportunities. Nevertheless, these opportunities could never have been converted so quickly into substantial benefits, had it not been for our more democratic political and social forms. A privileged class does not secure itself in the enjoyment of its advantages merely by legal entrenchments. It depends quite as much upon disqualifying the lower classes from utilizing their opportunities by a species of social inhibition. The rail splitter can be so easily encouraged to believe that rail splitting is his vocation. The tragedy in the life of Mr. James Matthew Barrie's admirable Crichton was not due to any legal prohibition of his conversion in England, as on the tropic island, into a veritable chief, but that on English soil he did not in his own soul want any such elevation and distinction. His very loyalty to the forms and fabric of English life kept him fatuously content with the mean truckling and meaner domineering of his position of butler. On the other hand, the loyalty of an American to the American ideal would tend to make him aggressive and self-confident. Our democratic prohibition of any but occasional social distinctions, and our democratic dislike to any suggestion of authentic social inferiority, have contributed as essentially to the fluid and elastic substance of American life as have its abundant and accessible economic opportunities. The increased momentum of American life, both in its particles and its mass, unquestionably has a considerable moral and social value. It is the beginning, the only possible beginning, of a better life for the people as individuals and for society. So long as the great majority of the poor in any country are inert, and are laboring without any hope of substantial rewards in this world, the whole associated life of that community rests on equivocal foundation. Its moral and social order is tied to an economic system which starves and mutilates the great majority of the population, and under such conditions, its religion necessarily becomes a spiritual drug, administered for the purpose of subduing the popular discontent and relieving the popular misery. The only way the associated life of such a community can be radically improved is by the leavening of the inert popular mass. Their wants must be satisfied, and must be sharpened and increased with the habit of satisfaction. During the past 100 years, every European state has made a great stride in the direction of arousing its poorer citizens to be more wholesomely active, discontented, and expectant, but our own country has succeeded in traveling farther in this direction than has any other, and it may well be proud of its achievement. That the American political and economic system has accomplished so much on behalf of the ordinary man does constitute the fairest hope that men have been justified in entertaining of a better worldly order, and any higher social achievement which America may hereafter reach must depend on an improved perpetuation of this process. The mass of mankind must be aroused to still greater activity by a still more abundant satisfaction of their needs, and by a consequent increase of their aggressive discontent. The most discriminating appreciation, which I have ever read, of the social value of American national achievement has been written by Mr. John B. Crozier, and the importance of the matter is such that it will be well to quote it at length. Says Mr. Crozier in his chapter on Reconstruction in America, in the third volume of his History of Intellectual Development, quote, "There in America a natural equality of sentiment, springing out of and resting on a broad equality of material and social conditions, has been the heritage of the people from the earliest times. This broad natural equality of sentiment, rooted in equal material opportunities, equal education, equal laws, equal opportunities, and equal access to all positions of honor and trust, has just sufficient inequality mixed with it, in the shape of greater or less mental endowments, higher or lower degrees of culture, larger or smaller material possessions, and so on, to keep it sweet and human, while at the same time it is so gently graded and marked by transitions so easy and natural, that no gap has anywhere to be discovered on which to found an order of privilege or caste. Now an equality like this, with the erectness, independence, energy, and initiative it brings with it, in men, sprung from the loins of an imperial race is a possession, not for a nation only, but for civilization itself and for humanity. It is the distinct raising of the entire body of a people to a higher level, and so brings civilization a stage nearer to its goal. It is the first successful attempt in recorded history to get a healthy, natural equality, which should reach down to the foundations of the state and to the great masses of men, and in its results corresponds to what in other lands, excepting perhaps in luxury alone, has been attained only by the few, the successful and the ruling spirits. To lose it, therefore, or barter it or give it away, would be in the language of Othello such deep damnation that nothing else could match, and would be an irreparable loss to the world and to civilization." End quote. Surely no nation can ask for a higher and more generous tribute than that which Mr. Crozier renders to America in the foregoing quotation, and its value is increased by the source from which it comes. It is written by a man who, as a Canadian, has had the opportunity of knowing American life well without being biased in its favor, and who, as the historian of the intellectual development of our race, has made an exhaustive study of the civilizations, both of the ancient and the modern worlds. Nothing can be soberly added to it on behalf of American national achievement, but neither should it be diminished by any important idea or phrase. The American economic, political, and social organization has given to its citizens the benefit of material prosperity, political liberty, and a wholesome natural equality, and this achievement is a gain, not only to Americans, but to the world and to civilization. End of Chapter 1, Section 2. Chapter 1, Section 3, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 1, Section 3, How the Promise is to be Realized. In the preceding section I have been seeking to render justice to the actual achievements of the American nation. A work of manifest individual and social value has been wrought, and this work not only explains the expectant popular outlook towards the future, but it partially determines the character, as distinguished from the continued fulfillment of the American national promise. The better future, whatever else it may bring, must bring at any rate a continuation of the good things of the past. The drama of its fulfillment must find an appropriate setting in the familiar American social and economic scenery. No matter how remote the end may be, no matter what unfamiliar sacrifices may eventually be required on its behalf, the substance of the existing achievement must constitute a veritable beginning, because on no other condition can the attribution of a peculiar promise to American life find a specific warrant. On no other condition would our national promise constitute more than an admirable but irrelevant moral and social aspiration. The moral and social aspiration proper to American life is, of course, the aspiration vaguely described by the word democratic, and the actual achievement of the American nation points towards an adequate and fruitful definition of the democratic ideal. Americans are usually satisfied by a most inadequate verbal definition of democracy, but their national achievement implies one which is much more comprehensive and formative. In order to be true to their past, The increasing comfort and economic independence of an ever-increasing proportion of the population must be secured, and it must be secured by a combination of individual effort and proper political organization. Above all, however, this economic and political system must be made to secure results of moral and social value. It is the seeking of such results which converts democracy from a political system into a constructive social ideal, and the more the ideal significance of the American national promise is asserted and emphasized, the greater will become the importance of securing these moral and social benefits. The fault in the vision of our national future possessed by the ordinary American does not consist in the expectation of some continuity of achievement. It consists rather in the expectation that the familiar benefits will continue to accumulate automatically. In his mind, the ideal promise is identified with the processes and conditions which hitherto have very much simplified its fulfillment, and he fails sufficiently to realize that the conditions and processes are one thing, and the ideal promise quite another. Moreover, these underlying social and economic conditions are themselves changing, in such wise that hereafter the ideal promise, instead of being automatically fulfilled, may well be automatically stifled. For 2 generations and more the American people were, from the economic point of view, most happily situated. They were able, in a sense, to slide downhill into a valley of fulfillment. Economic conditions were such that, given a fair start, they could scarcely avoid reaching a desirable goal. But such is no longer the case. Economic conditions have been profoundly modified, and American political and social problems have been modified with them. The promise of American life must depend less than it did upon the virgin wilderness and the Atlantic Ocean, for the virgin wilderness has disappeared, and the Atlantic Ocean has become merely a big channel. The same results can no longer be achieved by the same easy methods. Ugly obstacles have jumped into view, and ugly obstacles are peculiarly dangerous to a person who is sliding downhill. The man who is clambering uphill is in a much better position to evade or overcome them. Americans will possess a safer as well as a worthier vision of their national promise as soon as they give it a house on a hilltop rather than in a valley. The very genuine experience upon which American optimistic fatalism rests is equivalent, because of its limitations, to a dangerous inexperience, and of late years an increasing number of Americans have been drawing this inference. They have been coming to see themselves more as others see them, and as an introduction to a consideration of this more critical frame of mind, I am going to quote another foreigner's view of American life, the foreigner in this case being an Englishman and writing in 1893. The American note, says Mr. James Muirhead in his Land of Contrasts, quote, includes a sense of illimitable expansion and possibility, an almost childlike confidence in human ability, and fearlessness of both the present and the future, a wider realization of human brotherhood than has yet existed, a greater theoretical willingness to judge by the individual than by the class, a breezy indifference to authority, and a positive predilection for innovation, a marked alertness of mind, and a manifold variety of interest, above all, an indistinguishable hopefulness and courage. It is easy to lay one's finger in America upon almost every one of the great defects of civilization, even those defects which are specially characteristic of the civilization of the Old World. The United States cannot claim to be exempt from manifestations of economic slavery, of grinding the faces of the poor, of exploitation of the weak, of unfair distribution of wealth, of unjust monopoly, of unequal laws, of industrial and commercial chicanery, of disgraceful ignorance, of economic fallacies, of public corruption, of interested legislation, of want of public spirit, of vulgar boasting and chauvinism, of snobbery, of class prejudice, of respect of persons, and of a preference of the material over the spiritual. In a word, America has not attained, or nearly attained, perfection. But below and behind, and beyond all its weaknesses and evils, there is the grand fact of a noble national theory founded on reason and conscience." End quote. The reader will remark in the foregoing quotation that Mr. Muirhead is equally emphatic in his approval and in his disapproval. He generously recognizes almost as much that is good about Americans and their ways as our most vivacious patriotic orators would claim, while at the same time he has marshaled an army of abuses and sins, which sound like an echo of the pages of the London Saturday Review. In the end he applies a friendly dash of whitewash by congratulating us on the grand fact of our noble national theory, but to a discerning mind the consolation is not very consoling. The trouble is that the sins with which America is charged by Mr. Muirhead are flagrant violations of our noble national theory. So far as his charges are true, they are a denial that the American political and economic organization is accomplishing the results which its traditional claims require. If, as Mr. Muirhead charges, Americans permit the existence of economic slavery, if they grind the faces of the poor, if they exploit the weak and distribute wealth unjustly, if they allow monopolies to prevail and laws to be unequal, if they are gracefully ignorant, politically corrupt, commercially unscrupulous, socially snobbish, vulgarly boastful, and morally coarse, if the substance of the foregoing indictment is really true, why, the less that is said about a noble national theory, the better. A man who is a sturdy sinner all the week hardly improves his moral standing by attending church on Sunday and professing a noble Christian theory of life. There must surely be some better way of excusing our sins than by raising aloft a noble theory of which these sins are a glaring violation. I have quoted from Mr. Muirhead, not because his antithetic characterization of American life is very illuminating, but because of the precise terms of his charges against America. His indictment is practically equivalent to the assertion that the American system is not, or at least is no longer, achieving as much as has been claimed on its behalf. A democratic system may permit undefiled the existence of many sins and abuses, but it cannot permit the exploitation of the ordinary man by means of unjust laws and institutions. Neither can the indictment be dismissed without argument. When Mr. Muirhead's book was written 16 years ago, the majority of good Americans would assuredly have read the charge with an incredulous smile, but in the year 1909 they might behave differently. The sins of which Mr. Muirhead accused Americans 16 years ago are substantially the sins of which today they are accusing themselves, or rather, one another. A numerous and powerful group of reformers has been collecting, whose whole political policy and action is based on the conviction that the common people have not been getting the square deal to which they are entitled under the American system, and these reformers are carrying with them a constantly increasing body of public opinion. A considerable proportion of the American people is beginning to exhibit economic and political, as well as personal discontent. A generation ago the implication was that if a man remained poor and needy, the poverty was his own fault, because the American system was giving all its citizens a fair chance. Now, however, the discontented poor are beginning to charge their poverty to an unjust political and economic organization, and reforming agitators do not hesitate to support them in this contention. Manifestly, a threatened obstacle has been raised against the anticipated realization of our national promise. Unless the great majority of Americans not only have, but believe they have, a fair chance, the better American future will be dangerously compromised. The conscious recognition of grave national abuses casts a deep shadow across the traditional American patriotic vision. The sincere and candid reformer can no longer consider the national promise as destined to automatic fulfillment. The reformers themselves are, no doubt, far from believing that whatever peril there is cannot be successfully averted. They make a point of being as patriotically prophetic as the most old-fashioned Democrat. They proclaim even more loudly their conviction of an indubitable and a beneficent national future. But they do not and cannot believe that this future will take care of itself. As reformers they are bound to assert that the national body requires for the time being a good deal of medical attendance, and many of them anticipate that even after the doctors have discontinued their daily visits, the patient will still need the supervision of a sanitary specialist. He must be persuaded to behave so that he will not easily fall ill again, and so that his health will be permanently improved. Consequently, just in so far as reformers are reformers, they are obligated to abandon the traditional American patriotic fatalism. The national promise has been transformed into a closer equivalent of a national purpose, the fulfillment of which is a matter of conscious work. The transformation of the old sense of a glorious national destiny into the sense of a serious national purpose, will inevitably tend to make the popular realization of the promise of American life both more explicit and more serious. As long as Americans believed they were able to fulfill a noble national promise merely by virtue of maintaining intact a set of political institutions and by the vigorous individual pursuit of private ends, their allegiance to their national fulfillment remained more a matter of words than deeds. But now that they are being aroused from their patriotic slumber, the effect is inevitably to disentangle the national idea and to give it more dignity. The redemption of the national promise has become a cause for which the good American must fight, and the cause for which a man fights is a cause which he more than ever values. The American idea is no longer to be propagated merely by multiplying the children of the West, and by granting ignorant aliens permission to vote. Like all sacred causes, it must be propagated by the word and by that right arm of the word, which is the sword. The more enlightened reformers are conscious of the additional dignity and value which the popularity of reform has bestowed upon the American idea, but they still fail to realize the deeper implications of their own program. In abandoning the older conception of an automatic fulfillment of our national destiny, they have abandoned more of the traditional American point of view than they are aware. The traditional American optimistic fatalism was not of accidental origin, and it cannot be abandoned without involving in its fall some other important ingredients in the accepted American tradition. Not only was it dependent on economic conditions which prevailed until relatively recent times, but it has been associated with certain erroneous but highly cherished political theories. It has been wrought into the fabric of our popular economic and political ideas to such an extent that its overthrow necessitates a partial revision of some of the most important articles in the traditional American creed. The extent and the character of this revision may be inferred from a brief consideration of the effect upon the substance of our national promise of an alteration in its proposed method of fulfillment. The substance of our national promise has consisted, as we have seen, of an improving popular economic condition, guaranteed by democratic political institutions, and resulting in moral and social amelioration. These manifold benefits were to be obtained merely by liberating the enlightened self-interest of the American people. The beneficent result followed inevitably from the action of wholly selfish motives, provided, of course, the democratic political system of equal rights was maintained in its integrity. The fulfillment of the American promise was considered inevitable because it was based upon a combination of self-interest and the natural goodness of human nature. On the other hand, if the fulfillment of our national promise can no longer be considered inevitable, if it must be considered as equivalent to a conscious national purpose instead of an inexorable national destiny, the implication necessarily is that the trust reposed in individual self-interest has been in some measure betrayed. No pre-established harmony can then exist between the free and abundant satisfaction of private needs and the accomplishment of a morally and socially desirable result. The promise of American life is to be fulfilled, not merely by a maximum amount of economic freedom, but by a certain measure of discipline, not merely by the abundant satisfaction of individual desires, but by a large measure of individual subordination and self-denial. And this necessity of subordinating the satisfaction of individual desires to the fulfillment of a national purpose is attached particularly to the absorbing occupation of the American people, the occupation, viz., of accumulating wealth. The automatic fulfillment of the American national promise is to be abandoned, if at all, precisely because the traditional American confidence in individual freedom has resulted in a morally and socially undesirable distribution of wealth. In making the concluding statement of the last paragraph, I am venturing, of course, upon very debatable ground. Neither can I attempt in this immediate connection to offer any justification for the statement, which might or should be sufficient to satisfy a stubborn skeptic. I must be content for the present with the bare assertion that the prevailing abuses and sins, which have made reform necessary, are all of them associated with the prodigious concentration of wealth, and of the power exercised by wealth, in the hands of a few men. I am far from believing that this concentration of economic power is wholly an undesirable thing, and I am also far from believing that the men in whose hands this power is concentrated deserve, on the whole, any exceptional moral reprobation for the manner in which it has been used. In certain respects they have served their country well, and in almost every respect, their moral or immoral standards are those of the great majority of their fellow countrymen. But it is nonetheless true that the political corruption, the unwise economic organization, and the legal support afforded to certain economic privileges are all, under existing conditions, due to the malevolent social influence of individual and incorporated American wealth, and it is equally true that these abuses, and the excessive money power with which they are associated, have originated in the peculiar freedom with which the American tradition and organization have granted to the individual. Up to a certain point that freedom has been and still is beneficial. Beyond that point it is not merely harmful, it is by way of being fatal. Efficient regulation there must be, and it must be regulation which will strike, not at the symptoms of the evil, but at its roots. The existing concentration of wealth and financial power in the hands of a few irresponsible men is the inevitable outcome of the chaotic individualism of our political and economic organization, while at the same time it is inimical to democracy, because it tends to erect political abuses and social inequalities into a system. The inference which follows may be disagreeable, but it is not to be escaped. In becoming responsible for the subordination of the individual to the demand of a dominant and constructive national purpose, the American state will in effect be making itself responsible for a morally and socially desirable distribution of wealth. The consequences, then, of converting our American national destiny into a national purpose are beginning to be revolutionary. When the promise of American life is conceived as a national ideal, whose fulfillment is a matter of artful and laborious work, the effect thereof is substantially to identify the national purpose with the social problem. What the American people of the present and the future have really been promised by our patriotic prophecies is an attempt to solve that problem. They have been promised on American soil comfort, prosperity, and the opportunity for self-improvement, and the lesson of the existing crisis is that such a promise can never be redeemed by an indiscriminate individual scramble for wealth. The individual competition, even when it starts under fair conditions and rules, results not only, as it should, in the triumph of the strongest, but in the attempt to perpetuate the victory, and it is this attempt which must be recognized and forestalled in the interest of the American national purpose. The way to realize a purpose is, not to leave it to chance, but to keep it loyally in mind, and adopt means proper to the importance and the difficulty of the task. No voluntary association of individuals, resourceful and disinterested though they be, is competent to assume the responsibility. The problem belongs to the American national democracy, and its solution must be attempted chiefly by means of official national action. Neither can its attempted solution be escaped. When they are confronted by the individual sacrifices which the fulfillment of their national promise demands, American political leaders will find many excuses for ignoring the responsibility thereby implied, but the difficulty of such an attempted evasion will consist in the reinforcement of the historical tradition by a logical and a practical necessity. The American problem is the social problem, partly because the social problem is the democratic problem. American political and social leaders will find that in a democracy, the problem cannot be evaded. The American people have no irremediable political grievances. No good American denies the desirability of popular sovereignty, and of a government which should somehow represent the popular will. While our national institutions may not be a perfect embodiment of these doctrines, a decisive and a resolute popular majority has the power to alter American institutions and give them a more immediate representative character. Existing political evils and abuses are serious enough, but inasmuch as they have come into being, not against the will, but with the connivance of the American people, the latter are responsible for their persistence. In the long run, consequently, the ordinary American will have nothing irremediable to complain about, except economic and social inequalities. In Europe such will not be the case. The several European peoples have, and will continue to have, political grievances, because such grievances are the inevitable consequence of their national history and their international situation, and as long as these grievances remain, the more difficult social problem will be subordinated to an agitation for political emancipation. But the American people, having achieved democratic institutions, have nothing to do but to turn them to good account. Insofar as the social problem is a real problem, and the economic grievance a real grievance, they are bound under the American political system to come eventually to the surface, and to demand express and intelligent consideration. A democratic ideal makes the social problem inevitable, and its attempted solution indispensable. I am fully aware, as already intimated, that the foregoing interpretation of the promise of American life will seem fantastic and obnoxious to the great majority of Americans, and I am far from claiming that any reasons as yet alleged afford a sufficient justification for such a radical transformation of the traditional national policy and democratic creed. All that can be claimed is that if a democratic ideal makes an express consideration of the social problem inevitable, it is of the first importance for Americans to realize this truth, and to understand the reasons for it. Furthermore, the assumption is worth making, in case the traditional American system is breaking down, because a more highly socialized democracy is the only practical substitute on the part of convinced Democrats for an excessively individualized democracy. Of course, it will be claimed that the traditional system is not breaking down, and again no absolute proof of the breakdown has been or can be alleged. Nevertheless, the serious nature of contemporary American political and economic symptoms at least pointedly suggests the existence of some radical disease, and when one assumes such to be the case, one cannot be accused of borrowing trouble. I shall, consequently, start from such an assumption, and make an attempt to explain contemporary American problems as in part the result of the practice of an erroneous democratic theory. The attempt will necessarily involve a brief review of our political and economic history, undertaken for the purpose of tracing the traditional ideas of their origin, and testing them by their performances. There will follow a detailed examination of current political and economic problems and conditions, considered in relation both to the American democratic tradition and to the proposed revision thereof. In view of the increasing ferment of American political and economic thought, no apology is necessary for submitting our traditional ideas and practices to an examination from an untraditional point of view. I need scarcely add that the untraditional point of view will contain little or no original matter. The only novelty such an inquiry can claim is the novelty of applying ideas long familiar to foreign political thinkers to the subject matter of American life. When applied to American life, this group of ideas assumes a somewhat new complexion and significance, and the promise of such a small amount of novelty will, I trust, tempt even a disapproving reader to follow somewhat farther the course of the argument. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, Section 1, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 2, Section 1. The Federalists and the Republicans. The purpose of the following review of American political ideas and practices is, it must be premised, critical rather than narrative or expository. I am not seeking to justify a political and economic theory by an appeal to historical facts. I am seeking, on the contrary, to place some kind of an estimate and interpretation upon American political ideas and achievements, and this estimate and interpretation is determined chiefly by a preconceived ideal. The acceptability of such an estimate and interpretation will, of course, depend at bottom upon the number of important facts which it explains, and the number which it either neglects or distorts. No doubt, certain omissions and distortions are inevitable in an attempt of this kind, but I need scarcely add that the greatest care has been taken to avoid them. In case the proposed conception of the promise of American life cannot be applied to our political and economic history without essential perversion, it must obviously fall to the ground, and as a matter of fact, the ideal itself has been sensibly modified during the course of this attempt to give it an historical application. In spite of all these modifications, it remains, however, an extremely controversial review. Our political and economic past is, in a measure, challenged in order to justify our political and social future. The values placed upon many political ideas, tendencies, and achievements differ radically from the values placed upon them either by their originators and partisans, or in some cases by the majority of American historians. The review, consequently, will meet with a far larger portion of instinctive opposition and distrust than it will of acquiescence. The whole traditional set of values which it criticizes is almost as much alive today as it was 2 generations ago, and it forms a background to the political faith of the great majority of Americans. Whatever favor a radical criticism can obtain, it must win on its merits, both as an adequate interpretation of our political past, and as an outlook towards the solution of our present and future political and economic problems. The material for this critical estimate must be sought, not so much in the events of our national career, as in the ideas which have influenced its course. Closely as these ideas are associated with the actual course of American development, their meaning and their remoter tendencies have not been wholly realized therein, because beyond a certain point, no attempt was made to think out these ideas candidly and consistently. For 1 generation, American statesmen were vigorous and fruitful political thinkers, but the time soon came when Americans ceased to criticize their own ideas, and since that time, the meaning of many of our fundamental national conceptions has been partly obscured, as well as partly expressed, by the facts of our national growth. Consequently, we must go behind these facts and scrutinize, with more caution than is usually considered necessary, the adequacy and consistency of the underlying ideas. And I believe that the results of such a scrutiny will be very illuminating. It will be found that from the start, there has been one group of principles at work which have made for American national fulfillment, and another group of principles which has made for American national distraction, and that these principles are as much alive today as they were when Jefferson wrote the Kentucky Resolutions, or when Jackson, at the dinner of the Jefferson Club, toasted the preservation of the Union. But while these warring principles always have been, and still are alive, they have never, in my opinion, been properly discriminated one from another, and until such a discrimination is made, the lesson cannot be profitably applied to the solution of our contemporary national problems. All our histories recognize, of course, the existence from the very beginning of our national career of 2 different and, in some respects, antagonistic groups of political ideas, the ideas which were represented by Jefferson and the ideas which were represented by Hamilton. It is very generally understood, also, that neither the Jeffersonian nor the Hamiltonian doctrine was entirely adequate, and that in order to reach a correct understanding of the really formative constituent in the complex of American national life, a combination must be made of both republicanism and federalism. But while the necessity of such a combination is fully realized, I do not believe that it has ever been mixed in just the proper proportions. We are content to say with Webster that the prosperity of American institutions depends upon the unity and inseparability of individual and local liberties and a national union. We are content to declare that the United States must remain somehow a free and a united country, because there can be no complete unity without liberty, and no salutary liberty outside of a union. But the difficulties with this phrase, its implications and consequences, we do not sufficiently consider. It is enough that we have found an optimistic formula wherewith to unite the divergent aspects of the Republican and Federalist doctrines. We must begin, consequently, with critical accounts of the ideas, both of Jefferson and of Hamilton, and we must seek to discover wherein each of these sets of ideas was right, and wherein each was wrong, in what proportions they were subsequently combined in order to form our noble national theory, and what were the advantages, the limitations, and the effects of this combination. I shall not disguise the fact that, on the whole, my own preferences are on the side of Hamilton rather than of Jefferson. He was the sound thinker, the constructive statesman, the candid and honorable, if erring, gentleman, while Jefferson was the amiable enthusiast, who understood his fellow countrymen better and trusted them more than his rival, but who was incapable either of uniting with his fine phrases a habit of candid and honorable private dealing, or of embodying those phrases in a set of efficient institutions. But although Hamilton is much the finer man, and much the sounder thinker and statesman, there were certain limitations in his ideas and sympathies, the effects of which have been almost as baleful as the effects of Jefferson's intellectual superficiality and insincerity. He perverted the American national idea almost as much as Jefferson perverted the American democratic idea, and the proper relation of these two fundamental conceptions, one to another, cannot be completely understood until this double perversion is corrected. To make Hamilton and Jefferson exclusively responsible for this double perversion is, however, by no means fair. The germs of it are to be found in the political ideas and prejudices with which the American people emerged from their successful Revolutionary War. At that time, indeed, the opposition between the Republican and the Federalist doctrines had not become definite and acute, and it is fortunate that such was the case, because if the opponents of an efficient federal constitution had been organized, and had been possessed of the full courage and consciousness of their convictions, that instrument would never have been accepted, or it would have been accepted only in a much more mutilated and enfeebled condition. Nevertheless, the different political points of view which afterwards developed into Hamiltonian Federalism and Jeffersonian Republicanism were latent in the interests and opinions of the friends and of the opponents of an efficient federal government, and these interests and opinions were the natural product of contemporary American economic and political conditions. Both federalism and anti-federalism were the mixed issue of an interest and a theory. The interest which lay behind federalism was that of well-to-do citizens in a stable political and social order, and this interest aroused them to favor and to seek some form of political organization which was capable of protecting their property and promoting its interest. They were the friends of liberty because they were in a position to benefit, largely by the possession of liberty, and they wanted a strong central government because only by such means could their liberties, which consisted fundamentally in the ability to enjoy and increase their property, be guaranteed. Their interests were threatened by the disorganized state governments, in two different but connected respects. These governments did not seem able to secure either internal order or external peace. In their domestic policy, the states threatened to become the prey of a factious radical democracy, and their relations one to another were by way of being constantly embroiled. Unless something could be done, it looked as if they would drift in a condition, either of internecine warfare without profit or, at best, of peace without security. A centralized and efficient government would do away with both of these threats. It would prevent or curb all but the most serious sectional disputes, while at the same time it would provide a much stronger guarantee for internal political order and social stability. An equally strong interest lay at the roots of anti-federalism, and it had its theory, though this theory was less mature and definite. Behind the opposition to a centralized government were the interests and the prejudices of the mass of the American people, the people who were, comparatively speaking, lacking in money, in education, and in experience. The Revolutionary War, while not exclusively the work of the popular element in the community, had undoubtedly increased considerably its power and influence. A large proportion of the well-to-do colonial Americans had been active or passive Tories, and had either been ruined or politically disqualified by the Revolution. Their successful opponents reorganized the state governments in a radical democratic spirit. The power of the state was usually concentrated in the hands of a single assembly, to whom both the executive and the courts were subservient, and this method of organization was undoubtedly designed to give immediate and complete effect to the will of a popular majority. The temper of the local democracies, which, for the most part, controlled the state governments, was insubordinate, factious, and extremely independent. They disliked the idea of a centralized federal government, because a supreme power would be thereby constituted, which would interfere with the freedom of local public opinion and thwart its will. No less than the Federalists, they believed in freedom, but the kind of freedom they wanted was freedom from anything but local interference. The ordinary American Democrat felt that the power of his personality and his point of view would be diminished by the efficient centralization of political authority. He had no definite intention of using the democratic state governments for anti-social or revolutionary purposes, but he was self-willed and unruly in temper, and his savage treatment of the Tories, during and after the Revolution, had given him a taste of the sweets of confiscation. The spirit of his democracy was self-reliant, undisciplined, suspicious of authority, equalitarian, and individualistic. With all their differences, however, the Federalists and their opponents had certain common opinions and interests, and it was these common opinions and interests which prevented the split from becoming irremediable. The men of both parties were individualist in spirit, and they were chiefly interested in the great American task of improving their own condition in this world. They both wanted a government which would secure them freedom of action for this purpose. The difference between them was really less a difference of purpose than of the means whereby a purpose should be accomplished. The Federalists, representing as they did chiefly the people of wealth and education, demanded a government adequate to protect existing property rights, but they were not seeking any exceptional privileges, except those traditionally associated with the ownership of private property. The Anti-Federalists, on the other hand, having less to protect and more to acquire, insisted rather upon being let alone than in being protected. They expressed themselves sometimes in such an extremely insubordinate manner as almost to threaten social disorder, but were very far from being fundamentally antisocial in interest or opinion. They were all by way of being property owners, and they all expected to benefit by freedom from interference in the acquisition of wealth. It was this community of interest and point of view which prepared the way, not only for the adoption of the Constitution, but for the loyalty it subsequently inspired in the average American. It remains none the less true, however, that the division of interest and the controversy thereby provoked was sharp, and brought about certain very unfortunate consequences. Inasmuch as the Anti-Federalists were unruly Democrats and were suspicious of any efficient political authority, the Federalists came, justly or unjustly, to identify both anti-federalism and democracy with political disorder and social instability. They came, that is, to have much the same opinion of radical democracy as an English peer might have had at the time of the French Revolution, and this prejudice, which was unjust but not unnatural, was very influential in determining the character of the federal Constitution. That instrument was framed, not as the expression of a democratic creed, but partly as a legal fortress against the possible errors and failings of democracy. The Federalist point of view resembled that of the latter constitutional liberals in France. The political idea and benefit which they prized most highly was that of liberty, and the Constitution was framed chiefly for the purpose of securing liberty from any possible dangers. Popular liberty must be protected against possible administrative or executive tyranny by free representative institutions. Individual liberty must be protected against the action of an unjust majority by the strongest possible legal guarantees. And above all, the general liberties of the community must not be endangered by any inefficiency of the government as a whole. The only method whereby these complicated, and in a measure conflicting ends, could be attained, was by a system of checks and balances, which would make the executive, legislative, and judicial departments of the government independent of one another, while at the same time endowing each department with all the essentials of efficient action within its own sphere. But such a method of political organization was calculated to thwart the popular will, just in so far as that will did not conform to what the Federalists believed to be the essentials of a stable political and social order. It was antagonistic to democracy as that word was then, and is still to a large extent, understood. The extent of this antagonism to democracy, if not in intention at least in effect, is frequently overrated. The antagonism depends upon the identification of democracy with a political organization for expressing immediately and completely the will of the majority, whatever that will may be, and such a conception of democracy contains only part of the truth. Nevertheless, the founders of the Constitution did succeed in giving some effect to their distrust of the democratic principle, no matter how conservatively defined, and this was at once a grave error on their part and a grave misfortune for the American state. Founded as the national government is, partly on a distrust of the American democracy, it has always tended to make the democracy somewhat suspicious of the national government. This mutual suspicion, while it has been limited in scope and diminished by the action of time, constitutes a manifest impediment to the efficient action of the American political system. The great lesson of American political experience, as we shall see, is rather that of interdependence than of incompatibility between an efficient national organization and a group of radical democratic institutions and ideals, and the meaning of this lesson has been obscured because the federal organization has not been constituted in a sufficiently democratic spirit, and because, consequently, it has tended to provoke distrust on the part of good Democrats. At every stage in the history of American political ideas and practice, we shall meet with the unfortunate effects of this partial antagonism. The error of the Federalists can, however, be excused by many extenuating circumstances. Democracy as an ideal was misunderstood in 1786, and it was possessed of little or no standing in theory or tradition. Moreover, the radical American Democrats were doing much to deserve the misgivings of the Federalists. Their ideas were narrow, impracticable, and hazardous, and they were opposed to the essential political need of the time, viz., the constitution of an efficient federal government. The Federalists may have misinterpreted and perverted the proper purpose of American national organization, but they could have avoided such misinterpretation only by an extraordinary display of political insight, and a heroic superiority to natural prejudice. Their error sinks into insignificance compared with the enormous service which they rendered to the American people and the American cause. Without their help there might not have been any American nation at all, or it might have been born under a far darker cloud of political suspicion and animosity. The instrument which they created, with all its faults, proved capable of becoming both the organ of an efficient national government and the fundamental law of a potentially democratic state. It has proved capable of flexible development both in function and in purpose, and it has been developed in both these directions without any sacrifice of integrity. Its success has been due to the fact that its makers, with all their apprehensions about democracy, were possessed of a wise and positive political faith. They believed in liberty. They believed that the essential condition of fruitful liberty was an efficient central government. They knew that no government could be efficient unless its powers equaled its responsibilities. They were willing to trust to such a government the security and the welfare of the American people. The Constitution has proved capable of development, chiefly as the instrument of these positive political ideas. Thanks to the theory of implied powers, to the liberal construction of the Supreme Court during the first 40 years of its existence, and to the results of the Civil War, the federal government has, on the whole, become more rather than less efficient as the national political organ of the American people. Almost from the start, American life has grown more and more national in substance, in such wise that a rigid constitution which could not have been developed in a national direction would have been an increasing source of irritation and protest. But this reinforcement of the substance of American national life has, until recently, found an adequate expression in the increasing scope and efficiency of the federal government. The Federalists had the insight to anticipate the kind of government which their country needed, and this was a great and rare achievement, all the more so because they were obliged in a measure to impose it on their fellow countrymen. There is, however, another face to the shield. The Constitution was the expression not only of a political faith, but also of political fears. It was wrought both as the organ of the national interest and as the bulwark of certain individual and local rights. The Federalists sought to surround private property, freedom of contract, and personal liberty with an impregnable legal fortress, and they were forced by their opponents to amend the original draft of the Constitution in order to include a still more stringent bill of individual and state rights. Now, I am far from pretending that these legal restrictions have not had their value in American national history, and were not the expression of an essential element in the composition and the ideal of the American nation. The security of private property and personal liberty, and a proper distribution of activity between the local and the central governments, demanded at that time, and within limits still demand, adequate legal guarantees. It remains none the less true, however, that every popular government should in the end, and after a necessarily prolonged deliberation, possess the power of taking any action which, in the opinion of a decisive majority of the people, is demanded by the public welfare. Such is not the case with the government organized under the Federal Constitution. In respect to certain fundamental provisions, which necessarily receive the most rigid interpretation on the part of the courts, it is practically unmodifiable. A very small percentage of the American people can, in this respect, permanently thwart the will of an enormous majority, and there can be no justification for such a condition on any possible theory of popular sovereignty. This defect has not hitherto had very many practical inconveniences, but it is an absolute violation of the theory and the spirit of American democratic institutions. The time may come when the fulfillment of a justifiable democratic purpose may demand the limitation of certain rights, to which the Constitution affords such absolute guarantees, and in that case, the American democracy might be forced to seek by revolutionary means the accomplishment of a result which should be attainable under the law. It was, nonetheless, a great good thing that the Union under the new Constitution triumphed. Americans have more reason to be proud of its triumph than of any other event in their national history. The formation of an effective nation out of the 13 original colonies was a political achievement for which there was no historical precedent. Up to that time, large countries had been brought, if not held together, by military force or by a long process of gradually closer historical association. Small and partly independent communities had combined one with another only on compulsion. The necessities of joint defense might occasionally drive them into temporary union, but they would not stay united. They preferred a precarious and tumultuous independence to a combination with neighboring communities, which brought security at the price of partial subordination and loyal cooperation. Even the provinces which composed the United Netherlands never submitted to an effective political union during the active and vital period of their history. The small American states had apparently quite as many reasons for separation as the small Grecian and Italian states. The military necessities of the Revolution had welded them only into a loose and feeble confederation, and a successful revolution does not constitute a very good precedent for political subordination. The colonies were divided from one another by difficulties of communication, by variations in economic conditions and social customs, by divergent interests, and above all, by a rampant provincial and separatist spirit. On the other hand, they were united by a common language, by a common political and legal tradition, and by the fact that none of them had ever really been independent sovereign states. Nobody dared or cared to object to union in the abstract. Nobody advocated the alternative of complete separation. It was only a strong, efficient union which aroused the opposition of the Clintons and the Patrick Henrys. Nevertheless, the conditions making for separation have the appearance of being more insistent and powerful than the conditions making for an effective union. Disunion was so easy. Union was so difficult. If the states had only kept on drifting a little longer, they would, at least for a while, inevitably have drifted apart. They were saved from such a fate chiefly by the insight and energy of a few Unionist leaders, of whom Washington and Hamilton were the most important. Perhaps American conditions were such that eventually some kind of a national government was sure to come, but the important point is that when it came as the result of forethought and will rather than of compulsion. It seems to have been reserved, says Hamilton in the very first number of the Federalist, quote, "to the people of this country by their conduct and example, to decide the important question whether societies of men are really capable or not of establishing good government from reflection and choice, or whether they are forever destined to depend for their political constitutions on accident and force." End quote. Americans deliberately selected the better part. It is true that the evil effects of a loose union were only too apparent, and that public safety, order, and private property were obviously endangered by the feeble machinery of federal government. Nevertheless, conditions had not become intolerable. The terrible cost of disunion in money, blood, humiliation, and hatred had not actually been paid. It might well have seemed cheaper to most Americans to drift on a little longer than to make the sacrifices and to undertake the labor demanded by the formation of an effective union. There were plenty of arguments by which a policy of letting things alone could be plausibly defended, and the precedents were all in its favor. Other people had acquired such political experience as they were capable of assimilating, first by drifting into some intolerable excess or some distressing error, and then by undergoing some violent process of purgation or reform. But it is the distinction of our own country that at the critical moment of its history, the policy of drift was stopped before a virulent disease had necessitated a violent and exhausting remedy. This result was achieved chiefly by virtue of capable, energetic, and patriotic leadership. It is stated that if the Constitution had been subjected to a popular vote, as soon as the labors of the convention terminated, it would probably have been rejected in almost every state in the Union. That it was finally adopted, particularly by certain important states, was distinctly due to the conversion of public opinion, by means of powerful and convincing argument. The American people steered the proper course, because their leaders convinced them of the proper course to steer, and the behavior of the many who followed behind is as exemplary as is that of the few who pointed the way. A better example could not be asked of the successful operation of the democratic institutions, and it would be as difficult to find its parallel in the history of our own as in the history of European countries. End of Chapter 2, Section 1. Chapter 2, Section 2, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 2, Section 2, Federalism and Republicanism as Opponents. Fortunately for the American nation, the Unionists, who wrought the Constitution, were substantially the same body of men as the Federalist Party, who organized under its provisions an efficient national government. The work of Washington, Hamilton, and their associates during the first two administrations was characterized by the same admirable qualities as the work of the makers of the Constitution, and it is of similar importance. A vigorous, positive, constructive national policy was outlined and carried substantially into effect, a policy that implied a faith in the powers of an efficient government to advance the national interest, and which justified the faith by actually meeting the critical problems of the time with a series of wise legislative measures. Hamilton's part in this constructive legislation was, of course, more important than it had been in the framing of the Constitution. During Washington's two administrations, the United States was governed practically by his ideas, if not by his will, and the sound and unsound parts of his political creed can consequently be more definitely disentangled than they can be during the years when the Constitution was being wrought. The Constitution was, in many respects, a compromise, whereas the ensuing constructive legislation was a tolerably pure example of Hamiltonian federalism. It will be instructive, consequently, to examine the trend of this Hamiltonian policy, and seek to discover wherein it started the country on the right path, and wherein it sought to commit the national government to a more dubious line of action. Hamilton's great object as Secretary of the Treasury was that of making the organization of the national finances serve the cause of a constructive national policy. He wished to strengthen the federal government by a striking exhibition of its serviceability, and by creating both a strong sentiment and an influential interest in its favor. To this end he committed the nation to a policy of scrupulous financial honesty, which has helped to make it ever since the mainstay of sound American finance. He secured the consent of Congress to the recognition at their face value of the debts incurred during the war both by the Confederacy and by the individual states. He created in the National Bank an efficient fiscal agent for the Treasury Department, and a means whereby it could give stability to the banking system of the country. Finally, he sought by means of his proposed fiscal and commercial policy to make the central government the effective promoter of a wholesome and many-sided national development. He detected the danger to political stability and self-control, which would result from the continued growth of the United States as a merely agricultural and trading community, and he saw that it was necessary to cultivate manufacturing industries and technical knowledge and training, because diversified activity and a well-rounded social and economic life brings with it national balance and security. Underlying the several aspects of Hamilton's policy can be discerned a definite theory of governmental functions. The central government is to be used, not merely to maintain the Constitution, but to promote the national interest and to consolidate the national organization. Hamilton saw clearly that the American Union was far from being achieved when the Constitution was accepted by the states and the machinery of the federal government set in motion. A good start had been made, but the way in which to keep what had been gained was to seek for more. Unionism must be converted into a positive policy, which labored to strengthen the national interest and organization, discredit possible and actual disunionist ideas and forces, and increase the national spirit. All this implied an active interference with the natural course of American economic and political business, and its regulation and guidance in the national direction. It implied a conscious and indefatigable attempt on the part of the national leaders to promote the national welfare. It implied the predominance in American political life of the men who had the energy and the insight to discriminate between those ideas and tendencies which promoted the national welfare and those ideas and tendencies whereby it was imperiled. It implied, in fine, the perpetuation of the same kind of leadership which had guided the country safely through the dangers of the critical period, and the perpetuation of the purposes which inspired that leadership. So far I, at least, have no fault to find with implications of Hamilton's federalism, but unfortunately his policy was in certain other respects tainted with a more doubtful tendency. On the persistent vitality of Hamilton's national principle depends the safety of the American Republic and the fertility of the American idea, but he did not seek a sufficiently broad, popular basis for the realization of those ideas. He was betrayed by his fears and by his lack of faith. Believing as he did, and far more than he had any right to believe, that he was still fighting for the cause of social stability and political order against the seven devils of anarchy and dissolution, he thought it necessary to bestow upon the central government the support of a strong special interest. During the Constitutional Convention he had failed to secure the adoption of certain institutions, which in his opinion would have established as the guardian of the Constitution an aristocracy of ability, and he now insisted all the more upon the plan of attaching to the federal government the support of well-to-do people. As we have seen, the Constitution had been framed and its adoption secured chiefly by citizens of education and means, and the way had been prepared, consequently, for the attempt of Hamilton to rally this class as a class more than ever to the support of the federal government. They were the people who had most to lose by political instability or inefficiency, and they must be brought to lend their influence to the perpetuation of a centralized political authority. Hence he believed a considerable national debt to be a good thing for the federal national interest, and he insisted strenuously upon the assumption, by the federal government, of the state war debts. He conceived the Constitution and the Union as a valley of peace and plenty, which had to be fortified against the marauders by the heavy ramparts of borrowed money and the big guns of a propertied interest. In so doing, Hamilton believed that he was, to vary the metaphor, loading the ship of state with a necessary ballast, whereas in truth he was disturbing its balance and preventing it from sailing free. He succeeded in imbuing both men of property and the mass of the plain people with the idea that the well-to-do were the peculiar beneficiaries of the American federal organization, the result being that the rising democracy came more than ever to distrust the national government. Instead of seeking to base the perpetuation of the Union upon the interested motives of a minority of well-to-do citizens, he would have been far wiser to have frankly entrusted its welfare to the good will of the whole people. But unfortunately, he was prevented from doing so by the limitation both of his sympathies and ideas. He was possessed by the English conception of a national state, based on the domination of special privileged orders and interests, and he failed to understand that the permanent support of the American national organization could not be found in anything less than the whole American democracy. The American Union was a novel and a promising political creation, not because it was a democracy, for there had been plenty of previous democracies, and not because it was a nation, for there had been plenty of previous nations, but precisely and entirely because it was a democratic nation, a nation committed by its institutions and aspirations to realize the democratic idea. Much, consequently, as we may value Hamilton's work and for the most part his ideas, it must be admitted that the popular disfavor with which he came to be regarded had its measure of justice. This disfavor was indeed partly the result of his resolute adherence to a wise but an unpopular foreign policy, and the way in which this policy was carried through by Washington, Hamilton, and their followers, in spite of the general dislike which it inspired, deserves the warmest praise. But Hamilton's unpopularity was fundamentally due to deeper causes. He and his fellow Federalists did not understand their fellow countrymen and sympathize with their purposes, and naturally they were repaid with misunderstanding and suspicion. He ceased, after Washington's retirement, to be a national leader, and became the leader of a faction, and before his death his party ceased to be the national party, and came to represent only a section and a class. In this way it irretrievably lost public support, and not even the miserable failure of Jefferson's policy of embargo could persuade the American people to restore the Federalists to power. As a party organization they disappeared entirely after the Second English War, and unfortunately much that was good in Hamilton's political point of view disappeared with the bad. But by its failure, one good result was finally established. For better or worse, the United States had become a democracy as well as a nation, and its national task was not that of escaping the dangers of democracy, but of realizing its responsibilities and opportunities. It did not take Hamilton's opponents long to discover that his ideas and plans were in some respects inimical to democracy, and the consequence was that Hamilton was soon confronted by one of the most implacable and unscrupulous oppositions which ever abused a faithful and useful public servant. This opposition was led by Jefferson, and while it most unfortunately lacked Hamilton's statesmanship and sound constructive ideas, it possessed the one saving quality which Hamilton himself lacked. Jefferson was filled with a sincere, indiscriminate, and unlimited faith in the American people. He was, according to his own lights, a radical and unqualified Democrat, and as a Democrat he fought most bitterly what he considered to be the aristocratic, or even monarchic tendency of Hamilton's policy. Much of the denunciation which he and his followers lavished upon Hamilton was unjust, and much of the fight which they put up against his measures was contrary to the public welfare. They absolutely failed to give him credit for the patriotism of his intentions or for the merit of his achievements, and their unscrupulous and unfair tactics established a baleful tradition in American party warfare. But Jefferson was wholly right in believing that his country was nothing, if not a democracy, and that any tendency to impair the integrity of the democratic idea could be productive only of disaster. Unfortunately, Jefferson's conception of democracy was meager, narrow, and self-contradictory, and just because his ideas prevailed, while Hamilton towards the end of his life lost his influence, the consequences of Jefferson's imperfect conception of democracy have been much more serious than the consequences of Hamilton's inadequate conception of American nationality. In Jefferson's mind, democracy was tantamount to extreme individualism. He conceived a democratic society to be composed of a collection of individuals, fundamentally alike in their abilities and deserts, and in organizing such a society, politically, the prime objective was to provide for the greatest satisfaction of its individual members. The good things of life, which had formerly been monopolized by the privileged few, were now to be distributed among all the people. It was unnecessary, moreover, to make any very artful arrangements in order to effect an equitable distribution. Such distribution would take care of itself, provided nobody enjoyed any special privileges and everybody had equal opportunities. Once these conditions were secured, the motto of a democratic government should simply be hands off. There should be as little government as possible, because persistent governmental interference implied distrust in popular efficiency and goodwill, and what government there was should be so far as possible confided to local authorities. The vitality of a democracy resided in its extremities, and it would be diminished rather than increased by specialized or centralized guidance. Its individual members needed merely to be protected against privileges and to be left alone, wherever the native goodness of human nature would accomplish the perfect consummation. Thus Jefferson sought an essentially equalitarian and even socialistic result, by means of an essentially individualistic machinery. His theory implied a complete harmony both in logic and in effect between the idea of liberty and the idea of equality, and just in so far as there is any antagonism between those ideas, his whole political system becomes unsound and impracticable. Neither is there any doubt as to which of these ideas Jefferson and his followers really attached the more importance. Their mouths have always been full of the praise of liberty, and unquestionably they have really believed it to be the cornerstone of their political and social structure. Nonetheless, however, it is true that insofar as any antagonism has developed in American life between liberty and equality, the Jeffersonian Democrats have been found on the side of equality. Representing as they did the democratic principle, it is perfectly natural and desirable that they should fight the battle of equality in a democratic state, and their error has been, not their devotion to equality, but their inability to discern wherein any antagonism existed between liberty and equality, and the extent to which they were sacrificing a desirable liberty to an undesirable equality. On this, as on so many other points, Hamilton's political philosophy was much more clearly thought out than that of Jefferson. He has been accused by his opponents of being the enemy of liberty, whereas in point of fact, he wished, like the Englishman he was, to protect and encourage liberty, just as far as such encouragement was compatible with good order, because he realized that genuine liberty would inevitably issue in fruitful social and economic inequalities. But he also realized that genuine liberty was not merely a matter of a constitutional declaration of rights. It could be protected only by an energetic and clear-sighted central government, and it could be fertilized only by the efficient national organization of American activities. For national organization demands, in relation to individuals, a certain amount of selection, and a certain classification of these individuals according to their abilities and deserts. It is just this kind or effect of liberty which Jefferson and his followers have always disliked and discouraged. They have been loud in their praise of legally constituted rights, but they have shown an instinctive and an implacable distrust of intellectual and moral independence, and have always sought to suppress it in favor of intellectual and moral conformity. They have, that is, stood for the sacrifice of liberty, insofar as liberty meant positive intellectual and moral achievement to a certain kind of equality. I do not mean to imply by the preceding statement that either Jefferson or his followers were the conscious enemies of moral and intellectual achievement. On the contrary, they appear to themselves in their amiable credulity to be the friends and guardians of everything admirable in human life, but their good intentions did not prevent them from actively or passively opposing positive intellectual and moral achievement directed either toward social or individual ends. The effect of their whole state of mind was negative and fatalistic. They approved in general of everything approvable, but the things of which they actively approved were the things which everybody in general was doing. Their point of view implied that society and individuals could be made better, without actually planning the improvement or building up an organization for the purpose, and this assertion brings me to the deepest lying difference between Hamilton and Jefferson. Jefferson's policy was at bottom the old fatal policy of drift, whose distorted body was concealed by fair-seeming clothes, and whose ugly face was covered by a mask of good intentions. Hamilton's policy was one of energetic and intelligent assertion of the national good. He knew that the only method whereby the good could prevail, either in individual or social life, was by persistently willing that it should prevail, and by the adoption of intelligent means to that end. His vision of the national good was limited, but he was absolutely right about the way in which it was to be achieved. Hamilton was not afraid to exhibit in his own life moral and intellectual independence. He was not afraid to incur unpopularity for pursuing what he believed to be a wise public policy, and the general disapprobation under which he suffered during the last years of his life, while it was chiefly due, as we have seen, to his distrust of the American democracy, was also partly due to his high conception of the duties of leadership. Jefferson, on the other hand, afforded an equally impressive example of the statesman who assiduously and intentionally courted popular favor. It was, of course, easy for him to court popular favor, because he understood the American people extremely well and really sympathized with them, but he never used the influence which he thereby obtained for the realization of any positive or formative purpose which might be unpopular. His policy, while in office, was one of fine phrases and temporary expedients, some of which necessarily incurred odium, but none of which were pursued by him or his followers with any persistence. Whatever the people demanded, their leaders should perform, including, if necessary, a declaration of war against England. It was to be a government of and by the people, not a government for the people by popular but responsible leaders, and the leaders to whom the people delegated their authority had in theory no right to pursue an unpopular policy. The people were to guide their leaders, not the leaders the people, and any intellectual or moral independence and initiative on the part of the leaders in a democracy was to be condemned as undemocratic. The representatives of a sovereign people were in the same position as the courtiers of an absolute monarch. It was their business to flatter and obey. End of Chapter 2, Section 2. Chapter 2, Section 3, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 2, Section 3, Federalism and Republicanism as Allies. It is not surprising, consequently, that Jefferson, who had been a lion in opposition, was transformed by the assumption of power into a lamb. Inasmuch as he had been denouncing every act of the Federalists since the consummation of the Union as dangerous to American liberties or as inimical to the public welfare, it was to be anticipated, when he and his party assumed office, that they would seek both to tear down the Federalist structure and rear in its place a temple of the true Republican faith. Not only did nothing of the kind follow, but nothing of the kind was even attempted. Considering the fulminations of the Republicans during the last 10 years of Federalist domination, Jefferson's first inaugural is a bewildering document. The recent past, which had but lately been so full of dangers, was ignored, and the future, the dangers of which were much more real, was not for the moment considered. Jefferson was sworn in with his head encircled by a halo of beautiful phrases, and he and his followers were so well satisfied with this beatific vision that they entirely overlooked the desirability of redeeming their own past or of providing for their country's future. Sufficient unto the day was the popularity thereof. The Federalists themselves must be conciliated, and the national organization achieved by them is by implication accepted. The Federalist structure, so recently the prison of the free American spirit, becomes itself a large part of the temple of democracy. The Union is no longer inimical to liberty. For the first time we begin to hear from good Republican mouths some sacred words about the necessary connection of liberty and union. Jefferson celebrated his triumph by adopting the work, if not the creed, of his adversaries. The adoption by Jefferson and the Republicans of the political structure of their opponents is of an importance hardly inferior to that of the adoption of the Constitution by the states. It was the first practical indication that democracy and federalism were not as radically antagonistic as their extreme partisans had believed, and it was also the first indication that the interests which were concealed behind the phrases of the two parties were not irreconcilable. When the democracy rallied to the national organization, the American state began to be a democratic nation. The alliance was, as yet, both fragile and superficial. It was founded on a sacrifice by the two parties, not merely of certain errors and misconceptions, but also of certain convictions, which had been considered essential. The Republicans tacitly admitted the substantial falsity of their attacks upon the federal organization. The many Federalists who joined their opponents abandoned without scruple the whole spirit and purpose of the Hamiltonian national policy. But at any rate, the reconciliation was accomplished. The newly founded American state was, for the time being, saved from the danger of being torn asunder by two rival factions, each representing irreconcilable ideas and interests. The Union, which had been celebrated in 1789, was consummated in 1801. Its fertility was still to be proved. When Jefferson and the Republicans rallied to the Union and to the existing Federalist organization, the fabric of traditional American democracy was almost completely woven. Thereafter, the American people only had to wear it and keep it in repair. The policy announced in Jefferson's first inaugural was, in all important respects, merely a policy of conservatism. The American people are possessed of a set of political institutions which deprived them of any legitimate grievances, and supplied them with every reasonable opportunity, and their political duty was confined to the administration of these institutions in a faithful spirit and their preservation from harm. The future contained only one serious danger. Such liberties were always open to attack, and there would always be designing men whose interest it was to attack them. The great political responsibility of the American democracy was to guard itself against such assaults, and should they succeed in this task, they need have no further concern about their future. Their political salvation was secure. They had placed it, as it were, in a good sound bank. It would be sure to draw interest provided the bank were conservatively managed, that is, provided it were managed by loyal Republicans. There was no room or need for any increase in the fund, because it already satisfied every reasonable purpose. But it must not be diminished, and it must not be exposed to any risk of diminution by hazardous speculative investments. During the next 50 years, the American democracy accepted almost literally this Jeffersonian tradition. Until the question of slavery became acute, they ceased to think seriously about political problems. The lawyers were preoccupied with certain important questions of constitutional interpretation, which had their political implications, But the purpose of these expositions of our fundamental law was the affirmation, the consolidation, and, towards the end, the partial restriction of the existing Federalist organization. In this, as in other respects, the Americans of the second and third generations were merely preserving what their fathers had wrought. Their political institutions were good, insofar as they were not disturbed. They might become bad only in case they were perverted. The way to guard against such perversion was, of course, to secure the election of righteous Democrats. From the traditional American point of view, it was far more important to get the safe candidates elected than it was to use the power so obtained for any useful political achievement. In the hands of unsafe men, that is, one's political opponents, the government might be perverted to dangerous uses, whereas in the hands of safe men, it could at best merely be preserved in safety. Misgovernment was a greater danger than good government was a benefit, because good government, particularly on the part of federal officials, consisted, apart from routine business, in letting things alone. Thus the furious interest which the good American took in getting himself and his associates elected could be justified by reasons founded on the essential nature of the traditional political system. The good American Democrat had, of course, another political duty besides that of securing the election of him and his friends. His political system was designed, not merely to deprive him of grievances, but to offer him superlative opportunities. In taking the utmost advantage of those opportunities, he was not only fulfilling his duty to himself, but he was helping to realize the substantial purpose of democracy. Just as it was the function of the national organization to keep itself undefiled and not to interfere, so it was his personal function to make hay while the sun was shining. The triumph of Jefferson and the defeat of Hamilton enabled the natural individualism of the American people free play. The democratic political system was considered tantamount in practice to a species of vigorous, licensed, and purified selfishness. The responsibilities of the government were negative, those of the individual were positive. And it is no wonder that in the course of time, his positive responsibilities began to look larger and larger. This licensed selfishness became more domineering in proportion as it became more successful. If a political question arose which in any way interfered with his opportunities, the good American began to believe that his democratic political machine was out of gear. Did abolitionism create a condition of political unrest and interfere with good business, then abolitionists were wicked men who were tampering with the ark of the Constitution. And in much the same way the modern reformer, who proposes policies looking toward a restriction in the activity of corporations and stands in the way of the immediate transaction of the largest possible volume of business, is denounced as un-American. These were merely crude ways of expressing the spirit of traditional American democracy, which was that of a rampant individualism, checked only by a system of legally constituted rights. The test of American national success was the comfort and prosperity of the individual, and the means to that end, a system of unrestricted individual aggrandizement and collective irresponsibility. The alliance between federalism and democracy on which this traditional system was based was excellent in many of its effects, but unfortunately it implied on the part of both the allies a sacrifice of political sincerity and conviction. And this sacrifice was more demoralizing to the Republicans than to the Federalists, because they were the victorious party. A central government, constructed on the basis of their democratic creed, would have been a government whose powers were smaller, more rigid, and more inefficiently distributed than those granted under our federal Constitution, as may be seen from the various state constitutions subsequently written under Jeffersonian influence. When they obtained power, either they should have been faithful to their convictions and tried to modify the federal machinery in accordance therewith, or they should have modified their ideas in order to make them square with their behavior. But instead of seriously and candidly considering the meaning of their own actions, they opened their mouths wide enough to swallow their own past, and then deliberately shut their eyes. They accepted the national organization as a fact and as a condition of national safety, but they rejected it as a lesson in political wisdom and as an implicit principle of political action. By so doing, they began that career of intellectual lethargy, superficiality, and insincerity, which ever since has been characteristic of official American political thought. This lack of intellectual integrity on the part of the American democracy, Both falsified the spirit in which our institutions had originated, and seriously compromised their future success. The Union had been wrought by virtue of vigorous, responsible, and enterprising leadership, and of sound and consistent political thinking. It was to be perpetuated by a company of men who believed in enterprising and responsible leadership, and who had abandoned and tended to disparage anything but the most routine political ideas. The American people, after passing through a period of positive achievement, distinguished in all history for the powerful application of brains to the solution of an organic political problem, the American people, after this almost unprecedented exhibition of goodwill and good judgment, proceeded to put a wholly false interpretation on their remarkable triumph. They proceeded also to cultivate a state of mind which has kept them peculiarly liable to intellectual ineptitude and conformity. The mixture of optimism, conservatism, and superficiality, which has until recently characterized their political point of view, has made them almost blind to the true lessons of their own national experience. The best that can be said on behalf of this traditional American system of political ideas is that it contained the germ of better things. The combination of federalism and republicanism which formed the substance of the system did not constitute a progressive and formative political principle, but it pointed in the direction of a constructive formula. The political leaders of the era of good feeling, who began to use with some degree of conviction certain comely phrases about the eternal and inseparable alliance between liberty and union, were looking towards the promised land of American democratic fulfillment. As we shall see, the kind of liberty and the kind of union which they had in mind were by no means indissolubly and inseparably united, and both of these words had to be transformed from a negative and legal into a positive moral and social meaning before the boasted alliance could be anything but precarious and sterile. But if for liberty we substitute the word democracy, which means something more than liberty, and if for union we substitute the phrase American nationality, which means so much more than a legal union, we shall be looking in the direction of a fruitful alliance between two supplementary principles. It can, I believe, be stated without qualification that whenever the nationalist idea and tendency has been divided from democracy, its achievements have been limited and partially sterilized. It can also be stated that the separation of the democratic idea from the national principle and organization has issued not merely in sterility, but in moral and political mischief. All this must remain mere assertion for the present, but I shall hope gradually to justify these assertions by an examination of the subsequent course of American political development. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, Section 1 of The Promise of American Life by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 3, Section 1. The Democrats and the Whigs. The first phase of American political history was characterized by the conflict between the Federalists and the Republicans, and it resulted in the complete triumph of the latter. The second period was characterized by an almost equally bitter contest between the Democrats and the Whigs, in which the Democrats represented a new version of the earlier Republican tradition, and the Whigs a resurrected federalism. The democracy of Jackson differed in many important respects from the republicanism of Jefferson, and the Whig doctrine of Henry Clay was far removed from the federalism of Alexander Hamilton. Nevertheless, from 1825 to 1850, the most important fact in American political development continued to be a fight between an inadequate conception of democracy, represented by Jackson and his followers, and a feeble conception of American nationality, represented best by Henry Clay and Daniel Webster. And in this second fight the victory still rested, on the whole, with the Democrats. The Whigs were not annihilated as the Federalists had been. In the end, they perished as a party, but not because of the assaults of their opponents, but because of their impotence in the face of a grave national crisis. Nevertheless, they were, on all essential issues, beaten by the Democrats, and on the few occasions on which they were victorious, their victories were both meaningless and fruitless. The years between 1800 and 1825 were distinguished, so far as our domestic development was concerned, by the growth of the Western pioneer democracy in power and self-consciousness. It was one of the gravest errors of Hamilton and the Federalists that they misunderstood and suspected the pioneer democracy, just as it was one of the greatest merits of Jefferson that he early appreciated its importance and used his influence and power to advance its interests. The consequence was that the pioneers became enthusiastic and radical supporters of the Republican Party. They repeated and celebrated the Jeffersonian catchwords with utmost conviction. They became imbued with the spirit of the true Jeffersonian faith. They were, indeed, in many respects more Jeffersonian than Jefferson himself, and sought to realize some of his ideas with more energy and consistency. These ideas expressed and served their practical needs marvelously well, and if the formulas had not already been provided by Jefferson, they would most assuredly have been crystallized by the pioneer politicians of the day. The Jeffersonian creed has exercised a profound influence upon the thought of the American people, not because Jefferson was an original and profound thinker, but because of his ability to formulate popular opinions, prejudices, and interests. It is none the less true that the pioneer democracy soon came to differ with Jefferson about some important questions on public policy. They early showed, for instance, a lively disapproval of Jefferson's management of the crisis in foreign affairs, which preceded the War of 1812. Jefferson's policy of commercial embargo seemed pusillanimous to Jackson and the other Western Democrats. They did not believe in peaceful warfare, and their different conception of the effective way of fighting a foreign enemy was symptomatic of a profound difference of opinion and temper. The Western democracy did not share Jefferson's amiable cosmopolitanism. It was, on the contrary, aggressively resolved to assert the rights and the interests of the United States against any suspicion of European aggrandizement. However much it preferred a let-alone policy in respect to the domestic affairs, all its instincts revolted against a weak foreign policy, and its instincts were outraged by the administration's policy of peaceful warfare, which injured ourselves so much more than it injured England, not only because the pioneers were fighting men by conviction and habit, but because they were much more genuinely national in their feelings than were Jefferson and Madison. The Western Democrats finally forced Madison and the official Republican leaders to declare war against England, because Madison preferred even a foreign war to the loss of popularity. But Madison, although he accepted the necessity of war, was wholly incompetent to conduct it efficiently. The inadequacy of our national organization and our lack of national cohesion was immediately and painfully exhibited. The Republican superstition about militarism had prevented the formation of a regular army at all adequate to the demands of our national policy, and the American Navy, while efficient so far as it went, was very much too small to constitute an effective engine of naval warfare. Moreover, the very Congress that clearly announced an intention of declaring war on Great Britain failed to make any sufficient provision for its energetic prosecution. The consequence of this short-sighted view of our national responsibilities is that the history of the War of 1812 makes painful reading for a patriotic American. The little American Navy earned distinction, but it was so small that its successes did not prevent it from being shut off eventually from the high seas. The military operations were a succession of blunders, both in strategy and in performance. On the northern frontier, a series of incompetent generals led little armies of half-hearted soldiers to unnecessary defeats, or at best to ineffectual victories, and the most conspicuous military success was won at New Orleans by the Western pioneers, who had no constitutional scruples about fighting outside their own states, and who were animated by lively patriotic feelings. On the whole, however, the story makes humiliating reading, not because the national capital was captured almost without resistance, or because we were so frequently beaten, but because our disorganization, the incompetence of the national government, and the disloyalty of so many Americans made us deserve both a less successful war and a more humiliating peace. The chief interest of the Second English War for the purpose of this book is, however, its clear indication of the abiding place at that time of the American national spirit. That spirit was not found along the Atlantic coast, whose inhabitants were embittered and blinded by party and sectional prejudices. It was resident in the newer states of the West and the Southwest. A genuine American national democracy was coming into existence in that part of the country, a democracy which was as democratic as it knew how to be, while at the same time loyal and devoted to the national government. The pioneers had, in a measure, outgrown the colonialism of the 13 original commonwealths. They occupied a territory which had, in the beginning, been part of the national domain. Their local commonwealths had not antedated the federal government, but were in a way children of the central government, and they felt that they belonged to the Union in a way which was rarely shared by an inhabitant of Massachusetts or South Carolina. Their national feeling did not prevent them from being in some respects extremely local and provincial in their point of view. It did not prevent them from resenting with the utmost energy any interference of the federal government in what they believed to be their local affairs. But they were, nonetheless, first and foremost, loyal citizens of the American federal state. End of Chapter 3, Section 1. Chapter 3, Section 2, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 3, Section 2, The New National Democracy. We must consider carefully this earliest combination of the national and the democratic idea. The Western democracy is important, not only because it played the leading part in our political history down to 1850, but precisely because it does offer, in a primitive but significant form, a combination of the two ideas which, when united, constitute the formative principle in American political and social development. The way had been prepared for this combination by the Republican acceptance of the federal organization after that party had assumed power. But the Western Democrats took this alliance much more innocently than the older Republican leaders. They insisted, as we have seen, on a declaration of war against Great Britain, and humiliating as were the results of that war, this vigorous assertion of the national point of view both exposed in clear relief the sectional disloyalty of the Federalists of New England, and resulted later in an attempted revival of the national constructive policy. It is true that the regeneration of the Hamiltonian spirit belongs rather to the history of the Whigs than to the history of the Democrats. It is true, also, that the attempted revival at once brought out the inadequacy of the pioneers' conceptions, both of the national and the democratic ideas. Nevertheless, it was their assertion of the national interest against a foreign enemy which provoked its renewed vitality in relation to our domestic affairs. Whatever the alliance between nationality and democracy, represented by the pioneers, lacked in fruitful understanding of the correlative ideas, at least it was a solid alliance. The Western Democrats were suspicious of any increase of the national organization in power and scope, but they were even more determined that it should be neither shattered nor vitally injured. Although they were unable to grasp the meaning of their own convictions, the Federal Union really meant to them something more than an indissoluble legal contract. It was rooted in their life. It was one of those things for which they were willing to fight, and their readiness to fight for the national idea was the great salutary fact. Our country was thereby saved from the consequences of its distracting individualistic conception of democracy and its merely legal conception of nationality. It was because the followers of Jackson and Douglas did fight for it that the Union was preserved. Be it immediately remarked, however, that the pioneer Democrats were obliged to fight for the Union just because they were not interested in its progressive consummation. They willed at one and the same time that the Union should be preserved, but that it should not be increased and strengthened. They were national in feeling, but local and individualistic in their ideas, and these limited ideas were associated with a false and inadequate conception of democracy. Jefferson had taught them to believe that any increase of the national organization was inimical to democracy. The limitations of their own economic and social experience, and of their practical needs, confirmed them in this belief. Their manner of life made them at once thoroughly loyal and extremely insubordinate. They combined the sincerest patriotism with an energetic and selfish individualism, and they failed wholly to realize any discrepancy between these two dominant elements in their life. They were to love their country, but they were to work for themselves, and nothing wrong could happen to their country provided they preserved its institutions and continued to enjoy its opportunities. Their failure to grasp the idea that the Federal Union would not take care of itself prevented them from taking disunionist ideas seriously and encouraged them to provoke a crisis, which, subsequently, their fundamental loyalty to the Union prevented from becoming disastrous. They expected their country to drift to a safe harbor in the Promised Land, whereas the inexorable end of a drifting ship is either the rocks or the shoals. In their opposition to the consolidation of the national organization, the pioneers believed that they were defending the citadel of their democratic creed. Democracy meant to them not only equal opportunity secured by law, but an approximately equal standing among individual citizens and an approximately equal division of the social and economic fruits. They realized vaguely that national consolidation brought with it organization, and organization depended for its efficiency upon a classification of individual citizens according to ability, knowledge, and competence. In a nationalized state, it is the man of exceptional position, power, responsibility, and training who is most likely to be representative and efficient, whereas in a thoroughly democratic state, as they conceived it, the average man was the representative citizen and the fruitful type. Nationalization looked towards the introduction and perpetuation of a political, social, and financial hierarchy. They opposed it, consequently, on behalf of the plain people, and they even reached the conclusion that the contemporary political system was to some extent organized for the benefit of special interests. They discovered in the fiscal and administrative organization the presence of discrimination against the average man. The National Bank was an example of special economic privileges. The office-holding clique was an example of special political privileges. Jackson and his followers declared war on these sacrilegious anomalies in the temple of democracy. Thus, the only innovations which the pioneers sought to impose on our national political system were by way of being destructive. They uprooted a national institution which had existed, with but one brief interruption, for more than 40 years, and they entirely altered the tradition of appointment in the American civil service. Both of these destructive achievements throw a great deal of light upon their unconscious tendencies and upon their explicit convictions, and will help us to understand the value and the limitation of the positive contribution which the pioneers made to the fullness of the American democratic idea. The National Bank was the institution by virtue of which Hamilton sought to secure a stable national currency and an efficient national fiscal agent, and the bank, particularly under its second charter, had undoubtedly been a useful and economical piece of financial machinery. The Republicans had protested against it in the beginning, but they had later come to believe in its necessity. And at the time Benton and Jackson declared war upon it, the bank was, on the whole, and in spite of certain minor and local grievances, a popular institution. If the question of the recharter of the National Bank had been submitted to popular vote in 1832, a popular majority would probably have declared in its favor. Jackson's victory was due partly to his personal popularity, partly to the unwise manner in which the bank was defended, but chiefly to his success in convincing public opinion that the bank was an institution whose legal privileges were used to the detriment of the American people. As a matter of fact, such was not the case. The bank was a semi-public corporation upon which certain exceptional privileges had been conferred, because the enjoyment of such privileges was inseparable from the services it performed and the responsibilities it assumed. When we consider how important those services were, and how difficult it has since been to substitute any arrangement which provides as well both a flexible and a stable currency, and for the articulation of the financial operations of the federal treasury with those of the business of the country, it does not look as if the emoluments and privileges of the bank were disproportionate to its services. But Jackson and his followers never even considered whether its services and responsibilities were proportionate to its legal privileges. The fact that any such privilege existed, the fact that any legal association of individuals should enjoy such exceptional opportunities, was to their minds a violation of democratic principles. It must consequently be destroyed, no matter how much the country needed its services, and no matter how difficult it was to establish in its place any equally efficient institution. The important point is, however, that the campaign against the National Bank uncovered a latent socialism, which lay concealed behind the rampant individualism of the pioneer democracy. The ostensible grievance against the bank was the possession by a semi-public corporation of special economic privileges, but the anti-bank literature of the time was filled half-consciously with a far more fundamental complaint. What the Western Democrats disliked and feared most of all was the possession of any special power by men of wealth. Their crusade against the money power meant that, in their opinion, money must not become a power in a democratic state. They had no objection, of course, to certain inequalities in the distribution of wealth, but they fiercely resented the idea that such inequalities should give a group of men any special advantages which were inaccessible to their fellow countrymen. The full meaning of their complaint against the bank was left vague and ambiguous because the bank itself possessed special legal privileges, and the inference was that when these privileges were withdrawn, the money power would disappear with them. The Western Democrat devoutly believed that an approximately equal division of the good things of life would result from the possession by all American citizens of equal legal rights and similar economic opportunities. But the importance of this result in their whole point of view was concealed by the fact that they expected to reach it by wholly negative means, that is, by leaving the individual alone. The substantially equal distribution of wealth, which was characteristic of the American society of their own day, was far more fundamental in their system of political and social ideas than was the machinery of liberty whereby it was to be secured. And just as soon as it becomes apparent that the proposed machinery does, as a matter of fact, accomplish a radically unequal result, their whole political and economic creed cries loudly for revision. The introduction of the spoils system was due to the perverted application of kindred ideas. The emoluments of office loomed large among the good things of life to the pioneer Democrat, and such emoluments differed from other economic rewards in that they were necessarily at the disposal of the political organization. The public offices constituted the tangible political patrimony of the American people. It was not enough that they were open to everybody. They must actually be shared by almost everybody. The terms of all elected offices must be short, so that as many good Democrats as possible could occupy an easy chair in the House of Government, and officials must, for similar reasons, be appointed for only short terms. Traditional practice at Washington disregarded these obvious inferences from the principles of true democracy. Until the beginning of Jackson's first administration, the offices in the government departments had been appropriated by a few bureaucrats who had grown old in their posts, and how could such a permanent appropriation be justified? The pioneer Democrat believed that he was as competent to do the work as any member of an office-holding clique, so that when he came into power, he corrected what seemed to him to be a genuine abuse in the traditional way of distributing the American political patrimony. He could not understand that training, special ability, or long experience constituted any special claim on a public office or upon any other particular opportunity or salary. One Democrat was as good as another, and deserved his share of the rewards for public service. The state could not undertake to secure a good living to all good Democrats, but, when properly administered, it could prevent any appropriation by a few people of the public payroll. In the long run, the effect of the spoils system was, of course, just the opposite of that anticipated by the early Jacksonian Democrats. It merely substituted one kind of office-holding privilege for another. It helped to build up a group of professional politicians who became in their turn an office-holding clique, the only difference being that one man in his political life held, not one, but many offices. Yet the Jacksonian Democrat undoubtedly believed, when he introduced the system into the federal civil service, that he was carrying out a desirable reform along strictly democratic lines. He was betrayed into such an error by the narrowness of his own experience and of his intellectual outlook. His experience had been chiefly that of frontier life, in which the utmost freedom of economic and social movement was necessary, and he attempted to apply the results of this limited experience to the government of a complicated social organism, whose different parts had very different needs. The direct results of the attempt were very mischievous. He fastened upon the American public service a system of appointment which turned political office into the reward of partisan service, which made it unnecessary for the public officials to be competent and impossible for them to be properly experienced, and which contributed finally to the creation of a class of office-holding politicians. But the introduction of the spoils system had a meaning superior to its results. It was, after all, an attempt to realize an ideal, and the ideal was based on a genuine experience. The Virginian oligarchy, although it was the work of Jefferson and his followers, was an anachronism in a state governed in the spirit of Jeffersonian democratic principles. It was better for the Jacksonian Democrats to sacrifice what they believed to be an obnoxious precedent to their principles than to sacrifice their principles to mere precedent. If, in so doing, they were making a mistake, that was because their principles were wrong. The benefit which they were temporarily conferring on themselves, as a class in the community, was sanctioned by the letter and the spirit of their creed. Closely connected with their perverted ideas and their narrow view of life, we may discern a leaven of new and useful democratic experience. The new and useful experience which they contributed to our national stock was that of homogeneous social intercourse. I have already remarked that the Western pioneers were the first large body of Americans who were genuinely national in feeling. They were also the first large body of Americans who were genuinely democratic in feeling. Consequently, they imparted a certain emotional consistency to the American democracy, and they thereby performed a social service, which was, in its way, quite as valuable as their political service. Democracy has always been stronger as a political than it has as a social force. When adopted as a political idea of the American people, it was very far from possessing any effective social vitality, and until the present day, it has been a much more active force in political than in social life. But whatever traditional social force it has obtained can be traced directly to the Western pioneer Democrat. His democracy was based on genuine good fellowship. Unlike the French fraternity, it was the product neither of abstract theories nor of a disembodied humanitarianism. It was the natural issue of their interests, their occupations, and their manner of life. They felt kindly towards one another and communicated freely with one another because they were not divided by radical differences in class, standards, point of view, and wealth. The social aspect of their democracy may, in fact, be compared to the sense of good fellowship which pervades the rooms of a properly constituted club. Their community of feeling and their ease of communication had come about as the result of pioneer life in a self-governing community. The Western Americans were confronted by a gigantic task of overwhelming practical importance, the task of subduing to the needs of complicated and civilized society a rich but virgin wilderness. This task was one which united a desirable social purpose with a profitable individual interest. The country was undeveloped, and its inhabitants were poor. They were to enrich themselves by the development of the country, and the two different aspects of their task were scarcely distinguished. They felt themselves authorized by social necessity to pursue their own interests energetically and unscrupulously, and they were not either hampered or helped in so doing by the interference of the local or the national authorities. While the only people the pioneer was obliged to consult were his neighbors, all his surroundings tended to make his neighbors like himself, to bind them together by common interests, feelings, and ideas. These surroundings called for practical, able, flexible, alert, energetic, and resolute men, and men of a different type had no opportunity of coming to the surface. The successful pioneer Democrat was not a pleasant type in many respects, and he was saved from many of the worst aspects of his limited experience and ideas by a certain innocence, generosity, and kindliness of spirit. With all his willful aggressiveness, he was a companionable person, who meant much better towards his fellows than he himself knew. We need to guard scrupulously against the undervaluation of the advance which the pioneers made towards a genuine social democracy. The freedom of intercourse and the consistency of feeling which they succeeded in attaining is an indispensable characteristic of a democratic society. The unity of such a state must lie deeper than any bond established by obedience to a single political authority, or by the acceptance of common precedents and ideas. It must be based in some measure upon an instinctive familiarity of association, upon a quick communicability of sympathy, upon the easy and effortless sense of companionship. Such familiar intercourse is impossible not only in a society with aristocratic institutions, but it can with difficulty be attained in a society that has once had aristocratic institutions. A century more or less of political democracy has not introduced it into France, and in 1830 it did not exist along the Atlantic seaboard at all, to the same extent that it did in the newer states of the West. In those states the people, in a sense, really lived together. They were divided by fewer barriers than have been any similarly numerous body of people in the history of the world, and it was this characteristic which made them so efficient and so easily directed by their natural leaders. No doubt it would have been neither possible nor desirable to reproduce a precisely similar consistency of feeling over a social area in which there was a greater diversity of manners, standards, and occupations, but it remains true that the American democracy will lose its most valuable and promising characteristic in case it loses the homogeneity of feeling which the pioneers were first to embody. It is equally important to remember, however, that the social consistency of the pioneer community should, under different conditions, undergo a radical transformation. Neither the pioneers themselves nor their admirers and their critics have sufficiently understood how much individual independence was sacrificed in order to obtain this consistency of feeling, or how completely it was the product, in the form it assumed, of temporary economic conditions. If we study the Western Democrats as a body of men who, on the whole, responded admirably to the conditions and opportunities of their time, but who were very much victimized and impoverished by the limited nature of these conditions and opportunities. If we study the Western Democrat from that point of view, we shall find him to be the most significant economic and social type in American history. On the other hand, if we regard him in the way that he and his subsequent prototypes wish to be regarded, as the example of all that is permanently excellent and formative in American democracy, he will be not only entirely misunderstood, but transformed from an edifying into a mischievous type. Their peculiar social homogeneity, and their conviction that one man was as good as another, was the natural and legitimate product of contemporary economic conditions. The average man, without any special bent or qualifications, was in the pioneer states the useful man. In that country it was sheer waste to spend much energy upon tasks which demanded skill, prolonged experience, high technical standards, or exclusive devotion. The cheaply and easily made instrument was the efficient instrument, because it was adapted to a year or two of use, and then for supersession by a better instrument. And for the service of such tools one man was as likely to be as good as another. No special equipment was required. The farmer was obliged to be all kinds of a rough mechanic. The businessman was merchant, manufacturer, and storekeeper. Almost everybody was something of a politician. The number of parts which a man of energy played in his time was astonishingly large. Andrew Jackson was successively a lawyer, judge, planter, merchant, general, politician, and statesman, and he played most of these parts with conspicuous success. In such a society, a man who persisted in one job, and who applied the most rigorous and exacting standards to his work, was out of place and was really inefficient. His finished product did not serve its temporary purpose, much better than did the current careless and hasty product, and his higher standards and peculiar ways constituted an implied criticism upon the easy methods of his neighbors. He interfered with the rough good fellowship which naturally arises among a group of men who submit good-naturedly and uncritically to current standards. It is no wonder, consequently, that the pioneer democracy viewed with distrust and aversion the man with a special vocation and high standards of achievement. Such a man did insist upon being, in certain respects, better than the average, and under the prevalent economic social conditions, he did impair the consistency of feeling upon which the pioneers rightly placed such a high value. Consequently, they half unconsciously sought to suppress men with special vocations. For the most part, this suppression was easily accomplished by the action of ordinary social and economic motives. All the industrial, political, and social rewards went to the man who pursued his business, professional, or political career along regular lines, and in this way an ordinary task and an interested motive were often imposed on men who were better qualified for special tasks undertaken from disinterested motives. But it was not enough to suppress the man with a special vocation by depriving him of social and pecuniary rewards. Public opinion must be taught to approve of the average man as the representative type of the American democracy, so that the man with a special vocation may be deprived of any interest or share in the American democratic tradition. And this attempt to make the average man the representative American Democrat has persisted to the present day, that is, to a time when the average man is no longer, as in 1830, the dominant economic factor. It is in this way, most unfortunately, that one of the leading articles in the American popular creed has tended to impair American moral and intellectual integrity. If the man with special standards and a special vocation interfered with democratic consistency of feeling, it was chiefly because this consistency of feeling had been obtained at too great a sacrifice, at the sacrifice of a higher to a lower type of individuality. In all civilized communities, the great individualizing force is the resolute, efficient, and intense pursuit of special ideals, standards, and occupations, and the country which discourages such pursuits must necessarily put up with an inferior quality and a less varied assortment of desirable individual types. But whatever the loss our country has been and is suffering from this cause, our popular philosophers welcome rather than deplore it. We adapt our ideals of individuality to its local examples. When orators of the Jacksonian democratic tradition begin to glorify the superlative individuals developed by the freedom of American life, what they mean by individuality is an unusual amount of individual energy successfully spent in popular and remunerative occupations. Of the individuality which may reside in the gallant and exclusive devotion to some disinterested and perhaps unpopular moral, intellectual, or technical purpose, they have not the remotest conception. And yet it is this kind of individuality which is indispensable to the fullness and intensity of American national life. End of Chapter 3, Section 2. Chapter 3, Section 3 of The Promise of American Life by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 3, Section 3. The Whig Failure. The Jacksonian Democrats were not, of course, absolutely dominant during the middle period of American history. They were persistently, and on a few occasions successfully, opposed by the Whigs. The latter naturally represented the political, social, and economic ideas which the Democrats undervalued or disparaged. They were strong in those northern and border states which had reached a higher stage of economic and social development, and which contained the mansions of contemporary American culture, wealth, and intelligence. It is a significant fact that the majority of Americans of intelligence during the Jacksonian epoch were opponents of Jackson, just as the majority of educated Americans of intelligence have always protested against the national political irresponsibility and the social equalitarianism characteristic of our democratic tradition, but unfortunately they have always failed to make their protests effective. The spirit of the times was against them. The Whigs represented the higher standards, the more definite organization, and the social inequalities of the older states, but when they attempted to make their ideas good, they were faced by a dilemma, either horn of which was disastrous to their interests. They were compelled either to sacrifice their standards to the conditions of popular efficiency, or the chance of success to the integrity of their standards. In point of fact, they pursued precisely the worst course of all. They abandoned their standards, and yet they failed to achieve success. Down to the Civil War, the fruits of victory and the prestige of popularity were appropriated by the Democrats. The Whigs, like their predecessors the Federalists, were ostensibly the party of national ideas. Their association began with a group of Jeffersonian Republicans who, after the Second English War, sought to resume the interrupted work of national consolidation. The results of that war had clearly exposed certain grave deficiencies in the American national organization, and these deficiencies a group of progressive young men, under the lead of Calhoun and Clay, proposed to remedy. One of the greatest handicaps from which the military conduct of the war had suffered was the lack of any sufficient means of internal communication, and the construction of a system of national roads and waterways became an important plank in their platform. There was also proposed a policy of industrial protection, which Calhoun supported by arguments so national in import and scope that they might well have been derived from Hamilton's report. Under the influence of similar ideas, the National Bank was rechartered, and as the correlative of this constructive policy, a liberal nationalistic interpretation of the Constitution was explicitly advocated. As one reads the speeches delivered by some of these men, particularly by Calhoun, during the first session of Congress after the conclusion of peace, it seems as if a genuine revival had taken place of Hamiltonian nationalism, and that this revival was both by way of escaping Hamilton's fatal distrust of democracy, and of avoiding the factious and embittered opposition of the earlier period. The Whigs made a fair start, but unfortunately they ran a poor race, and came to a bad end. No doubt they were in a way an improvement on the Federalists, in that they, like their opponents the Democrats, stood for a combination between democracy and nationalism. They believed that the consolidation and the development of the national organization was contributory rather than antagonistic to the purpose of the American political system. Yet they made no conquests on behalf of their convictions. The Federalists really accomplished a great and necessary task of national organization, and founded a tradition of constructive national achievement. The Whigs at best kept this tradition alive. They were on the defensive throughout, and they accomplished nothing at all in the way of permanent constructive legislation. Their successes were merely electioneering raids, where their defeats were wholly disastrous in that they lost, not only all of their strongholds, but most of their military reputation and good name. Their final disappearance was wholly the result of their own incapacity. They were condemned somehow to inefficiency, defeat, and dishonor. Every important article in their program went astray. The policy of internal improvements in the national interest and at the national expense was thwarted by the constitutional scruples of such presidents as Monroe and Jackson, and for that reason it could never be discussed on its merits. The Cumberland Road was the only great national highway constructed, and remains to this day, a striking symbol of what the federal government might have accomplished towards the establishment of an efficient system of interstate communication. The recharter of the National Bank, which was one of the first fruits of the new national movement, proved in the end to be the occasion of its most flagrant failure. The bank was the national institution for the perpetuation of which the Whig leaders fought most persistently and loyally. They began the fight with the support of public opinion, and with the prestige of an established and useful institution in their favor, but the campaign was conducted with such little skill that in the end they were utterly beaten. Far from being able to advance the policy of national consolidation, they were unable even to preserve existing national institutions, and their conspicuous failure in this crucial instance was due to their inability to keep public opinion convinced of the truth, that the bank was really organized and maintained in the national interest. Their policy of protection met in the long run with a similar fate. In the first place, the tariff schedules which they successively placed upon the statute books were not drawn up in Hamilton's wise and moderate national spirit. They were practically dictated by the special interests which profited from the increases in duties. The Whig leaders accepted a retainer from the manufacturers of the North, and by legislating exclusively in their favor, almost drove South Carolina to secession. Then, after accomplishing this admirable feat, they agreed to placate the disaffected state by the gradual reduction in the scale of duties, until there was very little protection left. In short, they first perverted the protectionist system until it ceased to be a national policy, and then they compromised it until it ceased to be any policy at all. Perhaps the Whigs failed and blundered most completely in the fight which they made against the federal executive and in the interest of the federal legislature. They were forced into this position because for many years the Democrats, impersonated by Jackson, occupied the presidential chair, while the Whigs controlled one or both of the congressional bodies. But the attitude of the two opposing parties in respect to the issue corresponded to an essential difference of organization and personnel. The Whigs were led by a group of brilliant orators and lawyers, while the Democrats were dominated by one powerful man who held the presidential office. Consequently, the Whigs proclaimed a constitutional doctrine which practically amounted to congressional omnipotence, and for many years assailed Jackson as a military dictator who was undermining the representative institutions of his country. The American people, however, appraised these fulminations at their true value. While continuing for 12 years to elect to the presidency Jackson or his nominee, they finally dispossessed the Whigs from the control of Congress, and they were right. The American people have much more to fear from congressional usurpation than they have from executive usurpation. Both Jackson and Lincoln somewhat strained their powers, but for good purposes, and in essentially a moderate and candid spirit. But when Congress attempts to dominate the executive, its objects are generally bad and its methods furtive and dangerous. Our legislatures were and still are the strongholds of special and local interests, and anything that undermines executive authority in this country seriously threatens our national integrity and balance. It is to the credit of the American people that they have instinctively recognized this fact, and have estimated at their true value the tirades which men no better than Henry Clay level against men no worse than Andrew Jackson. The reason for the failure of the Whigs was that their opponents embodied more completely the living forces of contemporary American life. Jackson and his followers prevailed because they were simple, energetic, efficient, and strong. Their consistency of feeling and their mutual loyalty enabled them to form a much more effective partisan organization than that of the Whigs. It is one of those interesting paradoxes, not uncommon in American history, that the party which represented official organization and leadership was loosely organized and unwisely led, while the party which distrusted official organization and surrounded official leadership with rigid constraints was most efficiently organized and was, for many years, absolutely dominated by a single man. At bottom, of course, the difference between the two parties was a difference in vitality. All the contemporary conditions worked in favor of the strong narrow man with prodigious force of will like Andrew Jackson, and against men like Henry Clay and Daniel Webster, who had more intelligence but were deficient in force of character and singleness of purpose. The former had behind him the impulse of a great popular movement which was sweeping irresistibly towards wholly unexpected results, and the latter, while ostensibly trying to stem the tide, were in reality carried noisily along on its flood. Daniel Webster and Henry Clay were in fact faced by an alternative, similar to that which sterilized the lives of almost all of their contemporaries who represented an intellectual interest. They were men of national ideas, but of something less than national feeling. Their interests, temperament, and manner of life prevented them from instinctively sympathizing with the most vital social and political movement of their day. If they wanted popularity, they had to purchase it by compromises, whereas Andrew Jackson obtained a much larger popular following by acting strictly in accordance with the dictates of his temperament and ideas. He was effective and succeeded because his personality was representative of the American national democracy, whereas they failed, on the whole, because the constituency they represented concealed limited sympathies and special interests under words of national import. Jackson, who in theory was the servant and mouthpiece of his followers, played the part of a genuine leader in his campaign against the National Bank, while the Whigs, who should have been able to look ahead and educate their fellow countrymen up to the level of their presumably better insight, straggled along in the rear of the procession. The truth is that the Democrats, under the lead of Jackson, were temporarily the national party, although they used their genuinely national standing to impose, in certain respects, a group of anti-national ideas on their country. The Whigs, on the other hand, national as they might be in ideas and aspirations, were in effect not much better than a faction. Finding that they could not rally behind their ideas an effective popular following, they were obliged to seek support, partly at the hands of special interests, and partly by means of the sacrifice of their convictions. Under their guidance, the national policy became a policy of conciliation and compromise at any cost, and the national idea was deprived of consistency and dignity. It became equivalent to a hodgepodge of policies and purposes, the incompatibility of whose ingredients was concealed behind a smooth crust of constitutional legality and popular acquiescence. The national idea and interest, that is, was not merely disarmed and ignored, as it had been by Jefferson. It was mutilated and distorted in obedience to an erroneous democratic theory, and its friends, the Whigs, deluded themselves with the belief that in draining the national idea of its vitality, they were prolonging its life. But if its life was saved, its safety was chiefly due to its ostensible enemies. While the Whigs were less national in feeling and purpose than their ideas demanded, the Democrats were more national than they knew. From 1830 to 1850, American nationality was being attenuated as a conscious idea, but the great unconscious forces of American life were working powerfully and decisively in its favor. Most assuredly, the failure of the Whigs is susceptible of abundant explanation. Prevailing conditions were inimical to men whose strength lay more in their intelligence than in their will. It was a period of big phrases, of personal motives and altercations, of intellectual attenuation, and of narrow moral commonplaces, all of which made it very difficult for any statesman to see beyond his nose, or in case he did, to act upon his knowledge. Yet in spite of all this, it does seem as if some Whig might have worked out the logic of the national idea, with as much power and consistency as Calhoun worked out the logic of his sectional idea. That no Whig rose to the occasion is an indication that in sacrificing their ideas they were sacrificing also their personal integrity. Intellectual insincerity and irresponsibility was, in the case of the Democrats, the outcome of their lives and of their point of view, but on the part of the Whigs, it was equivalent to sheer self-prostitution. Jefferson's work had been done only too well. The country had become so entirely possessed by a system of individual aggrandizement, national drift, and mental torpor, that the men who for their own moral and intellectual welfare should have opposed it, were reduced to the position of hangers-on, and the dangers of the situation were most strikingly revealed by the attitude which contemporary statesmen assumed towards the critical national problem of the period, the problem of the existence of legalized slavery in a democratic state. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4, Section 1, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 4, Section 1, Slavery and American Nationality. Both the Whig and the Democratic parties betrayed the insufficiency of their ideas by their behavior towards the problem of slavery. Hitherto I have refrained from comment on the effect which the institution of slavery was coming to have upon American politics, because the increasing importance of slavery, and of the resulting anti-slavery agitation, demand for the purpose of this book special consideration. Such a consideration must now be undertaken. The bitter personal and partisan controversies of the Whigs and the Democrats were terminated by the appearance of a radical and a perilous issue, and in the settlement of this question, the principles of both these parties, in the manner in which they had been applied, were of no vital assistance. The issue was created by the legal existence in the United States of an essentially undemocratic institution. The United States was a democracy, and however much or little this phrase means, it certainly excludes any ownership of one man by another. Yet this was just what the Constitution sanctioned. Its makers had been confronted by the legal existence of slavery in nearly all of the constituent states, and a refusal to recognize the institution would have resulted in the failure of the whole scheme of constitutional legislation. Consequently, they did not seek to forbid Negro servitude, and inasmuch as it seemed at the time to be on the road to extinction through the action of natural causes, the makers of the Constitution had a good excuse for refusing to sacrifice their whole project to the abolition of slavery, and in throwing thereby upon the future the burden of dealing with it in some more radical and consistent way. Later, however, it came to pass that slavery, instead of being gradually extinguished by economic causes, was fastened thereby more firmly than ever upon one section of the country. The whole agricultural, political, and social life of the South became dominated by the existence of Negro slavery, and the problem of reconciling the expansion of such an institution with the logic of our national idea was bound to become critical. Our country was committed by every consideration of national honor and moral integrity to make its institutions thoroughly democratic, and it could not continue to permit the aggressive legal existence of human servitude without degenerating into a glaring example of political and moral hypocrisy. The two leading political parties deliberately and persistently sought to evade the issue. The Western pioneers were so fascinated with the vision of millions of pale-faced Democrats leading free and prosperous lives, as the reward for virtuously taking care of their own business, that the constitutional existence of Negro slavery did not in the least discommode them. Disunionism they detested and would fight to the end, but to waste valuable time in bothering about a perplexing and an apparently irremediable political problem was in their eyes the worst kind of economy. They were too optimistic and too superficial to anticipate any serious trouble in the promised land of America, And they were so habituated to inconsistent and irresponsible political thinking that they attached no importance to the moral and intellectual turpitude implied by the existence of slavery in a democratic nation. The responsibility of the Whigs for evading the issue is more serious than that of the Democrats. Their leaders were the trained political thinkers of their generation. They were committed to the logic of their party platform, to protect the integrity of American national life and to consolidate its organization. But the Whigs, almost as much as the Democrats, refused to take seriously the legal existence of slavery. They shirked the problem whenever they could, and for as long as they could, and they looked upon the men who persisted in raising it aloft as perverse fomenters of discord and trouble. The truth is, of course, that both of the dominant parties were merely representing the prevailing attitude toward slavery of American public opinion. That attitude was characterized chiefly by moral and intellectual cowardice. Throughout the whole of the Middle Period, the increasing importance of Negro servitude was the ghost in the house of the American democracy. The good Americans of the day sought to exorcise the ghost by many amiable devices. Sometimes they would try to lock him up in a cupboard. Sometimes they would offer him a soothing bribe. More often they would be content with shutting their eyes and pretending that he was not present. But in proportion as he was kindly treated, he persisted in intruding, until finally they were obliged to face the alternative, either of giving him possession of the house or taking possession of it themselves. Foreign commentators on American history have declared that a peaceable solution of the slavery question was not beyond the power of wise and patriotic statesmanship. This may or may not be true. No solution of the problem could have been at once final and peaceable, unless it provided for the ultimate extinction of slavery, without any violation of the constitutional rights of the Southern states. And it may well be that the Southern planters could never have been argued or persuaded into abolishing an institution which they eventually came to believe was a righteous method of dealing with an inferior race. Nobody can assert with any confidence that they could have been brought by candid, courageous, and just negotiation and discussion into a reasonable frame of mind, but what we do know and can assert is that during the 3 decades from 1820 to 1850, the national political leaders made absolutely no attempt to deal resolutely, courageously, or candidly with the question. On those occasions when it would come to the surface, they contented themselves and public opinion with meaningless compromises. It would have been well enough to frame compromises suited to the immediate occasion, provided the problem of ultimately extinguishing slavery, without rending the Union, had been kept persistently on the surface of political discussion. But the object of these compromises was not to cure the disease, but merely to allay its symptoms. They would not admit that slavery was a disease, and in the end this habit of systematic drifting and shirking on the part of moderate and sensible men threw the national responsibility upon abolitionist extremists, in whose hands the issue took such a distorted emphasis that gradually a peaceable preservation of American national integrity became impossible. The problem of slavery was admirably designed to bring out the confusion of ideas and the inconsistency resident in the traditional American political system. The groundwork of that system consisted, as we have seen, in the alliance between democracy, as formulated in the Jeffersonian Creed, and American nationality, as embodied in the Constitutional Union. And the two dominant political parties of the Middle Period, the Whigs and the Jacksonian Democrats, both believed in the necessity of such an alliance. But Negro slavery, just in so far as it became an issue, tended to make the alliance precarious. The national organization embodied in the Constitution authorized not only the existence of Negro slavery, but its indefinite expansion. American democracy, on the other hand, as embodied in the Declaration of Independence and in the spirit and letter of the Jeffersonian Creed, was hostile from certain points of view to the institution of Negro slavery. Loyalty to the Constitution meant disloyalty to democracy, and an active interest in the triumph of democracy seemed to bring with it the condemnation of the Constitution. What, then, was a good American to do who was at once a convinced Democrat and a loyal Unionist? The ordinary answer to this question was, of course, expressed in the behavior of public opinion during the Middle Period. The thing to do was to shut your eyes to the inconsistency, denounce anybody who insisted on it as unpatriotic, and then hold on tight to both horns of the dilemma. Men of high intelligence, who really loved their country and believed in the democratic idea, persisted in this attitude, whose ablest and most distinguished representative was Daniel Webster. He is usually considered as the most eloquent and effective expositor of American nationalism, who played an important part during the Middle Period. And unquestionably he came nearer to thinking nationally than did any American statesman of his generation. He defended the Union against the nullifiers as decisively in one way as Jackson did in another. Jackson flourished his sword, while Webster taught American public opinion to consider the Union as the core and the crown of the American political system. His services in giving the Union a more impressive place in the American political imagination can scarcely be overestimated. Had the other Whig leaders joined him in refusing to compromise with the nullifiers, and in strengthening by legislation the federal government, as an expression of an indestructible American national unity, a precedent might have been established, which would have increased the difficulty of a subsequent secessionist outbreak. But Henry Clay believed in compromises, particularly when his own name was attached to them, as the very substance of a national American policy. And Webster was too much of a presidential candidate to travel very far on a lonely path. Moreover, there was a fundamental weakness in Webster's own position, which was gradually revealed as the slavery crisis became acute. He could be bold and resolute when defending a nationalistic interpretation of the Constitution against the nullifiers or the abolitionists, but when the slaveholders themselves became aggressive in policy and separatist in spirit, the courage of his convictions deserted him. If an indubitably constitutional institution, such as slavery, could be used as an axe with which to hew at the trunk of the constitutional tree, his whole theory of the American system was undermined, and he could speak only halting and dubious words. He was as much terrorized by the possible consequences of any candid and courageous dealing with the question as were the prosperous businessmen of the North, and his luminous intelligence shed no light upon a question which evaded his constitutional theories, terrified his will, and clouded the radiance of his patriotic visions. The patriotic formula, of which Webster was the ablest and most eloquent expositor, was fairly torn to pieces by the claws of the problem of slavery. The formula triumphantly affirmed the inseparable relation between individual liberty and the preservation of the federal union, but obviously such a formula could have no validity from the point of view of a Southerner. The liberties which men most cherish are those which are guaranteed to them by law, among which one of the most important from the Southerner's point of view was the right to own Negro bondsmen. As soon as it began to appear that the perpetuation of the Union threatened this right, they were not to be placated by any glowing proclamation about the inseparability of liberty in general from an indestructible Union. From the standpoint of their own most cherished rights, they could put up a very strong argument on behalf of disunion, and they had as much of the spirit of the Constitution on their side as had their opponents. That instrument was intended not only to give legal form to the union of the American commonwealths and to the American people, but also to guarantee certain specified rights and liberties. If, on the one hand, Negro slavery undermined the moral unity and consequently the political integrity of the American people, and if, on the other, the South stubbornly insisted upon its legal right to property in Negroes, the difficulty ran too deep to be solved by peaceable constitutional means. The legal structure of American nationality became a house divided against itself, and either the national principle had to be sacrificed to the Constitution, or the Constitution to the national principle. The significance of the whole controversy does not become clear until we modify Webster's formula about the inseparability of liberty and union, and affirm in its place the inseparability of American nationality and American democracy. The Union had come to mean something more to the Americans of the North than loyalty to the Constitution. It had come to mean devotion to a common national idea, the idea of democracy, and while the wiser among them did not want to destroy the Constitution for the benefit of democracy, they insisted that the Constitution should be officially stigmatized as, in this respect, an inadequate expression of the national idea. American democracy and American nationality are inseparably related, precisely because democracy means very much more than liberty or liberties, whether natural or legal, and nationality very much more than an indestructible legal association. Webster's formula counseled an evasion of the problem of slavery. From his point of view, it was plainly insoluble. but an affirmation of an inseparable relationship between American nationality and American democracy would just as manifestly have demanded its candid, courageous, and persistent agitation. The slavery question, when it could no longer be avoided, gradually separated the American people into 5 different political parties or factions: the abolitionists, the Southern Democrats, the Northern Democrats, the Constitutional Unionists, and the Republicans. Each of these factions selected one of the several alternative methods of solution or evasion to which the problem of Negro slavery could be reduced, and each deserves its special consideration. Of the 5 alternatives, the least substantial was that of the Constitutional Unionists. These well-meaning gentlemen, composed for the most part of former Whigs, persisted in asserting that the Constitution was capable of solving every political problem generated under its protection, and this assertion, in the teeth of the fact that the Union had been torn asunder by means of a constitutional controversy, had become merely an absurdity. Up to 1850, the position of such constitutional Unionists as Webster and Clay could be plausibly defended. But after the failure of that final compromise, it was plain that a man of any intellectual substance must seek support for his special interpretation of the Constitution by means of a special interpretation of the national idea. That slavery was constitutional nobody could deny, any more than they could deny the constitutionality of anti-slavery agitation. The real question, to which the controversy had been reduced, had become: is slavery consistent with the principle which constitutes the basis of American national integrity, the principle of democracy? Each of the other 4 factions answered this question in a different way, and every one of these answers was derived from different aspects of the system of traditional American ideas. The abolitionists believed that a democratic state, which ignored the natural rights proclaimed by the Declaration of Independence, was a piece of organized political hypocrisy, worthy only of destruction. The Southerners believed that democracy meant, above all, the preservation of recognized constitutional rights in property of all kinds, and freedom from interference in the management of their local affairs. The Northern Democrats insisted just as strenuously as the South on local self-government, and tried to erect it into the constituent principle of democracy, but they were loyal to the Union and would not admit either that slavery could be nationalized or that secession had any legal justification. Finally, the Republicans believed with the abolitionists that slavery was wrong, while they believed with the Northern Democrats that the Union must be preserved, and it was their attempt to denationalize slavery as undemocratic, and at the same time to affirm the indestructibility of the Union, which proved in the end to be salutary. Surely never was there a more distressing example of confusion of thought in relation to a noble national theory. The traditional democratic system of ideas provoked fanatical activity on the part of the abolitionists as the defenders of natural rights, a kindred fanaticism in the Southerners as the defenders of legal rights, and moral indifference and lethargy on the part of the Northern Democrat for the benefit of his own local interests. The behavior of all 3 factions was dictated by the worship of what was called liberty, and the word was as confidently and glibly used by Calhoun and Davis as it was by Garrison, Webster, and Douglas. The Western Democrat, and indeed the average American, thought of democratic liberty chiefly as individual freedom from legal discrimination and state interference in doing some kind of a business. The abolitionist was even more exclusively preoccupied with the liberty which the Constitution denied to the Negro. The Southerners thought only of the constitutional rights, which the abolitionists wished to abolish, and the Republicans to restrict. Each of the contending parties had some justification in dwelling exclusively upon the legal or natural rights in which they were most interested, because the system of traditional American ideas provided no positive principle in relation to which these conflicting liberties could be classified or valued. It is in the nature of liberties and rights, abstractly considered, to be insubordinate and to conflict both with one another and, perhaps, with the commonweal. If the chief purpose of a democratic political system is merely the preservation of such rights, democracy becomes an invitation to local, factional, and individual ambitions and purposes. On the other hand, If these constitutional and natural rights are considered a temporary philosophical or legal machinery, whereby a democratic society is to reach a higher moral and social consummation, and if the national organization is considered merely as an effective method of keeping the legal and moral machinery adjusted to the higher democratic purpose, then no individual or faction or section could claim the benefit of a democratic halo for its distracting purposes and ambitions. Instead of subordinating these conflicting rights and liberties to the national idea, and directing the national organization into an effective instrument thereof, the national idea and organization was subordinated to individual, local, and factional ideas and interests. No one could or would recognize the constructive relation between the democratic purpose and the process of national organization and development. The men who would rend the national body in order to protect their property in Negro slaves could pretend to be as good Democrats as the men who would rend in order to give the Negro his liberty. And if either of these hostile factions had obtained its way, the same disastrous result would have been accomplished. American national integrity would have been destroyed, and slavery on American soil, in a form necessarily hostile to democracy, would have been perpetuated. End of Chapter 4, Section 1. Chapter 4, Section 2, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 4, Section 2, Slavery as a Democratic Institution. I have already suggested that it was the irresponsibility and the evasions of the party politicians which threw upon the abolitionists the duty of fighting slavery as an undemocratic institution. They took up the cause of the Negro in a spirit of religious self-consecration. The prevalence of irresolution and timidity in relation to slavery among the leaders of public opinion incited the abolitionists to a high degree of courage and exclusive devotion, and, unfortunately, also, the conciliating attitude of the official leaders encouraged on the part of the abolitionists an outburst of fanaticism. In their devotion to their adopted cause, they lost all sense of proportion, all balance of judgment, and all justice of perception, and their narrowness and want of balance is, in itself, a sufficient indication that they were possessed of a half instead of a whole truth. The fact that the abolitionists were disinterested and for a while persecuted men should not prevent the present generation from putting a just estimate on their work. While they redeemed the honor of their country by assuming a grave and hard national responsibility, they sought to meet that responsibility in a way that would have destroyed their country. The abolitionists, no less than the Southerners, were tearing at the fabric of American nationality. They did it, no doubt, in the name of democracy, but of all perverted conceptions of democracy, one of the most perverted and dangerous is that which identifies it exclusively with a system of natural rights. Such a conception of democracy is, in its effect, inevitably revolutionary, and merely loosens the social and national bond. In the present instance, they were betrayed into one of the worst possible sins against the national bond, into the sin of doing a gross personal injustice to a large group of their fellow countrymen. Inasmuch as the Southerners were willfully violating a divine law, they became in the eyes of the abolitionists not merely misguided, but wicked men, and the abolitionists did not scruple to speak of them as unclean beasts who were fattening on the fruits of an iniquitous institution. But such an inference was palpably false. The Southern slave owners were not unclean beasts, and any theory which justified such an inference must be erroneous. They were, for the most part, estimable if somewhat quick-tempered and irascible gentlemen, who did much to mitigate the evils of Negro servitude, and who were, on the whole, liked rather than disliked by their bondsmen. They were right, moreover, in believing that the Negroes were a race possessed of moral and intellectual qualities inferior to those of the white men, and, however much they overworked their conviction of Negro inferiority, they could clearly see that the abolitionists were applying a narrow and perverted political theory to a complicated and delicate set of economic and social conditions. It is no wonder, consequently, that they did not submit tamely to the abuse of the abolitionists, and that they in their turn lost their heads. Unfortunately, however, the consequence of their wrong-headedness was more disastrous than it was in the case of the abolitionists, because they were powerful and domineering, as well as angry and unreasonable. They were in a position, if they so willed, to tear the Union to pieces, whereas the abolitionists could only talk and behave, as if any legal association with such sinners ought to be destroyed. The Southern slaveholders, then, undoubtedly had a grievance. They were being abused by a faction of their fellow countrymen because they insisted on enjoying a strictly legal right, and it is no wonder that they began to think of the abolitionists very much as the abolitionists thought of them. Moreover, their anger was probably increased by the fact that the abolitionists could make out some kind of a case against them. Property in slaves was contrary to the Declaration of Independence and had been denounced in theory by the earlier American Democrats. So long as a conception of democracy, which placed natural above legal rights, was permitted to obtain, their property in slaves would be imperiled, and it was necessary, consequently, for the Southerners to advance a conception of democracy which would stand as a fortress around their peculiar institution. During the earlier days of the Republic, no such necessity had existed. The Southerners had merely endeavored to protect their Negro property by insisting on an equal division of the domain out of which future states were to be carved, and upon the admission into the Union of a slave state to balance every new free commonwealth. But the attempt of the abolitionists to identify the American national idea with a system of natural rights, coupled with the plain fact that the national domain contained more material for free than it did for slave states, provoked the Southerners into taking more aggressive ground. They began to identify the national idea exclusively with a system of legal rights, and it became from their point of view a violation of national good faith even to criticize any rights enjoyed under the Constitution. They advanced a conception of American democracy which defied the Constitution in its most rigid interpretation, which made Congress incompetent to meddle with any rights enjoyed under the Constitution, which converted any protest against such rights into national disloyalty, and which, in the end, converted secession into a species of higher constitutional action. Calhoun's theory of constitutional interpretation was ingeniously wrought and powerfully argued. From an exclusively legal standpoint, it was plausible, if not convincing, but it was opposed by something deeper than counter-theories of constitutional law. It was opposed to the increasingly national outlook of a large majority of the American people. They would not submit to a conception of the American political system designed exclusively to give legal protection to property in Negroes, and resulting substantially in the nationalization of slavery. They insisted upon a conception of the Constitution which made the national organization the expression of a democratic idea, more comprehensive and dignified than that of existing legal rights, and in so doing, the Northerners undoubtedly had behind them not merely the sound political idea, but also a fair share of the living American tradition. The Southerners had pushed the traditional worship of constitutional rights to a point which subordinated the whole American legal system to the needs of one peculiar and incongruous institution, and such an innovation was bound to be revolutionary. But when the North proposed to put its nationalistic interpretation of the Constitution into effect, and to prevent the South by force from seceding, the South could claim for its resistance a larger share of the American tradition than could the North for its coercion. To insist that the Southern states remain in the Union was assuredly an attempt to govern a whole society without its consent, and the fact that the Southerners rather than the Northerners were technically violators of the law did not prevent the former from going into battle, profoundly possessed with the conviction that they were fighting for an essentially democratic cause. The aggressive theories and policy of the Southerners made the moderate opponents of slavery realize that the beneficiaries of that institution would, unless checked, succeed eventually in nationalizing slavery by appropriating on its behalf the national domain. A body of public opinion was gradually formed, which looked in the direction merely of denationalizing slavery by restricting its expansion. This body of public opinion was finally organized into the Republican Party, and this party has certain claims to be considered the first genuinely national party which has appeared in American politics. The character of being national has been denied to it because it was, compared to the old Whig and Democratic parties, a sectional organization. But a party becomes national not by the locus of its support, but by the national import of its idea and its policy. The Republican Party was not entirely national, because it had originated partly in embittered sectional feeling, but it proclaimed a national idea and a national policy. It insisted on the responsibility of the national government in relation to the institution of slavery, and it insisted also that the Union should be preserved. But before the Republicanism could be recognized as national even in the North, it was obliged to meet and vanquish one more proposed treatment of the problem of slavery, founded on an inadequate conception of democracy. In this case, moreover, the inadequate conception of democracy was much more traditionally American than was an exclusive preoccupation either with natural or legal rights, and according to its chief advocate, it would have the magical result of permitting the expansion of slavery and of preserving the constitutional union without doing any harm to democracy. This was the theory of popular sovereignty, whose ablest exponent was Stephen Douglas. About 1850, he became the official leader of the Western democracy. This section of the party no longer controlled the organization, as it did in the days of Jackson, but it was still powerful and influential. It persisted in its loyalty to the Union coupled with its dislike of nationalizing organization, and it persisted also in its dislike of any interference with the individual so long as he was making lawful money. The legal right to own slaves was, from their point of view, a right like no other, and not only could it not be taken away from the Southern states, but no individual should be deprived of it by the national government. When a state came to be organized, such a right might be denied by the state constitution, but the nation should do nothing to prejudice the decision. The inhabitants of the national domain should be allowed to own slaves, or not to own them, just as they pleased, until the time came for the adoption of a state constitution, and any interference with this right violated democratic principles by an unjustifiable restriction upon individual and local action. Thus was another kind of liberty invoked in order to meet the new phase of the crisis, and if it had prevailed, the United States would have become a legal union without national cohesion, and a democracy which issued, not illogically, in human servitude. Douglas was sincere in his belief that the principle of local or popular sovereignty supplied a strictly democratic solution of the slavery problem, and it was natural that he should seek to use this principle for the purpose of reaching a permanent settlement. When with the assistance of the South, he effected the repeal of the Missouri Compromise, he honestly thought that he was replacing an arbitrary and unstable territorial division of the country into slave and free states by a settlement which would be stable, because it was the logical product of the American democratic idea. The interpretation of democracy which dictated the proposed solution was sufficiently perverted, but it was, nevertheless, a faithful reflection of the traditional point of view of the Jacksonian Democratic Party, and it deserves more respectful historical treatment than it sometimes receives. It was, after all, the first attempt which had been made to legislate in relation to slavery on the basis of a principle, and the application of any honest idea to the subject matter of the controversy served to clear an atmosphere which for 30 years had been clouded by unprincipled compromises. The methods and the objects of the several different parties were made suddenly definite and unmistakable, and their representatives found it necessary for the first time to stand firmly upon their convictions instead of sacrificing them in order to maintain an appearance of peace. It soon became apparent that not even this erection of national irresponsibility into a principle would be sufficient to satisfy the South, because the interests of the South had come to demand the propagation of slavery as a constitutional right, and if necessary, in defiance of local public opinion. Unionists were, consequently, given to understand that the South was offering them a choice between a divided Union and the nationalization of slavery, and they naturally drew the conclusion that they must denationalize slavery in order to perpetuate the Union. The repeal, consequently, hastened the formation of the Republican Party, whose object it was to prevent the expansion of slavery and to preserve the Union, without violating the constitutional rights of the South. Such a policy could no longer prevail without a war. The Southerners had no faith in the fair intentions of their opponents. They worked themselves into the belief that the whole anti-slavery party was abolitionist, and the whole anti-slavery agitation national disloyalty. But the issue had been so shaped that the war could be fought for the purpose of preserving American national integrity, and that was the only issue on which a righteous war could be fought. Thus, the really decisive debates which preceded the Civil War were not those which took place in Congress over states' rights, but rather the discussion in Illinois between Lincoln and Douglas as to whether slavery was a local or a national issue. The congressional debates were, on both sides, merely a matter of legal special pleading, for the purpose of justifying a preconceived decision. What it was necessary for patriotic American citizens, and particularly for Western Democrats, to understand was, not whether the South possessed a dubious right of secession, because that dispute, in case it came to a head, could only be settled by war, but whether a democratic nation could, on democratic principles, continue to shirk the problem of slavery by shifting the responsibility for it to individuals and localities. As soon as Lincoln made it plain that a democratic nation could not make local and individual rights an excuse for national irresponsibility, then the Unionist Party could count upon the support of the American conscience. The former followers of Douglas finally rallied to the man and to the party, which stood for a nationalized rather than a merely localized democracy. And the triumph of the North in the war not only put an end to the legal right of secession, but it began to emancipate the American national idea from an obscurantist individualism and provincialism. Our current interpretation of democracy still contains much dubious matter derived from the Jacksonian epoch, but no American statesman can hereafter follow Douglas in making the democratic principle equivalent to utter national incoherence and irresponsibility. Mr. Theodore Roosevelt, in his addresses to the veterans of the Civil War, has been heard to assert that the crisis teaches us a much-needed lesson as to the supreme value of moral energy. It would have been much pleasanter and cheaper to let the South secede, but the people of the North preferred to pay the cost of justifiable coercion in blood and treasure, than to submit to the danger and humiliation of peaceable rebellion. Doubtless the foregoing is sometimes a wholesome lesson on which to insist, but it is by no means the only lesson suggested by the event. The abolitionists had not shirked their duty as they understood it. They had given their property and their lives to the anti-slavery agitation. But they were as willing as the worst Copperheads to permit the secession of the South, because of the erroneous and limited character of their political ideas. While the crisis had undoubtedly been, in a large measure, brought about by moral lethargy, and it could only be properly faced by a great expenditure of moral energy, it had also been brought about quite as much by political unintelligence, and the salvation of the Union depended primarily and emphatically upon a better understanding, on the part of the Northern public opinion, of the issues involved. Confused as was the counsel offered to them, and distracting as were their habits of political thought, the people of the North finally disentangled the essential question, and then supported loyally the man who, more than any other single political leader, had properly defined the issue. That man was Abraham Lincoln. Lincoln's peculiar service to his countrymen before the war was that of seeing straighter and thinking harder than did his contemporaries. No doubt he must needs have courage, also, for in the beginning he acted against the advice of his Republican associates. But in 1858 there were plenty of men who had the courage, whereas there were few who had Lincoln's disciplined intelligence and his just and penetrating insight. Lincoln's vision placed every aspect of the situation in its proper relations, and he was fully competent to detect the logical weakness of his opponent's position, as he was to explain his own lucidly, candidly, and persuasively. It so happened that the body of public opinion which he particularly addressed was that very part of the American democracy most likely to be deluded into allowing the Southern leaders to have their will, yet whose adhesion to the national cause was necessary to the preservation of the Union. It was onto this mass of public opinion, after the announcement of his senatorial candidacy, that he hammered a new and a hard truth. He was the first responsible politician to draw the logical inference from the policy of the Republican Party. The Constitution was inadequate to cure the ills it generated. By its authorization of slavery, it established an institution whose legality did not prevent it from being anti-national. That institution must either be gradually reduced to insignificance, or else it must transform and take possession of the American national idea. The Union had become a house divided against itself, and this deep-lying division could not be bridged merely by loyal constitutionalism or by an anti-national interpretation of democracy. The legal union was being threatened precisely because American national integrity was being gutted by an undemocratic institution. The house must either fall or else cease to be divided. Thus, for the first time, it was clearly proclaimed by a responsible politician that American nationality was a living principle rather than a legal bond, and Lincoln's service to his country in making the Western democracy understand that living Americans were responsible for their national integrity can scarcely be overvalued. The ground was cut from under the traditional point of view of the pioneer, which had been to feel patriotic and national, but to plan and to agitate only for the fulfillment of local and individual ends. The virtue of Lincoln's attitude may seem to be as much a matter of character as of intelligence, and such, indeed, is undoubtedly the case. My point is, not that Lincoln's greatness was more a matter of intellect than of will, but that he rendered to his country a peculiar service, because his luminous and disciplined intelligence, and his national outlook, enabled him to give each aspect of a complicated and confused situation its proper relative emphasis. At a later date, when he had become president, and was obliged to take decisive action in order to prevent the House from utterly collapsing, he showed an inflexibility of purpose no less remarkable than his previous intellectual insight. For as long as he had not made up his mind, he hesitated firmly and patiently, but when he had made up his mind, he was not to be confused or turned aside. Indeed, during the weeks of perplexity which preceded the bombardment of Fort Sumter, Lincoln sometimes seems to be the one wise and resolute man among a group of leaders who were either resolute and foolish, or wise, after a fashion, and irresolute. The amount of bad advice which was offered to the American people at this moment is appalling, and it is to be explained only by the bad moral and intellectual habits fastened upon our country during 40 years of national turpitude. But Lincoln never for an instant allowed his course to be diverted. If the Union was attacked, he was prepared actively to defend it. If it was let alone, he was prepared to do what little he could towards the denationalization of slavery. But he refused absolutely to throw away the fruits of Republican victory by renewing the policy of futile and unprincipled compromises. Back of all his opinions there was an ultimate stability of purpose, which was the result both of sound mental discipline and of a firm will. He was a mind, unlike that of Clay, Seward, or even Webster, which had never been cheapened by its own exercise. During his mature years he rarely, if ever, proclaimed an idea which he had not mastered, and he never abandoned a truth which he had not once thoroughly achieved. End of Chapter 4, Section 2. Chapter 4, Section 3 of The Promise of American Life by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 4, Section 3. Lincoln as more than an American. Lincoln's services to his country may have been rewarded with such abundant appreciation that it may seem superfluous to insist upon them once again, but I believe that from the point of view of this book, an even higher value may be placed, if not upon his patriotic service, at least upon his personal worth. The Union might well have been saved, and slavery extinguished, without his assistance, but the life of no other American has revealed with anything like the same completeness the peculiar moral promise of genuine democracy. He shows us by the full but unconscious integrity of his example the kind of human excellence which a political and social democracy may and should fashion, and its most grateful and hopeful aspect is, not merely that there is something partially American about the manner of his excellence, but that it can be fairly compared with the classic types of consummate personal distinction. To all appearance, nobody could have been more than Abraham Lincoln, a man of his own time and place. Until 1858, his outer life ran much in the same groove as that of hundreds of other Western politicians and lawyers. Beginning as a poor and ignorant boy, even less provided with props and stepping stones than were his associates, he had worked his way to a position of ordinary professional and political distinction. He was not, like Douglas, a brilliant success. He was not, like Grant, an apparently hopeless failure. He had achieved as much and as little as hundreds of others had achieved. He was respected by his neighbors as an honest man and as a competent lawyer. They credited him with ability, but not to any extraordinary extent. No one would have pointed him out as a remarkable and distinguished man. He had shown himself to be desirous of recognition and influence, but ambition had not been the compelling motive of his life. In most respects, his ideas, interests, and standards were precisely the same as those of his associates. He accepted with them the fabric of traditional American political thought and the ordinary standards of contemporary political morality. He had none of the moral strenuousness of the reformer, none of the exclusiveness of a man whose purposes and ideas were consciously perched higher than those of his neighbors. Probably the majority of his more successful associates classed him as a good and able man, who was somewhat lacking in ambition and had too much of a disposition to loaf. He was most at home, not in his own house, but in the corner grocery store, where he would sit with his feet on the stove swapping stories with his friends. And if an English traveler of 1850 had happened in on the group, he would most assuredly have discovered another instance of the distressing vulgarity to which the absence of an hereditary aristocracy and an established church condemned the American democracy. Thus no man could apparently have been more the average product of his day and generation. Nevertheless, at bottom, Abraham Lincoln differed as essentially from the ordinary Western American of the Middle Period as St. Francis of Assisi differed from the ordinary Benedictine monk of the 13th century. The average Western American of Lincoln's generation was fundamentally a man who subordinated his intelligence to certain dominant practical interests and purposes. He was far from being a stupid or slow-witted man. On the contrary, his wits had been sharpened by the traffic of American politics and business, and his mind was shrewd, flexible, and alert. But he was wholly incapable either of disinterested or of concentrated intellectual exertion. His energies were bent in the conquest of certain stubborn external forces, and he used his intelligence almost exclusively to this end. The struggles, the hardships, and the necessary self-denial of pioneer life constituted an admirable training of the will. It developed a body of men with great resolution of purpose, and the great ingenuity and fertility in adapting their insufficient means to the realization of their important business affairs. But their almost exclusive preoccupation with practical tasks, and their failure to grant their intelligence any room for independent exercise, bent them into exceedingly warped and one-sided human beings. Lincoln, on the contrary, much as he was a man of his own time and people, was precisely an example of high and disinterested intellectual culture. During all the formative years in which his life did not superficially differ from that of his associates, he was, in point of fact, using every chance which the material of Western life afforded to discipline and inform his mind. These materials were not very abundant, and in the use which he proceeded to make of them, Lincoln had no assistance, either from a sound tradition or from a better educated master. On the contrary, as the history of the times shows, there was every temptation for a man with a strong intellectual bent to be betrayed into mere extravagance and aberration. But with the sound instinct of a well-balanced intelligence, Lincoln seized upon the 3 available books, the earnest study of which might best help to develop harmoniously a strong and many-sided intelligence. He seized, that is, upon the Bible, Shakespeare, and Euclid. To his contemporaries, the Bible was, for the most part, a fountain of fanatic revivalism, and Shakespeare, if anything, a mine of quotations. But in the case of Lincoln, Shakespeare and the Bible served, not merely to awaken his taste and fashion his style, but also to liberate his literary and moral imagination. At the same time, he was training his powers of thought by the assiduous study of algebra and geometry. The absorbing hours he spent over his Euclid were apparently of no use to him in his profession, but Lincoln was, in his way, an intellectual gymnast and enjoyed the exertion for his own sake. Such a use of his leisure might have seemed a sheer waste of time to his more practical friends, and they might well have accounted for his comparative lack of success by his indulgence in such secret and useless pastimes. Neither would this criticism have been beside the mark, for if Lincoln's great energy and powers of work had been devoted exclusively to practical ends, he might well have become, in the early days, a more prominent lawyer and politician than he actually was. But he preferred the satisfaction of his own intellectual and social instincts, and so qualified himself for achievements beyond the power of a Douglas. In addition, however, to these private gymnastics, Lincoln shared with his neighbors a public and popular source of intellectual and human insight. the Western pioneers, for all their exclusive devotion to practical purposes, wasted a good deal of time on apparently useless social intercourse. In the Middle Western towns of that day there was, as we have seen, an extraordinary amount of good fellowship, which was quite the most wholesome and humanizing thing, which entered into the lines of these hard-working and hard-featured men. The whole male countryside was, in its way, a club, and when the presence of women did not make them awkward and sentimental, the men let themselves loose in an amount of rough pleasantry and free conversation, which added the one genial and liberating touch to their lives. This club life of his own people Lincoln enjoyed, and shared much more than did his average neighbor. He passed the greater part of what he would have called his leisure time in swapping with his friends stories in which the genial and humorous side of Western life was embodied. Doubtless his domestic unhappiness had much to do with his vagrancy, but his native instinct for the wholesome and illuminating aspect of the life around him brought him more frequently than any other cause to the club of loafers in the general store. And whatever the promiscuous conversation and the racy yarns meant to his associates, they meant vastly more to Lincoln. His hours of social vagrancy really completed the process of his intellectual training. It relieved his culture from the taint of bookishness. It gave substance to his humor. It humanized his wisdom and enabled him to express it in a familiar and dramatic form. It placed at his disposal, that is, the great classic vehicle of popular expression, which is the parable and the spoken word. Of course, it was just because he shared so completely the amusements and the occupations of his neighbors that his private personal culture had no embarrassing effects. Neither he nor his neighbors were in the least aware that he had been placed thereby in a different intellectual class. No doubt this loneliness and sadness of his personal life may be partly explained by a dumb sense of difference from his fellows, and no doubt this very loneliness and sadness intensified the mental preoccupation which was both the sign and the result of his personal culture. But his unconsciousness of his own distinction, as well as his regular participation in political and professional practice, kept his will as firm and vigorous as if he were really no more than a man of action. His natural steadiness of purpose had been toughened in the beginning by the hardships and struggles which he shared with his neighbors, and his self-imposed intellectual discipline in no way impaired the stability of his character, because his personal culture never alienated him from his neighbors, and threw him into a consciously critical frame of mind. The time which he spent in intellectual diversion may have diminished, to some extent, his practical efficiency, previous to the gathering crisis. It certainly made him less inclined to the aggressive self-assertion which a successful political career demanded. But when the crisis came, when the minds of Northern patriots were stirred by the ugly alternative offered to them by the South, and when Lincoln was, by the course of events, restored to active participation in politics, he soon showed that he had reached the highest of all objects of personal culture. While still remaining one of a body of men who, all unconsciously, impoverished their minds in order to increase the momentum of their practical energy, he nonetheless achieved for himself a mutually helpful relation between a firm will and a luminous intelligence. The training of his mind, the awakening of his imagination, the formation of his taste and style, the humorous dramatizing of his experience, all this discipline had failed to pervert his character, narrow his sympathies, or undermine his purposes. His intelligence served to enlighten his will, and his will to establish the mature decisions of his intelligence. Late in life, the two faculties became in their exercise almost indistinguishable. His judgments, insofar as they were decisive, were charged with momentum, and his actions were instinct with sympathy and understanding. Just because his actions were instinct with sympathy and understanding, Lincoln was certainly the most humane statesman who ever guided a nation through a great crisis. He always regarded other men and acted towards them, not merely as the embodiment of an erroneous or harmful idea, but as human beings, capable of better things. And consequently, all of his thoughts and actions looked in the direction of a higher level of human association. It is this characteristic which makes him a better and, be it hoped, a more prophetic Democrat than any other national American leader. His peculiar distinction does not consist in the fact that he was a man of the people, who passed from the condition of splitting rails to the condition of being president. No doubt he was, in this respect, as good a Democrat as you please, and no doubt it was desirable that he should be this kind of a Democrat. But many other Americans could be named who were also men of the people, and who passed from the most insignificant to the most honored positions of American life. Lincoln's peculiar and permanent distinction as a Democrat will depend rather upon the fact that his thoughts and his actions looked towards the realization of the highest and most edifying democratic ideal. Whatever his theories were, he showed by his general outlook and behavior that democracy meant more to him than anything else, the spirit and principle of brotherhood. He was the foremost to deny liberty to the South, and he had his sensible doubts about the equality between the Negro and the white man, but he actually treated everybody, the Southern rebel, the Negro slave, the Northern deserter, the personal enemy, in a just and kindly spirit. Neither was this kindliness merely an instance of ordinary American amiability and good nature. It was the result, not of superficial feeling which could be easily ruffled, but of his personal, moral, and intellectual discipline. He had made for himself a second nature, compact of insight and loving kindness. It must be remembered, also, that this higher humanity resided in a man who was the human instrument partly responsible for an awful amount of slaughter and human anguish. He was not the only commander-in-chief of a great army, which fought a long and bloody war, but he was the statesman who insisted that, if necessary, the war should be fought. His mental attitude was dictated by a mixture of practical common sense with genuine human insight, and it is just this mixture which makes him so rare a man and, be it hoped, so prophetic a Democrat. He could at one and the same moment order his countrymen to be killed for seeking to destroy the American nation, and forgive them for their error. His kindliness and his brotherly feeling did not lead him, after the manner of Jefferson, to shirk the necessity and duty of national defense. Neither did it lead him, after the manner of William Lloyd Garrison, to advocate non-resistance, while at the same time arousing in his fellow countrymen a spirit of fratricidal warfare. In the midst of that hideous civil contest which was provoked, perhaps unnecessarily, by hatred, irresponsibility, passion, and disloyalty, and which has been the fruitful cause of national disloyalty down to the present day, Lincoln did not for a moment cherish a bitter or unjust feeling against the national enemies. The Southerners, filled as they were with a passionate democratic devotion to their own interests and liberties, abused Lincoln until they really came to believe that he was a military tyrant, yet he never failed to treat them in a fair and forgiving spirit. When he was assassinated, it was the South, as well as the American nation, which had lost its best friend, because he alone among the Republican leaders had the wisdom to see that the divided house could only be restored by justice and kindness, and if there are any defects in its restoration today, they are chiefly due to the baleful spirit of injustice and hatred which the Republicans took over from the abolitionists. His superiority to his political associates in constructive statesmanship is measured by his superiority in personal character. There are many men who are able to forgive the enemies of their country, but there are few who can forgive their personal enemies. I need not rehearse the well-known instances of Lincoln's magnanimity. He not only cherished no resentment against men who had intentionally and even maliciously injured him, but he seems at times to have gone out of his way to do them a service. This is, perhaps, his greatest distinction. Lincoln's magnanimity is the final proof of the completeness of his self-discipline. The quality of being magnanimous is both the consummate virtue and the one which is least natural. It was certainly far from being natural among Lincoln's own people. Americans of his time were generally of the opinion that it was dishonorable to overlook a personal injury. They considered it weak and unmanly not to quarrel with another man a little harder than he quarreled with you. The pioneer was good-natured and kindly, but he was aggressive, quick-tempered, unreasonable, and utterly devoid of personal discipline. A slight or an insult to his personality became in his eyes a moral wrong which must be cherished and avenged, and which relieved him of any obligation to be just or kind to his enemy. Many conspicuous illustrations of this quarrelsome spirit are to be found in the political life of the Middle Period, which, indeed, cannot be understood without constantly falling back upon the influence of lively personal resentments. Every prominent politician cordially disliked or hated a certain number of his political adversaries and associates, and his public actions were often dictated by a purpose, either to injure these men or to get ahead of them. After the retirement of Jackson, these enmities and resentments came to have a smaller influence, but a man's right and duty to quarrel with anybody who, in his opinion, had done him an injury was unchallenged, and was virtually considered to be the necessary accompaniment of American democratic virility. As I have intimated above, Andrew Jackson was the most conspicuous example of this quarrelsome spirit, and for this reason, he is wholly inferior to Lincoln as a type of democratic manhood. Jackson has many admirable qualities, and on the whole he served his country well. He also was a man of the people, who understood and represented the mass of his fellow countrymen, and who played the part, according to his lights, of a courageous and independent political leader. He also loved and defended the Union. But with all his excellence, he should never be held up as a model to American youth. The world was divided into his personal friends and followers, and his personal enemies, and he was eager to do the latter an injury, as he was to do the former a service. His quarrels were not petty, because Jackson was, on the whole, a big rather than a little man, but they were fierce, and they were, for the most part, irreconcilable. They bulk so large in his life that they cannot be overlooked. They stamp him a type of the vindictive man, without personal discipline, just as Lincoln's behavior towards Stanton, Chase, and others stamps him a type of the man who has achieved magnanimity. He is the kind of national hero the admiring imitation of whom can do nothing but good. Lincoln had abandoned the illusion of his own peculiar personal importance. He had become profoundly and sincerely humble, and his humility was as far as possible from being either a conventional pose or a matter of nervous self-distrust. It did not impair the firmness of his will. It did not betray him into shirking responsibilities. Although only a country lawyer without executive experience, he did not flinch from assuming the leadership of a great nation in one of the greatest crises of its national history, from becoming commander-in-chief of an army of 1,000,000 men, and from spending $3 billion in the prosecution of a war. His humility, that is, was precisely an example of moral vitality and insight, rather than of moral awkwardness and enfeeblement. It was the fruit of reflection on his own personal experience, the supreme instance of his ability to attain moral truth, both in discipline and in idea. And in its aspect of a moral truth it obtained a more explicit expression than did some other of his finer personal attributes. His practice of cherishing and repeating the plaintive little verses which inquire monotonously whether the spirit of mortal has any right to be proud, indicates the depth and the highly conscious character of his fundamental moral conviction. He is not only humble himself, but he feels and declares that men have no right to be anything but humble, and he thereby enters into possession of the most fruitful and the most universal of all religious ideas. Lincoln's humility, no less than his liberal intelligence and his magnanimous disposition, is more democratic than it is American, but in this, as in so many other cases, his personal moral dignity and his peculiar moral insight did not separate him from his associates. Like them, he wanted professional success, public office, and the ordinary rewards of American life, and like them, he bears no trace of political or moral purism. But, unlike them, he was not the intellectual and moral victim of his own purposes and ambitions, and unlike them, his life is a tribute to the sincerity and depth of his moral insight. He could never have become a national leader by the ordinary road of insistent and clamorous self-assertion. Had he not been restored to public life by the crisis, he would have remained, in all probability, a comparatively obscure and a wholly undervalued man. But the political ferment of 1856 and the threat of ruin overhanging the American Union pushed him again onto the political highway, and once there, his years of intellectual discipline enabled him to play a leading and a decisive part. His personality obtained momentum, direction, and increasing dignity from its identification with great issues and events. He became the individual instrument whereby an essential and salutary national purpose was fulfilled, and the instrument was admirably effective, precisely because it had been silently and unconsciously tempered, and formed for high achievement. issue as he was of a society in which the cheap tool, whether mechanical or personal, was the immediately successful tool, he had, nonetheless, labored long in the making of a consummate individual instrument. Some of my readers may protest that I have overemphasized the difference between Lincoln and his contemporary fellow countrymen. In order to exalt the leader, have I not too much disparaged the followers? Well, a comparison of this kind always involves the risk of unfairness, but if there is much truth in the foregoing estimate of Lincoln, the lessons of the comparison are worth its inevitable risk. The ordinary interpretation of Lincoln as a consummate Democrat and a man of the people was implied that he was, like Jackson, simply a bigger and a better version of the plain American citizen, and it is just this interpretation which I have sought to deny and to expose. In many respects he was, of course, very much like his neighbors and associates. He accepted everything wholesome and useful in their life and behavior. He shared their good fellowship, their strength of will, their excellent faith, and above all their innocence, and he could never have served his country so well or reached as high a level of personal dignity in case he had not been good-natured and strong and innocent. But as all commentators have noted, he was not only good-natured, strong, and innocent, he had made himself intellectually candid, concentrated, and disinterested, and morally humane, magnanimous, and humble. All these qualities, which were the very flower of his personal life, were not possessed either by the average or the exceptional American of his day, and not only were they not possessed, but they were either wholly ignored or consciously undervalued. Yet these very qualities of high intelligence, humanity, magnanimity, and humility are precisely the qualities which Americans, in order to become better Democrats, should add to their strength, their homogeneity, and their innocence, while at the same time they are just the qualities which Americans are prevented by their individualistic practice and tradition from attaining or properly valuing. Their deepest convictions make the average unintelligent man the representative Democrat, and the aggressive successful individual the admirable national type, and in conformity with these convictions their uppermost ideas, in respect to Lincoln, are that he was a man of the people and an example of strong will. He was both of these things, but his great distinction is that he was also something vastly more and better. He cannot be fully understood and properly valued as a national hero without an implicit criticism of those traditional convictions. Such a criticism he himself did not and could not make. In case he had made it, he could never have achieved his great political task and his great personal triumph. But other times bring other needs. It is as desirable today that the criticism should be made explicit, as it was that Lincoln himself in his day should preserve the innocence and integrity of a unique unconscious example. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5, Section 1, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 5, Section 1, The Contemporary Situation and Its Problems. It is important to recognize that the anti-slavery agitation, the secession of the South, and the Civil War were, after all, only an episode in the course of American national development. Like the acute illness of a strong man, it almost killed its victim, and the crisis exposed certain weaknesses in our political organism, in the absence of which the illness would never have become acute. But the roots of our national vitality were apparently untouched by the disease. When the crisis was over, the country resumed with astonishing celerity the interrupted process of economic expansion. The germs of a severe disease, to which the fathers of the Republic had given a place in the national Constitution and which had been allowed to flourish, because of the lack of wholesome cohesion in the body politic. This alien growth had been cut out by a drastic surgical operation, and the robust patient soon recovered something like his normal health. Indeed, being in his own opinion even more robust than he was before the crisis, he was more eager than ever to convert his good health into the gold of satisfied desire. The ghost of slavery had been banished from our national banquet, and, relieved of this terror, the American people began to show, more aggressively than ever before, their ability to provide and to consume a bountiful feast. They were no longer children, grasping at the first fruits of a half-cultivated wilderness. They were adults, beginning to plan the satisfaction of an appetite which had been sharpened by self-denial and made self-conscious by maturity. The North, after the war was over, did not have much time for serious reflection upon its meaning and consequences. The Republican leaders did just enough thinking to carry them through the crisis, but once the rebellion was suppressed, and the South partly denationalized in the name of Reconstruction, the need and desire was for action rather than for thought. The anti-slavery agitation and the war had interrupted the process, which from the public point of view was described as the economic development of the country, and which from an individual standpoint meant the making of money. For many years, Americans had been unable, because of the ghost of slavery, to take full advantage of their liberties and opportunities, and now that the specter was exorcised, they gladly put aside any anxious political preoccupations. Politics could be left to the politicians. It was about time to get down to business. In this happiest of countries, and under this best of all governments, which had been preserved at such an awful cost, the good American was entitled to give his undivided attention to the great work of molding and equipping the continent for human habitation, and incidentally to the minor task of securing his share of the rewards. A lively, even a frenzied, outburst of industrial, commercial, and speculative activity followed hard upon the restoration of peace. This activity and its effects have been the most important fact in American life during the 40 years which have supervened, and it has assumed very different characteristics from those which it had assumed previous to the war. We must now consider the circumstances, the consequences, and the meaning of this economic revolution. Although nobody in 1870 suspected it, the United States was entering upon a new phase in its economic career, and the new economy was bringing with it radical social changes. Even before the outbreak of the Civil War, the rich and fertile states of the Middle West had become well populated. They had passed from an almost exclusively agricultural economy to one which was much more largely urban and industrial. The farms had become well equipped, large cities were being built up, factories of various kinds were being established, and most important of all, the whole industrial organization of the country was being adjusted to transportation by means of the railroad. An industrial community, which was, comparatively speaking, well organized and well furnished with machinery, was taking the place of the agricultural community of 1830 to 1840, which was incoherent and scattered and which lacked everything except energy and opportunity. Such an increase of organization, capital, and equipment necessarily modified the outlook and interests of the people of the Middle West. While still retaining many of their local traits, their point of view had been approaching, in certain respects, that of the inhabitants of the East. They had ceased to be pioneers. During the 2 decades after the Civil War, the territory, which was still in the early stage of agricultural development, was the first and second tier of states west of the Mississippi River. Missouri, Iowa, and Minnesota, Kansas, Nebraska, and finally the Dakotas were being opened for settlement, but in their case, the effect and symptoms of this condition were not the same as they had been with the earlier pioneer states. Their economy was, from the beginning, adjusted to the railroad, and the railroad had made an essential difference. It worked in favor of a more comprehensive and definite organization and a more complete equipment. While the business interests of the new states were and still are predominantly agricultural, the railroads had transformed the occupation of farming. After 1870, the pioneer farmer was much less dependent than he had been upon local conditions and markets, and upon the unaided exertions of himself and his neighbors. He bought and sold in the markets of the world. He needed more capital and more machinery. He had to borrow money and make shrewd business calculations. From every standpoint, his economic environment had become more complicated and more extended, and his success depended much more upon conditions which were beyond his control. He never was a pioneer in the sense that the early inhabitants of the Middle West and South had been pioneers, and he has never exercised any corresponding influence upon the American national temper. The pioneer had enjoyed his day, and his day was over. The jack of all trades no longer possessed an important economic function. The average farmer was, of course, still obliged to be many kinds of a rough mechanic, but for the most part he was nothing more than a farmer. Unskilled labor began to mean labor which was insignificant and badly paid. Industrial economy demanded the expert, with his high and special standards of achievement. The railroads and factories could not be financed and operated without the assistance of well-paid and well-trained men, who could do one or two things remarkably well, and who did not pretend to do much of anything else. These men had to retain great flexibility and an easy adaptability of intelligence, because American industry and commerce remained very quick in its movements. The machinery which they handled was less permanent, and was intended to be less permanent, than the machinery which was considered economical in Europe. But although they had to avoid routine and business rigidity on the penalty of utter failure, they still belonged essentially to a class of experts. Like all experts, they had to depend, not upon mere energy, untutored enthusiasm, and goodwill, but upon careful training and single-minded devotion to a special task, and at the same time, proper provision had to be made for coordinating the results of this highly specialized work. More complete organization necessarily accompanied specialization. The expert became a part of a great industrial machine. His individuality tended to disappear in his work. His interests became those of a group. Imperative economic necessities began to classify the individuals composing American society in the same way, if not to the same extent, that they had been classified in Europe. This was a result which had never entered into the calculations of the pioneer Democrat. He had disliked specialization because, as he thought, it narrowed and impoverished the individual, and he distrusted permanent and official forms of organization because, as he thought, they hampered the individual. His whole political, social, and economic outlook embodied a society of energetic, optimistic, and prosperous Democrats, united by much the same interests, occupations, and point of view. Each of these Democrats was to be essentially an all-around man. His conception of all-around manhood was somewhat limited, but it meant at least a person who was expansive in feeling, who was enough of a businessman successfully to pursue his own interests, and enough of a politician to prevent any infringement or perversion of his rights. He never doubted that the desired combination of businessman, politician, and good fellow constituted an excellent ideal of democratic individuality, that it was sufficiently realized in the average Western American of the Jacksonian epoch, that it would continue to be the type of admirable manhood, and that the good Democrats embodying this type would continue to merit and to obtain substantial and approximately equal pecuniary rewards. Moreover, for a long time the vision remained sufficiently true. The typical American Democrat described by de Tocqueville corresponded very well with the vision of the pioneer, and he did not disappear during the succeeding generation. For many years, millions of Americans of much the same pattern were rewarded for their democratic virtue in an approximately similar manner. Of course, some people were poor, and some people were rich, but there was no class of the very rich, and the poverty of the poor was generally their own fault. Opportunity knocked at the door of every man, and the poor man of today was the prosperous householder of tomorrow. For a long time, American social and economic conditions were not merely fluid, but consistent and homogeneous, and the vision of the pioneer was fulfilled. Nevertheless, this condition was essentially transient. It contained within itself the seeds of its own dissolution and transformation, and this transformation made headway just as soon as, and just as far as, economic conditions began to prefer the man who was capable of specializing his work, and of organizing it with the work of his fellows. The dominant note, consequently, of the pioneer period was an unformed national consistency, reached by means of a natural community of feeling, and a general similarity of occupation and well-being. On the other hand, the dominant note of the period from 1870 until the present day has been the gradual disintegration of this early national consistency, brought about by economic forces, making for specialization and organization in all practical affairs, for social classification, and finally for greater individual distinction. Moreover, the tendency toward specialization first began to undermine the very cornerstone of the pioneer's democratic edifice. If private interest and public weal were to be as harmonious as the pioneer assumed, every economic producer must be a practical politician, and there must be no deep-lying division between these primary activities. But the very first result of the specializing tendency was to send the man of business, the politician, and the lawyer off on separate tacks. Business interests became so absorbing that they demanded all of a man's time and energy, and he was obliged to neglect politics, except in so far as politics affected business. In this same way, the successful lawyers after the war were less apt than formerly to become politicians and statesmen. They left public affairs largely to the unsuccessful lawyers. Politics itself became an occupation which made very exacting demands upon a man's time and upon his conscience. Public service or military success were no longer the best roads to public distinction. Men became renowned and distinguished quite as much, if not more, for achievements in their private and special occupations. Along with leadership of statesmen and generals, the American people began to recognize that of financiers, captains of industry, corporation lawyers, political and labor bosses, and these gentlemen assumed extremely important parts in the direction of American affairs. Officially, the new leaders were just like any other American citizen. No titles could be conferred upon them, and their position brought with it no necessary public responsibilities. Actually, however, they exercised in many cases more influence upon American social and political economy than did the official leaders. They were an intrusion into the traditional economic, political, and social system for which no provision had been made. Their special interests and the necessities of their special tasks made their manner of life different from that of other American citizens, and their peculiar opportunities enabled them to appropriate an unusually large share of the fruits of American economic development. Thus they seriously impaired the social and economic homogeneity which the pioneer believed to be the essential quality of fruitful Americanism. End of Chapter 5, Section 1. Chapter 5, Section 2, of The Promise of American Life by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 5, Section 2, The Development of the Business Specialist. Before seeking to trace the consequences and the significance of this specialized organization of American practical affairs, we must examine its origin with some care. An exact and complete understanding thereof will, in itself, afford an unmistakable hint of the way in which its consequences are to be appraised, and, wherever necessary, corrected. The great and increasing influence of the new unofficial leaders has been due not only to economic conditions and to individual initiative, but to the nature of our political ideas and institutions. The traditional American theory was that the individual should have a free hand. Insofar as he was subject to public regulation and control, such control should be exercised by local authorities, whereof the result would be a happy combination of individual prosperity and public weal. But this expectation, as we have seen, has proved to be erroneous. While it has, indeed, resulted in individual prosperity, the individual who has reaped most of the prosperity is not the average, but the special man, and however the public may have benefited from the process, the benefit is mixed with so many drawbacks that even if it may not be wholly condemned, it certainly cannot be wholly approved. The plain fact is that the individual in freely and energetically pursuing his own private purposes has not been the inevitable public benefactor, assumed by the traditional American interpretation of democracy. No doubt he has incidentally accomplished, in the pursuit of his own aggrandizement, certain manifest public benefits, but wherever public and private advantages have conflicted, he has naturally preferred the latter. And under our traditional political system there was, until recently, no effective way of correcting his preference. As long as the economic opportunities of American life consisted chiefly in the appropriation and improvement of uncultivated land, The average energetic man had no difficulty in obtaining his fair share of the increasing American economic product, but the time came when such opportunities, although still important, were dwarfed by other opportunities incident to the development of a more mature economic system. These opportunities, which were, of course, connected with the manufacturing, industrial, and technical development of the country, demanded under American conditions a very special type of man, the man who could bring to his task not merely energy, but unscrupulous devotion, originality, daring, and in the course of time, a large fund of instructive experience. The early American industrial conditions differed from those of Europe, in that they were fluid, and as a result of this instability, extremely precarious. Rapid changes in markets, business methods, and industrial machinery made it very difficult to build up a safe business. A manufacturer or a merchant could not secure his business salvation, as in Europe, merely by the adoption of sound conservative methods. The American businessman had greater opportunities and a freer hand than his European prototype, but he was also beset by more severe, more unscrupulous, and more dangerous competition. The industrious and thrifty farmer could be tolerably sure of a modest competence, due partly to his own efforts, and partly to the increased value of his land in a more populous community, but the businessman had no such security. In his case, it was war to the knife. He was presented with a choice between aggressive daring business operations and financial insignificance or ruin. No doubt this situation was due much to the temper of the American businessman as to his economic environment. American energy had to be consecrated to economic development. The businessman, in seeking to realize his ambitions and purposes, was neither checked by government control nor social custom. He had nothing to do and nothing to consider, except his own business advancement and success. He was eager, strenuous, and impatient. He liked the excitement and the risk of large operations. The capital at his command was generally too small for the safe and conservative conduct of his business, and he was consequently obliged to be adventurous, or else to be left behind in the race. He might well be earning enormous profits one year and skirting bankruptcy the next. Under such a stress, conservatism and caution were suicidal. It was the instinct of self-preservation, as well as the spirit of business adventure, which kept him constantly seeking for larger markets, improved methods, or for some peculiar means of getting ahead of his competitors. He had no fortress behind which he could hide and enjoy his conquests. Surrounded as he was by aggressive enemies and undefended frontiers, his best means of security lay in a policy of constant innovation and expansion. Moreover, even after he had obtained the bulwark of sufficient capital and more settled industrial surroundings, he was under no temptation to quit and enjoy the spoils of his conquests. The social, intellectual, or even the more vulgar pleasures, afforded by leisure and wealth, could bring him no thrill which was anything like as intense as that derived from the exercise of his business ability and power. He could not conquer except by virtue of a strong, tenacious, adventurous, and unscrupulous will, and after he had conquered, this will had him in complete possession. He had nothing to do but to play the game to the end, even though his additional profits were of no living use to him. If, however, the fluid and fluctuating nature of American economic conditions, and the fierceness of American competitive methods, turned business into a state of dangerous and aggressive warfare, the steady and enormous expansion of the American markets made the rewards of victory correspondingly great. Not only was the population of the country increasing at an enormous rate, but the demand for certain necessary products, services, and commodities was increasing at a higher rate than the population. The American people were still a most homogeneous collection of human beings. They wanted very much the same things. They wanted more of these things year after year, and they immediately rewarded any cheapening of the product by buying it in much larger quantities. The great business opportunities of American life consisted, consequently, in supplying some popular or necessary article or service at a cheaper price than that at which anyone else could furnish it, and the great effort of American businessmen was, of course, to obtain some advantage over their competitors in producing such an article or in supplying such a service. The best result of this condition was a constant improvement in the mechanism of production. Cheapness was found to depend largely upon the efficient use of machinery, and the efficient use of machinery was found to depend upon constant wear and quick replacement by a better machine. But while the economic advantage of the exhausting use and the constant improvement of machinery was the most important economic discovery of the American businessman, he was also encouraged by his surroundings to seek economies in other and less legitimate ways. It was all very well to multiply machines and make them more efficient, but similar improvements were open to competitors. The great object was to obtain some advantage which was denied to your competitors. Then the businessman could not only secure his own position, but utterly rout and annihilate his adversaries. At this point, the railroads came to the assistance of the aggressive and unscrupulous businessman. They gave such men an advantage over their competitors by granting them special rates, and inasmuch as this practice has played a decisive part in American business development, its effect and its meaning, frequently, as they have been pointed out, must be carefully traced. The railroads themselves are, perhaps, the most perfect illustration of the profits which accrue in a rapidly growing country from the possession of certain advantages in supplying to the public an indispensable service. They were not built, as in most European states, under national supervision and regulation, or according to a general plan which prevented unnecessary competition. Their routes and their methods were due almost entirely to private enterprise and to local economic necessities. They originated in local lines radiating from large cities, and only very slowly did their organization come to correspond with the great national routes of trade. The process of building up the leading systems was, in the beginning, a process of combining the local roads into important trunk lines. Such combinations were enormously profitable, because the business of the consolidated roads increased in a much larger proportion than did the cost of financing and operating the larger mileage, and after the combinations were made, the owners of the consolidated road were precisely in the position of men who had obtained a certain strategic advantage in supplying a necessary service to their fellow countrymen. Their terminals, rights of way, and machinery could not be duplicated except at an increased cost, and their owners were in a position necessarily to benefit from the growth of the country in industry and population. No doubt their economic position was, in certain respects, precarious. They did not escape the necessity, to which other American business enterprises had to submit, of fighting for a sufficient share of the spoils. But in making the fight, they had acquired certain advantages which, if they were intelligently used, would necessarily result in victory, and as we all know, these advantages have proven to be sufficient. The railroads have been the greatest single source of large American fortunes, and the men who control the large railroad systems are the most powerful and conspicuous American industrial leaders. Important, however, as has been the direct effect of big railroad systems on the industrial economy of the country, their indirect effects have probably been even more important. In one way or another, they have been the most effective of all agencies, working for the larger organization of American industries. Probably such an organization was bound to have come in any event, because the standard economic needs of millions of thrifty Democrats could, in the long run, be most cheaply satisfied by means of well-situated and fully equipped industrial plants of the largest size, but the railroad both hastened this result and determined its peculiar character. The population of the United States is so scattered, its distances so huge, and its variations in topographical level so great, that its industries would necessarily have remained very local in character, as long as its system of transportation depended chiefly upon waterways and highways. Some kind of quick transportation across the country was, consequently, an indispensable condition of the national organization of American industry and commerce. The railroad not only supplied this need, but coming as it did pretty much at the beginning of our industrial development, it largely modified and determined the character thereof. By considerably increasing the area within which the products of any one locality could be profitably sold, it worked naturally in favor of the concentration of a few large factories in peculiarly favorable locations, and this natural process was accelerated by the policy which the larger companies adopted in the making of their rates. The rapid growth of big producing establishments was forced because of the rebates granted to them by the railroads. Without such rebates, the large manufacturing corporation controlled by a few individuals might still have come into existence, but these individuals would have been neither as powerful as they are now, nor as opulent, nor as much subject to suspicion. It is peculiarly desirable to understand, consequently, just how these rebates came to be granted. It was, apparently, contrary to the interest of the railroad companies to cut their rates for the benefit of any one class of customers, and it was, also, an illegal practice which had to be carried on by secret and underhanded methods. Almost all the state laws under which corporations engaged in transportation had been organized had defined railways, like highways, as public necessities. Such corporations had usually been granted by the states the power to condemn land, and the delegation of such power to a private company meant, of course, that it owed certain responsibilities to the public as a common carrier, among which the responsibility of not allowing special privileges to any one customer was manifestly to be included. When the railroad managers have been asked why they cut their published rates and evaded the laws, they have always contended that they were forced to do so, and whatever may be thought of the plea, it cannot be lightly set aside. As we have seen, the trunk lines leading from Chicago to the coast were the result of the consolidation of local roads. After the consolidations had taken place, these companies began to compete fiercely for through freight, and the rebates were an incident in this competition. The trunk lines in the early years of their existence were in the position of many other American business enterprises. For the time being, they were more than competent to carry all the freight offered at competitive points. Inasmuch as there was not enough to go around, they fought mercilessly for what business there was. When a large individual shipper was prepared to guarantee them a certain amount of freight in return for special rates, they were obliged either to grant the rates or to lose the business. Of course, they submitted, and defended their submission as a measure of self-preservation. No great intelligence is required to detect in this situation the evidence of a vicious circle. The absorption of Americans in business affairs, and the free hand which the structure and ideals of American life granted them, had made business competition a fierce and merciless affair, while at the same time the fluid nature of American economic conditions made success very precarious. Every shrewd and resolute man would seek to secure himself against the dangers of this situation by means of special advantages, and the most effective of all special advantages would, of course, be special railroad rates. But a shipper such as John D. Rockefeller could obtain special rates only because the railroads were in a position similar to his own and were fighting strenuously for supremacy. The favored shipper and the railroad both excused themselves on the ground of self-preservation, and sometimes even claimed that it was just for a large shipper to obtain better rates than a small one. This was all very well for the large shipper and the railroad, but in the meantime what became of the small shipper, whom Mr. Rockefeller was enabled to annihilate by means of his contracts with the railroad companies? The small shipper saw himself forced out of business, because corporations to whom the state had granted special privileges as common carriers had a private interest in doing business with his bigger, more daring, and unscrupulous competitors. Of course, no such result could have happened if at any point in this vicious circle of private interests there had been asserted a dominant public interest, and there are several points at which such an interest might well have been intruded. The circle could have been broken if, for instance, the granting of illegal rebates had been effectively prohibited, but as a matter of fact they could not be effectively prohibited by the public authorities, to whom either the railroads or the large shippers were technically responsible. A shipper of oil in Cleveland, Ohio, would have a difficult time in protesting against illegal discrimination on the part of a railroad conducting an interstate business and organized under the laws of New York. No doubt he could appeal to the federal government, but the federal government had been, for the time being, disqualified by many different causes from effective interference. In the first place, there was to be overcome the conventional democratic prejudice against what was called centralization. A tradition of local control over the machinery of transit and transportation was dominant during the early period of railroad construction. The fact that the railways would finally become the all-important vehicles of interstate commerce was either overlooked or considered unimportant. The general government did not interfere, except when, as in the case of the Pacific lines, its interference and assistance were solicited by private interests. For a long time, the idea that the federal government had any general responsibility in respect to the national transportation system was devoid of practical consequences. In the end, an interstate commerce law was passed, in which the presence of a national interest in respect to the American system of transportation was recognized. But this law, like our tariff laws, was framed for the benefit chiefly of a combination of local and special interests, and it served little to advance any genuine national interest in relation to the railroads. To be sure, it did forbid rebates, but the machinery for enforcing the prohibition was inefficient, and during another 20 years, the prohibition remained substantially a dead letter. The provisions of the law forbidding rebates were in truth merely a bit of legal hypocrisy. Rebates could not be openly defended, but the business of the country was honeycombed with them, and the majority of the shippers in whose interest the law was passed did not want the prohibition enforced. Their influence at Washington was sufficiently powerful to prevent the adoption of any effective measures for the abatement of the evil. The Federal Interstate Commerce Commission, unlike the local authorities, would have been fully competent to abolish rebates, but the plain truth was that the effective public opinion in the business world either supported the evil or connived at it. The private interests at stake were, for the time being, too strong for the public interest. The whole American business tradition was opposed to government interference with prevailing business practices, and in view of this fact, the responsibility for the rebates cannot be fixed merely upon the railroads and the trusts. The American system had licensed energetic and unscrupulous individual aggrandizement as the best means of securing a public benefit, and the rebates were merely a flagrant instance of the extent to which public opinion permitted the domination of private interests. The failure of the federal government to protect the public interest, in a matter over which the state governments had no effective control, has greatly accelerated the organization of American industries on a national scale, but for private and special purposes. Certain individuals controlling certain corporations were enabled to obtain a decided advantage in supplying certain services and products to an enormously increasing American market, and once those individuals and corporations had obtained dominant positions, it was in their interest to strengthen one another's hands in every possible way. One big corporation has, as a rule, preferred to do business with another big corporation. They were, all of them, producing some standard commodity or service, and it is part of the economical conduct of such businesses to buy and sell so far as possible in large quantities and under long contracts. Such contracts reduce to a comparatively low level the necessary uncertainties of business. It enabled the managers of these corporations to count upon a certain market for their product, or a certain cost for part of their raw material. And it must be remembered that the chief object of this whole work of industrial organization was to diminish the hazards of unregulated competition and to subject large business operations to effective control. A conspicuous instance of the effect of such interests and motives may be seen in the lease of the ore lands belonging to the Great Northern Railroad to the United States Steel Corporation. The railroad company owned the largest body of good ore in the country, outside of the control of the Steel Corporation, and if these lands had been leased to many small companies, the ability of the independent steel manufacturers to compete with the big steel company would have been very much increased. But the Great Northern Railroad Company found it simpler and more secure to do business with one large than a number of small companies, and in this way, the Steel Corporation has obtained almost a monopoly of the raw material most necessary to the production of finished steel. It will be understood, consequently, how inevitably these big corporations strengthen one another's hands, and it must be added that they had political as well as economic motives for so doing. Although the big fellows sometimes indulge in the luxury of fierce fighting, such fights are always the prelude to still closer agreements. They are all embarked in the same boat, and surrounded as they are by an increasing amount of enmity, provoked by their aggrandizement, they have every reason to lend one another constant and effective support. There may be discerned in this peculiar organization of American industry an entangling alliance between a wholesome and a baleful tendency. The purpose which prompted men like John D. Rockefeller to escape from the savage warfare in which so many American businessmen were engaged was in itself a justifiable and ameliorating purpose. Competition in American business was insufficiently moderated, either by the state or by the prevailing temper of American life. No sensible and resourceful man will submit to such a precarious existence without making some attempt to escape from it, and if the means which Mr. Rockefeller and others took to secure themselves served to make the business lives of their competitors still more precarious, such a result was only the expiation which American businessmen were obliged to pay for their own excesses. The concentrated leadership, the partial control, the thorough organization thereby effected, was not necessarily a bad thing. It was in some respects a decidedly good thing, because leadership of any kind has certain intrinsic advantages. The trusts have certainly succeeded in reducing the amount of waste which was necessitated by the earlier condition of wholly unregulated competition. The competitive methods of nature have been, and still are, within limits indispensable, but the whole effort of civilization has been to reduce the area within which they are desirably effective, and it is entirely possible that in the end, the American system of industrial organization will constitute a genuine advance in industrial economy. Large corporations, which can afford the best machinery, which control abundant capital, and which can plan with scrupulous economy all the details of producing and selling an important product or service, are actually able to reduce the cost of production to a minimum, and in the cases of certain American corporations, such results have actually been achieved. The new organization of American industry has created an economic mechanism which is capable of being wonderfully and indefinitely serviceable to the American people. On the other hand, its serviceability is much diminished by the special opportunities it gives to a few individuals. These opportunities do not amount in any case to a monopoly, but they do amount to a species of economic privilege, which enable them to wring profits from the increasing American market, disproportionate to the value of their economic services. What is still more unfortunate, however, is the equivocal position of these big corporations in respect to the laws under which they are organized, and in respect to the public authorities which are supposed to control them. Many of the large railway and industrial corporations have reached their present size, partly by an evasion or a defiance of the law. Their organizers took advantage of the American system of local self-government and the American disposition to reduce the functions of the federal government to a minimum. They took advantage of these legal conditions and political ideas to organize an industrial machinery, which cannot be effectively reached by local statutes and officials. The favorable corporation laws of some states have been used as a means of preying upon the whole country, and the unfavorable corporation laws of other states have been practically nullified. The big corporations have proved to be too big and powerful for the laws and officials to which the American political system has subjected them, and their equivocal legal position has resulted in the corruption of American public life and in the serious deterioration of our system of local government. The net result of the industrial expansion of the United States since the Civil War has been the establishment in the heart of the American economic and social system of certain glaring inequalities of condition and power. The greater American railroad and industrial corporations control resources and conduct operations on a scale unprecedented in the economic history of the world. The great American industrial leaders have accumulated fortunes for which there is no precedent on the part of men who exercise no official political power. These inequalities are the result of the organization of American industry on almost a national scale, an organization which was brought about as a means of escape from the intolerable evils of unregulated competition. Every aspect of American business methods has helped to make them inevitable, and the responsibility for them must be distributed over the whole business and social fabric. But in spite of the fact that they have originated as the inevitable result of American business methods and political ideas and institutions, they constitute a serious problem for a democracy to face, and this problem has many different aspects. Its most serious aspect is constituted by the sheer size of the resulting inequalities. The rich men and the big corporations have become too wealthy and powerful for their official standing in American life. They have not obeyed the laws. They have attempted to control the official makers, administrators, and expounders of the law. They have done little to allay and much to excite the resentment and suspicion. In short, while their work has been constructive from an economic and industrial standpoint, it has made for political corruption and social disintegration. Children, as they are, of the traditional American individualistic institutions, ideas, and practices, they have turned on their parents and dealt them an ugly wound. Either these economic monsters will destroy the system of ideas, institutions, and practices out of which they have issued, or else be destroyed by them. End of Chapter 5, Section 2. Chapter 5, Section 3, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 5, Section 3, The Development of the Political Specialist. The corporations were able to secure and to exercise an excessive and corrupt influence on legislation, because their aggrandizement coincided with a process of deterioration in our local political institutions. We have seen that the stress of economic competition had specialized the American businessman and made him almost exclusively preoccupied with the advancement of his own private interests, and one of the first results of this specialization was an alteration in his attitude towards the political welfare of his country. Not only did he no longer give as much time to politics as he formerly did, but as his business increased in size and scope, he found his own interests, by way of conflicting at many points with the laws of his country and its well-being. He did not take this conflict very seriously. He was still reflected in the mirror of his own mind as a patriotic and a public-spirited citizen, but at the same time, his ambition was to conquer, and he did not scruple to sacrifice both the law and the public weal to his own prosperity. All unknowingly, he began to testify to a growing and a decisive division between the two primary interests of American life, between the interest of the individual businessman and the interest of the body politic, and he became a living refutation of the amiable theories of the Jacksonian Democrat that the two must substantially coincide. The businessman had become merely a businessman, and the conditions which had made him much less of a politician had also had its effect upon the men whose business was that of politics. Just as business had become specialized and organized, so politics also became subject to specialization and organization. The appearance of the captain of industry was almost coincident with the appearance of the boss. There has been a disposition to treat the boss chiefly as the political creature of the corrupt corporation, and it is undoubtedly true that one of the most important functions of the municipal and state bosses has been that of conducting negotiations with the corporations. But to consider the specialized organization of our local politics as the direct result of specialized organization of American business is wholly to misunderstand its significance. The two processes are the parallel effects of the same conditions and ideas working in different fields. Business efficiency under the conditions prevailing in our political and economic fabric demanded the captain of industry. Political efficiency under our system of local government demanded the boss. The latter is an independent power who has his own special reasons for existence. He put in an embryonic appearance long before the large corporations had obtained anything like their existing power in American politics, and he will survive in some form their reduction to political insignificance. He has been a genuine and, within limits, a useful product of the American democracy, and it would be fatal either to undervalue or to misunderstand him. The American system of local self-government encouraged the creation of the political boss because it required such an enormous amount of political business. Someone was needed to transact this business, and the professional politician was developed to supply the need. There was no reason why such a need should have existed, because the amount of political business incident to state government should have been very much economized by a simpler method of organization. but American democratic ideas during the years when the state governments took form were wholly opposed to simplicity of organization. The state constitutions adopted during the period of Jacksonian supremacy seemed designed to make local government costly in time and energy, and irresponsible in action, and they provided the legal scenery, in the midst of which the professional politician became the only effective hero. The state constitutions were all very much influenced by the federal instrument, but in the copies, many attempts were made to improve upon the model. The democracy had come to believe that the federal constitution tended to encourage independence and even special efficiency on the part of the federal officials, and it proposed to correct such an erroneous tendency in the more thoroughly democratic state governments. No attempt was, indeed, made to deprive the executive and the judicial officials of independence by making them the creatures of the legislative branch, for such a change, although conforming to earlier democratic ideas, would have looked in the direction of a concentration of responsibility. The far more insidious course was adopted of keeping the executive, the judicial, and the legislative branches of the government technically separate, while at the same time depriving all three of any genuine independence and efficiency. The term of the executive, for instance, was not allowed to exceed 1 or 2 years. The importance of his functions was diminished. His power of appointment was curtailed. Many of his most important executive assistants were elected by popular vote and made independent of him. In some few instances he was even deprived of a qualified veto upon legislation. But the legislature itself was not treated much better. Instead of deriving its power from a short constitution, which conferred upon it full legislative responsibilities and powers, the tendency has been to incorporate an enormous mass of special and detailed legislation in the fundamental law, so as to diminish indefinitely the power of the legislative branch, either to be useful or dangerous. Finally, state judges, instead of being appointed for life, were usually elected for limited terms, so that they could scarcely avoid being more amenable to public opinion. The tendency in every respect was to multiply elections and elective officials, divide responsibility and power, and destroy independence. The more democratic these constitutions became, the more clearly the democracy showed its disposition to distrust its own representatives, and to deprive them of any chance of being genuinely representative. The object of the Jacksonian Democrat in framing constitutions of this kind was to keep political power in the hands of the plain people, and to forestall the domination of administrative and legislative specialists. The effect was precisely the opposite. They afforded the political specialist a wonderful opportunity. The ordinary American could not pretend to give as much time to politics as the smooth operation of this complicated machine demanded, and little by little there emerged, in different parts of the country, a class of politicians who spent all their time in nominating and electing candidates to these numerous offices. The officials so elected, instead of being responsible to the people, were responsible to the men to whom they owed their offices, and their own individual official power was usually so small that they could not put what little independence they possessed to any good use. As a matter of fact, they used their official powers chiefly for the benefit of their creators. They appointed to office the men whom the bosses selected. They passed the measures which the machine demanded. In this way, the professional politician gradually obtained a stock of political goods wherewith to maintain and increase his power. Reinforced by the introduction of the spoils system, first into the state and then into the federal civil services, a process of local political organization began after 1830 to make rapid headway. Local leaders appeared in different parts of the country who, little by little, relieved the farmer and the businessman of the cares and preoccupations of government. In the beginning, the most efficient of these politicians were usually Jacksonian Democrats, and they ruled both in the name of the people and by virtue of a sturdy popular following. They gradually increased in power, until in the years succeeding the war, they became the dominant influence in local American politics, and had won the right to be called something which they would never have dared to call themselves, viz., a governing class. While the local boss nearly always belonged to the political party dominant in his neighborhood, so that he could, in ordinary elections, depend upon the regular party vote, still the real source of his power consisted in a band of personal retainers, and the means by which such groups were collected and held together contain a curious mixture of corruption and democracy. In the first place, the local leader had to be a good fellow, who lived in the midst of his followers and knew all about them. His influence was entirely dependent upon personal kindness, loyalty, and good comradeship. He was socially the playmate and the equal of his followers, and the relations among them were characterized by many admirable qualities. The group was, within limits, a genuine example of social democracy, and was founded on mutual understanding, goodwill, and assistance. The leader used his official and unofficial power to obtain jobs for his followers. He succored them when in need. He sometimes protected them against the invidious activity of the police or the prosecuting attorneys. He provided excursions and picnics for them in hot weather. He tied them to himself by 1,000 bonds of interest and association. He organized them into a clan, who supported him blindly at elections in return for a deal of personal kindness and a multitude of small services. He became their genuine representative, whether official or not, because he represented their most vital interests and satisfied their most pressing and intimate needs. The general method of political organization indicated above was perfected in the 2 decades succeeding the Civil War. The American democracy was divided politically into a multitude of small groups, organized chiefly for the purpose of securing the local and individual interests of these groups and their leaders, and supported by local and personal feeling, political patronage, and petty graft. These groups were associated with both parties, and merely made the use of partisan ties and cries to secure the cooperation of more disinterested voters. The result was that so far as American political representation was merely local, it was generally corrupt, and it was always selfish. The leader's power depended absolutely on an appeal to the individual, neighborhood, and class interests of his followers. They were the people. He was the popular tribune. He could not retain his power for a month in case he failed to subordinate every larger interest to the flattery, cajolery, and nourishment of his local clan. Thus the local representative system was poisoned at its source. The alderman, the assemblyman, or the congressman, even if he were an honest man, represented little more than the political powers controlling his district, and to be disinterested in local politics was usually equivalent to being indifferent. Although these local clans were the basis of American political organization, they were not, of course, its ultimate fruit. In many of the cities, large and small, and in some of the states, the leaders of the local groups were subordinated to one of their number, who became the real boss, and who strengthened the district organizations by using for their benefit the municipal, state, and federal patronage. The relation of the municipal or state boss to the district leaders was similar to the relation which the district leader bore to his more important retainers. The boss first obtained his primacy by means of diplomatic skill or force of character, and his ability to retain it depended upon his ability to satisfy the demands of the district leaders for patronage, while at the same time leading the organization to victory in the local elections. His special duties as boss required personal prestige, strength of will, power of persuasive talking, good judgment of men, loyalty to his promises and his followers, and a complete lack of scruple. Unlike the district leader, however, the municipal boss has tended to become a secretive and somewhat lonely person who carried on his business behind closed doors, and on whom was visited the odium incurred by this whole system of political organization. The district leader either does not incur or is less affected by this odium because his social status is precisely that of his followers. The boss, on the other hand, by his wealth and public position, would naturally be an important member of the society in which he lives, whereas, as a matter of fact, he has come to be ostracized because of the source of his power and wealth. His leadership overreached the district clan, which was real social basis, and the consequence was that the boss became, to all appearances, a very unpopular man in the democracy which he ruled. His secretiveness and his unpopularity point to one of the most important functions of the municipal and state bosses, to which as yet only incidental reference has been made. The boss became the man who negotiated with the corporations, and through whom they obtained what they wanted. We have already seen that the large corporation, particularly those owning railroad and municipal franchises, have found that the purchase of a certain amount of political power was a necessary consequence of their dubious legal position. A traffic of this kind was not one, of course, to which many people could be admitted. It must be transmitted in secret, and by people who possessed full authority. An agreement to secure certain franchises, or certain needed legislation, in return for certain personal or party favors was not an agreement which could be made between a board of directors and a group of district leaders. If a large number of people were familiar with the details of such negotiations, something more than a hint thereof would be sure to leak out, and unquestionably the fact that a traffic of this kind was part of the political game had much to do with the ability of the municipal or state boss to obtain and to keep his power. The profits not only enabled him to increase party funds and to line his own pockets, but it also furnished him with a useful and abundant source of patronage. He could get positions for the political henchmen of his district leaders, not only with the local and state governments, but with the corporations. Thus every boss, even those whose influence did not extend beyond an election district, was more or less completely identified with the corporations, who occupied within his bailiwick any important relation to the state. This alliance between the political machines and the big corporations, particularly those who operate railroads or control municipal franchises, was an alliance between two independent and coordinate powers in the kingdom of American practical affairs. The political boss did not create the industrial leader for his own good purposes. Neither did the industrial leader create the machine and its boss, although he has done much to confirm the latter's influence. Each of them saw an opportunity to turn to his own account the individualistic freedom of American politics and industry. Each of them was enabled by the character of our political traditions to obtain an amount of power which the originators of those political ideas never anticipated, and which, if not illegal, was entirely outside the law. It so happened that the kind of power which each obtained was very useful to the other. A corporation which derived its profits from public franchises, or from a business transacted in many different states, found the purchase of a local or state machine well within its means, and well according to its interests. The professional politicians who have embarked in politics as a business, and who are making what they could out of it for themselves and their followers, could not resist this unexpected and lucrative addition to their market. But it must be remembered that the alliance was founded on interest rather than association, on mutual agreement rather than on any effective subordination one to another. A certain change in conditions might easily make their separate interests diverge, and abstract all the profits from their traffic. If anything happened, for instance, to make interstate railroad corporations less dependent on the state governments, they would no longer need the expense of subsidizing the state machines. There are signs at the present time that these interests are diverging, and that such alliances will be less dangerous in the future than they have been in the past. But even if the alliance is broken, the peculiar unofficial organization of American industry and politics will persist, and will constitute, both in its consequences and its significance, two of our most important national problems. It would be as grave a mistake, however, absolutely to condemn this process of political organization, as it would absolutely to condemn the process of industrial organization. The huge corporation and the political machine were both created to satisfy a real and a permanent need, the needs of specialized leadership and associated action in these two primary American activities. That in both of these cases, the actual method of organization has threatened vital public interests, and even the very future of democracy, has been due chiefly to the disregard by the official American political system of the necessity and the consequences of specialized leadership and associated action. The political system was based on the assumption that the individualism it encouraged could be persuaded, merely by the power of words, to respect the public interest, that public officials could be deprived of independence and authority for the real benefit of the plain people, and that the plain people would ask nothing from the government but their legal rights. These assumptions were all erroneous, and when associated action and specialized leadership became necessary in local American politics, the leaders and their machine took advantage of the defective official system to build up an unofficial system, better suited to actual popular needs. The people wanted the government to do something for them, and the politicians made their living and served their country by satisfying the want. To be sure, the people they benefited were a small minority of the whole population, whose interests were far from being the public interest, but it was none the less natural that the people, whoever they were, should want the government to do more for them than to guarantee certain legal rights, and it was inevitable that they should select leaders who would satisfy their positive, if selfish, needs. The consequence has been, however, a separation of actual political power from official political responsibility. The public officers are still technically responsible for the good government of the states, even if, as individuals, they have not been granted the necessary authority effectively to perform their task. But their actual power is even smaller than their official authority. They are almost completely controlled by the machine, which secures their election or appointment. The leader or leaders of that machine are the rulers of the community, even though they occupy no offices and cannot be held in any way publicly responsible. Here, again, as in the case of the multimillionaire, we have an example of a dangerous inequality in the distribution of power, and one which tends to maintain and perpetuate itself. The professional politician is frequently beaten, and is being vigorously fought, but he himself understands how necessary he is under the existing local political organization, and how difficult it will be to dislodge him. Beaten though he be again and again, he constantly recovers his influence, because he is performing a necessary political task, and because he is genuinely representative of the needs of his followers. Organizations such as Tammany in New York City are founded on a deeply rooted political tradition, a group of popular ideas, prejudices, and interests, and a species of genuine democratic association, which are a guarantee of a long and tenacious life. They will survive much of the reforming machinery which is being created for their extirpation. End of Chapter 5, Section 3. Chapter 5, Section 4, of the Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 5, Section 4, the Labor Union and the Democratic Tradition. The other decisive instance of this specialized organization of American activity remains to be considered, that of the labor unions. The power which the unions have obtained in certain industrial centers, and the tightness of their organization, would have seemed anomalous to the good Jacksonian Democrat. From his point of view, the whole American democracy was a kind of labor union whose political constitution provided for a substantially equal division of the products of labor, and if the United States had remained as much of an agricultural community as it was in 1830, the Jacksonian system would have preserved a much higher degree of serviceability. Except in the case of certain local Granger and populist movements, the American farmers have never felt the necessity of organization to advance either their economic or their political interests. But when the mechanic or the day laborer gathered into the cities, he soon discovered that life in a democratic state by no means deprived him of special class interests. No doubt, he was at worst paid better than his European analogues, because the demand for labor in a new country was continually outrunning the supply, but on occasions he was, like his employer, threatened with merciless competition. The large and continuous stream of foreign immigrants, whose standards of living were, in the beginning, lower than those which prevailed in this country, were, particularly in hard times, a constant menace not merely to his advancement, but to the stability of his economic situation, and he began to organize partly for the purpose of protecting himself against such competition. During the last 30 years, the work of organization has made enormous strides, and it has been much accelerated by the increasing industrial power of huge corporations. The mechanic and the laborer have come to believe that they must meet organization with organization, and discipline with discipline. Their object in forming trade associations has been militant. Their purpose has been to conquer a larger share of the economic product by aggressive associated action. They have been very successful in accomplishing their object. In spite of the flood of alien immigration, the American laborer has been able to earn an almost constantly increasing wage, and he devoutly thinks that his unions have been the chief agency of his stronger economic position. He believes in unionism, consequently, as he believes in nothing else. He is, indeed, far more aggressively preoccupied with his class as contrasted with his individual interests than are his employers. He has no respect for the traditional American individualism as applied to his own social and economic standing. Whenever he has had the power, he has suppressed competition as ruthlessly as have his employers. Every kind of contumelious reproach is heaped on the heads of the working men who dare to replace him when he strikes, and he does not scruple to use, under such conditions, weapons more convincing than the most opprobrious epithets. His own personality is merged in that of the Union. No individual has any rights as opposed to the interests of the Union. He fully believes, of course, in competition among employers, just as the employers are extremely enthusiastic over the individual liberty of the working man. But in his own trade, he has no use for individuality of any kind. The Union is to be composed of so many equal units who will work the same number of hours for the same wages, and no one of whom is to receive more pay even for more work. The Unionist, that is, has come to depend upon his union for that material prosperity and advancement which, according to the American tradition, was to be the inevitable result of American political ideas and institutions. His attachment to his union has come to be the most important attachment of his life, more important in most cases than his attachment to the American ideal and to the national interest. Some of the labor unions, like some of the corporations, have taken advantage of the infirmities of local and state governments to become arrogant and lawless. On the occasion of a great strike, the strikers are often just as disorderly as they are permitted to be by the local police. When the police prevent them from resisting the employment of strikebreakers by force, they apparently believe that the political system of the country has been pressed into the service of their enemies, and they begin to wonder whether it will not be necessary for them to control such an inimical political organization. The average union laborer, even though he might hesitate himself to assault a scab, warmly sympathizes with such assaults, and believes that in the existing state of industrial warfare, they are morally justifiable. In these and in other respects, he places his allegiance to his union and to his class above his allegiance to his state and to his country. He becomes, in the interests of the organization, a bad citizen, and at times an inhuman animal, who is ready to maim or even to kill another man, and for the supposed benefit of himself and his fellows. The most serious danger to the American democratic future which may issue from aggressive and unscrupulous unionism consists in the state of mind of which mob violence is the only expression. The militant unionists are beginning to talk and believe, as if they were at war with the existing social and political order, as if the American political system was as inimical to their interests as would be that of any European monarchy or aristocracy. The idea is being systematically propagated that the American government is one which favors the millionaire rather than the wage earner, and the facts which either superficially or really support this view are sufficiently numerous to win for it an apparently increasing number of adherents. The union laborer is tending to become suspicious, not merely of his employer, but of the constitution of American society. His morals are becoming those of men engaged in a struggle for life. The manifestations of this state of mind in notion are not very numerous, although on many occasions they have worn a sufficiently sinister aspect. But they are numerous enough to demand serious attention, for the literature popular among the Unionists is a literature not merely of discontent, but sometimes of revolt. Whether this aggressive unionism will ever become popular enough to endanger the foundations of the American political and social order, I shall not pretend to predict. The practical dangers resulting from it at any one time are largely neutralized by the mere size of the country and its extremely complicated social and industrial economy. The menace it contains to the nation as a whole can hardly become very critical, as long as so large a proportion of the American voters are landowning farmers. But while the general national well-being seems sufficiently protected, for the present, against the aggressive assertion of the class interests of the Unionists, the legal public interest of particular states and cities cannot be considered as anywhere near so secure. And in any event, the existence of aggressive discontent on that part of the Unionists must constitute a serious problem for the American legislator and statesman. Is there any ground for such aggressive discontent? How has it come to pass that the American political system, which was designed to guarantee the welfare and prosperity of the people, is the subject of such violent popular suspicion? Can these suspicions be allayed merely by curbing the somewhat excessive opportunities of the rich man and by the diminution of his influence upon the government? Or does the discontent indicate the existence of more radical economic evils, or the necessity of more radical economic reforms? However the foregoing questions ought to be answered, there can be no doubt as to the nature of the answers proposed by the Unionists themselves. The Unionist leaders frequently offer verbal homage to the great American principle of equal rights, but what they really demand is the abandonment of that principle. What they want is an economic and political order, which will discriminate in favor of union labor and against non-union labor, and they want it on the ground that the unions have proved to be the most effective agency on behalf of economic and social amelioration of the wage earner. The unions, that is, are helping most effectively to accomplish the task, traditionally attributed to the American democratic political system, the task of raising the general standard of living, and the Unionists claim that they deserve, on this ground, recognition by the state and active encouragement. Obviously, however, such encouragement could not go very far without violating both the federal and many state constitutions, the result being that there is a profound antagonism between our existing political system and what the Unionists consider to be a perfectly fair demand. Like all good Americans, while verbally asking for nothing but equal rights, they interpret the phrase so that equal rights becomes equivalent to special rights. Of all the hard blows which the course of American political and economic development has dealt to the traditional system of political ideas and institutions, perhaps the hardest is this demand for discrimination on behalf of union labor. It means that the more intelligent and progressive American working men are coming to believe that the American political and economic organization does not sufficiently secure the material improvement of the wage earner. This conviction may be, to a large extent, erroneous. Certain it is that the wages of unorganized farm laborers have been increasing as rapidly during the past 30 years as have the wages of the organized mechanics. But whether erroneous or not, it is widespread and deep-rooted, and whatever danger it possesses is derived from the fact that it affords to a substantially revolutionary purpose a large and increasing popular following. The other instances of organization for special purposes which have been remarked have superficially, at least, been making for conservatism. The millionaire and the professional politician want, above all things, to be let alone, and to be allowed to enjoy the benefit of their conquests. But the labor organizations cannot exercise the power necessary in their opinion to their interests without certain radical changes in the political and economic order, and inasmuch as their power is likely to increase rather than diminish, the American people are confronted with the prospect of persistent, unscrupulous, and increasing agitation on behalf of an economic and political reorganization in favor of one class of citizens. The large corporations and the unions occupy, in certain respects, a similar relation to the American political system. Their advocates both believe in associated action for themselves and in competition for their adversaries. They both demand governmental protection and recognition, but resent the notion of efficient governmental regulation. They have both reached their existing power, partly because of the weakness of the state governments, to which they are legally subject, and they both are opposed to any interference by the federal government, except exclusively on their own behalf. Yet they both have become so very powerful that they are frequently too strong for the state governments, and in different ways, they both traffic for their own benefit with the politicians, who so often control those governments. Here, of course, the parallelism ends and the divergence begins. The corporations have apparently the best of the situation, because existing institutions are more favorable to the interests of the corporations than to the interests of the Unionists. But on the other hand, the unions have the immense advantage of a great and increasing numerical strength. They are beginning to use the suffrage to promote a class interest, though how far they will travel on this perilous path remains doubtful. In any event, it is obvious that the development in this country of two such powerful and unscrupulous and well-organized special interests has created a condition which the founders of the Republic never anticipated, and which demands as a counterpoise a more effective body of national opinion and a more powerful organization of the national interest. End of Chapter 5, Section 4. Chapter 5, Section 5, of The Promise of American Life by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 5, Section 5, Government by Lawyers. The corporation, the politician, and the union laborer are all illustrations of the organization of men, representing fundamental interests for special purposes. The specialization of American society has not, however, stopped with its specialized organization. A similar process has been taking place in the different professions, arts, and trades, and of these much the most important is the gradual transformation of the function of the lawyer in the American political system. He no longer either performs the same office or occupies the same place in the public mind as he did before the Civil War, and the nature and meaning of this change cannot be understood without some preliminary consideration of the important part which the American lawyers have played in American political history. The importance of that part is both considerable and peculiar, as is the debt of gratitude which the American people owe to American lawyers. They founded the Republic, and they have always governed it. Some few generals, and even one colonel, have been elected to the presidency of the United States, and occasionally businessmen of one kind or another have prevailed in local politics, but really important political action in our country has almost always been taken under the influence of lawyers. On the whole, American laws have been made by lawyers, they have been executed by lawyers, and, of course, they have been expounded by lawyers. Their predominance has been practically complete, and so far as I know, it has been unprecedented. No other people, either in classic, medieval, or modern times, has ever allowed such a professional monopoly of governmental functions. Certain religious bodies have submitted for a while to the dominion of ecclesiastical lawyers, but the lawyer has rarely been allowed to interfere either in the executive or the legislative branches of the government. The lawyer phrased the laws, and he expounded them for the benefit of litigants. The construction which he has placed upon bodies of customary law, particularly in England, has sometimes been equivalent to the most permanent and fruitful legislation. But the people responsible for the government of European countries have rarely been trained lawyers, whereas American statesmen, untrained in the law, are palpable exceptions. This dominion of lawyers is so defiant of precedent that it must be due to certain novel and peremptory American conditions. The American would claim, of course, that the unprecedented prominence of the lawyer in American politics is to be explained on the ground that the American government is a government by law. The lawyer is necessarily of subordinate importance in any political system tending towards absolutism. He is even of subordinate importance in a liberal system such as that of Great Britain, where Crown and Parliament, acting together, have the power to enact any desired legislation. The federal Constitution, on the other hand, by establishing the Supreme Court as the interpreter of the fundamental law, and as a separate and independent department of the government, really made the American lawyer responsible for the future of the country. Insofar as the Constitution continues to prevail, the Supreme Court becomes the final arbiter of the destinies of the United States. Whenever its action can be legally invoked, it can, if necessary, declare the will of either or both the President and Congress of no effect, and inasmuch as almost every important question of public policy raises corresponding questions of constitutional interpretation, its possible or actual influence dominates American political discussion. Thus the lawyer, when consecrated as Justice of the Supreme Court, has become the high priest of our political faith. He sits in the sanctuary and guards the sacred rights which have been enshrined in the Ark of the Constitution. The importance of lawyers as legislators and executives in the actual work of American government has been an indirect consequence of the peculiar function of the Supreme Court in the American political system. The state constitutions confer a corresponding function on the highest state courts, although they make no similar provision for the independence of the state judiciary. The whole business of American government is so entangled in a network of legal conditions that a training in the law is the beat education which the American public man can receive. The first question asked of any important legislative project, whether state or federal, concerns its constitutionality, and the question of its wisdom is necessarily subordinate to these fundamental legal considerations. The statesman, who is not a lawyer, suffers under many disadvantages, not the least of which is the suspicion wherewith he is regarded by his legal fellow-statesmen. When they talk about a government by law, they really mean a government by lawyers, and they are by way of believing that government by anybody but lawyers is really unsafe. The Constitution bestowed upon the American lawyer a constructive political function, and this function has been confirmed and even enlarged by American political custom and practice. The work of finally interpreting the federal Constitution has rarely been either conceived or executed in a merely negative spirit. The construction, which successive generations of Supreme Court justices have placed upon the instrument, has tended to enlarge its scope and make it a legal garment, which was being better cut to fit the American political and economic organism. In its original form, and to a certain extent in its present form, the Constitution was in many respects an ambiguous document, which might have been interpreted along several different lines, and the Supreme Court in its official expositions has been influenced by other than strictly legal and verbal reasons, by considerations of public welfare, or by general political ideas. But such constructive interpretations have been most cautiously and discreetly admitted. In proclaiming them, the Supreme Court has usually represented a substantial consensus of the better legal opinion of the time, and constructions of this kind are accepted and confirmed only when any particular decision is the expression of some permanent advance or achievement in political thinking by the American lawyer. It becomes, consequently, of the utmost importance that American lawyers should really represent the current of national political opinion. The Supreme Court has been, on the whole, one of the great successes of the American political system, because the lawyers, whom it represented, were themselves representative of the ideas and interests of the bulk of their fellow countrymen, and if for any reason they become less representative, a dangerous division would be created between the body of American public opinion and its official and final legal expositors. If the lawyers have any reason to misinterpret a serious political problem, the difficulty of dealing therewith is much increased, because in addition to the ordinary risks of political therapeutics, there will be added that of a false diagnosis by the family doctor. The adequacy of the lawyer's training, the disinterestedness of their political motives, the fairness of their mental outlook, and the closeness of their contact with the national public opinion, all become matters of grave public concern. It can be fairly asserted that the qualifications of the American lawyer, for his traditional task as the official interpreter and guide of American constitutional democracy, have been considerably impaired. Whatever his qualifications have been for the task, and they have, perhaps, been overestimated, they are no longer as substantial as they were. Not only has the average lawyer become a less representative citizen, but a strictly legal training has become a less desirable preparation for the candid consideration of contemporary political problems. Since 1870, the lawyer has been traveling in the same path as the businessman and the politician. He has tended to become a professional specialist and to give all his time to his specialty. The greatest and most successful American lawyers no longer become legislators and statesmen, as they did in the time of Daniel Webster. They no longer obtain the experience of men and affairs, which an active political life brings with it. Their professional practice, whenever they are successful, is so remunerative and so exacting that they cannot afford either the time or the money which a political career demands. the most eminent American lawyers usually remain lawyers all their lives, and if they abandon private practice at all, it is generally for the purpose of taking a seat on the bench. Like nearly all other Americans, they have found rigid specialization a condition of success. A considerable proportion of our legislators and executives continue to be lawyers, but the difference is that now they are more likely to be successful lawyers. Knowledge of the law and a legal habit of mind still have a great practical value in political work, and the professional politicians, who are themselves rarely men of legal training, need the services of lawyers, whose legal methods are not attenuated by scruples. Lawyers of this class occupy the same relation to the local political bosses as the European lawyer used to occupy in the court of the absolute monarch. He phrases the legislation which the ruler decides to be of private or public benefit, and he acts frequently as his employer's official mouthpiece and special pleader. No doubt many excellent and even eminent lawyers continue to play an important and an honorable part in American politics. Mr. Elihu Root is a conspicuous example of a lawyer who has sacrificed a most lucrative private practice for the purpose of giving his country the benefit of his great abilities. Mr. Taft was, of course, a lawyer before he was an administrator, though he had made no professional success corresponding to that of Mr. Root. Mr. Hughes, also, was a successful lawyer. The reform movement has brought into prominence many public-spirited lawyers who, either as attorney generals or as district attorneys, have sought vigorously to enforce the law and punish its violators. The lawyers, like every class of business and professional men, have felt the influence of the reforming ideas, which have become so conspicuous in American practical politics, and they have performed admirable and essential work on behalf of reform. But it is equally true that the most prominent and thoroughgoing reformers, such as Roosevelt, Bryan, and Hearst, are not lawyers by profession, and that the majority of prominent American lawyers are not reformers. The tendency of the legally trained mind is inevitably and extremely conservative. So far as reform consists in the enforcement of the law, it is, of course, supported by the majority of successful lawyers, but so far as reform has come to mean a tendency to political or economic reorganization, it has to face the opposition of the bulk of American legal opinion. The existing political order has been created by lawyers, and they naturally believe, somewhat obsequiously, in a system for which they are responsible and from which they benefit. This government by law, of which they boast, is not only a government by lawyers, but is a government in the interest of litigation. It makes legal advice more constantly essential to the corporation and the individual than any European political system. The lawyer, just as much as the millionaire and the politician, has reaped a bountiful harvest from the inefficiency and irresponsibility of American state governments and from the worship of individual rights. They have corporations in Europe, but they have nothing corresponding to the American corporation lawyer. The ablest American lawyers have been retained by the special interests. In some cases they have been retained to perform tasks which must have been repugnant to honest men, but that is not the most serious aspect of the situation. The retainer which the American legal profession has accepted from the corporations inevitably increases its natural tendency to a blind conservatism, and its influence has been used, not for the purpose of extricating the large corporations from their dubious and dangerous legal situation, but for the purpose of keeping them entangled in its meshes. At a time when the public interest needs a candid reconsideration of the basis and the purpose of the American legal system, they have either opposed or contributed little to the essential work, and in adopting this course they have betrayed the interests of their more profitable clients, the large corporations themselves, whose one chance of perpetuation depends upon political and legal reconstruction. The conservative believer in the existing American political system will doubtless reply that the lawyer, insofar as he opposes radical reform or reorganization, is merely remaining true to his function as the high priest of American constitutional democracy. And no doubt it is begging the question at the present stage of this discussion to assert that American lawyers are as such not so well qualified as they were to guide American political thought and action. But it can at least be maintained that, assuming some radical reorganization to be necessary, The existing prejudices, interests, and mental outlook of the American lawyer disqualify him for the task. The legal profession is risking its traditional position as the mouthpiece of the American political creed and faith upon the adequacy of the existing political system. If there is any thoroughgoing reorganization needed, it will be brought about in spite of the opposition of the legal profession. They occupy, in relation to the modern economic and political problem, a position similar to that of the constitutional Unionists previous to the Civil War. Those estimable gentlemen believed devoutly that the Constitution, which created the problem of slavery and provoked the anti-slavery agitation, was adequate to its solution. In the same spirit, learned lawyers now affirm that the existing problems can be easily solved, if only American public opinion remain faithful to the Constitution. But it may be that the Constitution, as well as the system of local political government built up around the federal Constitution, is itself partly responsible for some of the existing abuses, evils, and problems, and if so, the American lawyer may be useful, as he was before the Civil War, in evading our difficulties. But he will not be very useful in settling them. He may try to settle them by decisions of the Supreme Court, but such decisions, assuming, of course, that the problem is as inexorable as was that of the legal existence of slavery in a democratic nation, such decisions would have precisely the same effect on public opinion as did the Dred Scott decision. They would merely excite a crisis which they were intended to allay, and strengthen the hands of the more radical critics of the existing political system. End of Chapter 5, Section 5. Chapter 5, Section 6, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 5, Section 6, American Democracy and the Social Problem. The changes which have been taking place in industrial and political and social conditions have all tended to impair the consistency of feeling characteristic of the first phase of American national democracy. Americans are divided from one another much more than they were during the Middle Period by differences of interest, of intellectual outlook, of moral and technical standards, and of manner of life. Grave inequalities of power and deep-lying differences of purpose have developed in relation of the several primary American activities. The millionaire, the boss, the union laborer, and the lawyer have all taken advantage of the loose American political organization to promote somewhat unscrupulously their own interests and to obtain special sources of power and profit at the expense of a wholesome national balance. But the foregoing examples of specialized organization and purposes do not stand alone. They are the most conspicuous and the most troublesome because of the power wielded by those particular classes, and because they can claim for their purposes the support of certain aspects of the American national tradition. Yet the same process has been taking place in all the other departments of American social and intellectual life. Technical experts of all kinds, engineers, men of letters, and artists, have, all of them, been asserting much more vigorously their own special interests and purposes. In so asserting themselves, they cannot claim the support of the American National Democratic Convention. On the contrary, the proclamation of high technical standards and of insistent individual purposes is equivalent to a revolt from the traditions of the Middle Period, which were all in favor of cheap work and the average worker. But different as is the situation of these technical experts, the fundamental meaning of their self-assertion is analogous to that of the millionaire and the boss. The vast incoherent mass of the American people is falling into definite social groups, which restrict and define the mental outlook and social experience of their members. The all-round man of the innocent Middle Period has become the exception. The earlier homogeneity of American society has been impaired, and no authoritative and edifying, but conscious, social ideal has as yet taken its place. The specialized organization of American industry, politics, and labor, and the increasingly severe special discipline imposed upon the individual, are not to be considered as evils. On the contrary, they are indications of greater practical efficiency, and they contain a promise of individual moral and intellectual emancipation. But they have their serious and perilous aspects, because no sufficient provision has been made for them in the national democratic tradition. What it means is that the American nation is being confronted by a problem which the earlier national democracy expected to avoid, the social problem. By the social problem is usually meant the problem of poverty, but grave inequalities of wealth are merely the most dangerous and distressing expression of fundamental differences among the members of a society of interest and of intellectual and moral standards. In its deepest aspect, consequently, the social problem is the problem of preventing such divisions from dissolving the society into which they enter, of keeping such a highly differentiated society fundamentally sound and whole. In this country, the solution of the social problem demands the substitution of a conscious social ideal for the earlier instinctive homogeneity of the American nation. This homogeneity has disappeared, never to return. We should not want it to return, because it was dependent upon too many sacrifices of individual purpose and achievement. But a democracy cannot dispense with the solidarity which it imparted to American life, and in one way or another such solidarity must be restored. There is only one way in which it can be restored, and that is by means of a democratic social ideal, which shall give consistency to American social life, without entailing any essential sacrifice of desirable individual and class distinctions. I have used the word restoration to describe this binding and healing process, but the consistency which would result from the loyal realization of a comprehensive, coherent democratic social ideal would differ radically from the earlier American homogeneity of feeling. The solidarity which it would impart to American society would have its basis in feeling and its results in good fellowship, but it must always remain a promise and constructive ideal, rather than a finished performance. The social problem must, as long as societies continue to endure, be solved afresh by almost every generation, and the one chance of progress depends both upon an invincible loyalty to a constructive social ideal, and upon a current understanding by the new generation of the actual experience of its predecessors. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, Section 1, of The Promise of American Life by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 6, Section 1, Reform and the Reformers. Sensible and patriotic Americans have not, of course, tamely and ignobly submitted to the obvious evils of their political and economic condition. There was, indeed, a season when the average good American refused to take these evils seriously. He was possessed by the idea that American life was a stream which purified itself in the running, and that reformers and critics were merely men who prevented the stream from running free. He looked upon the first spasmodic and effective protests with something like contempt. Reformers he appraised as busybodies who were protesting against the conditions of success in business and politics. He nicknamed them mugwumps, and continued to vote the regular tickets of his party. There succeeded to this phase of contemptuous dislike a few years, in which he was somewhat bewildered by the increasing evidences of corruption in American politics, and lawlessness in American business methods, and during which he occasionally supported some favorite among the several reforming movements. Then a habit of criticism and reform increased, with the sense that the evils were both more flagrant and more stubborn than he imagined, until at the present time, average well-intentioned Americans are likely to be reformers of one kind or another, while the more intelligent and disinterested of them are pretty sure to vote a reform ticket. To stand for a program of reform has become one of the most recognized roads to popularity. The political leaders with the largest personal followings are some kind of reformers. They sit in presidential chairs, they occupy executive mansions, they extort legislation from unwilling politicians, they regulate and abuse the erring corporations, they are coming to control the press, and they are the most aggressive force in American public opinion. The supporters and beneficiaries of existing abuses still control much of the official and practically all of the unofficial political and business machinery, but they are less domineering and self-confident than they were. The reformers have both scared and bewildered them. They begin to realize that reform has come to stay, and perhaps even to conquer, while reform itself is beginning to pay the penalty of success by being threatened with deterioration. It has had not only its hero in Theodore Roosevelt, but its specter in William Randolph Hearst. In studying the course of the reforming movement during the last 25 years, it appears that while reform has had a history, this history is only beginning. Since 1880, or even 1895 or 1900, it has been transformed in many significant ways. In the beginning, it was spasmodic in its outbursts, innocent in its purposes, and narrow in its outlook. It sprang up almost spontaneously in a number of different places, and in a number of different detached movements, and its adherents did not look much beyond a victory at a particular election or the passage of a few remedial laws. Gradually, however, it increased in definiteness, persistence, and comprehensiveness of purpose. The reformers found the need of permanent organization, of constant work, and even within limits, of a positive program. Their success and their influence upon public opinion increased, just in proportion as they began to take their job seriously. Indeed, they have become extremely self-conscious in relation to their present standing and their future responsibilities. They are beginning to predict the most abundant results from the uplift movement, of which they are the leaders. They confidently anticipate that they are destined to make a much more salient and significant contribution to the history of their country than has been made by any group of political leaders since the Civil War. It is in a sense a misnomer to write of reform as a single thing. Reform is, as a matter of fact, all sorts of things. The name has been applied to a number of separate political agitations, which have been started by different people at different times in different parts of the country, and these separate movements have secured very different kinds of support, and have run very different courses. Tariff reform, for instance, was an early and popular agitation, whose peculiarity has consisted in securing the support of one of the two national parties, but which, in spite of that support, has so far made little substantial progress. Civil service reform, on the other hand, was the first agitation looking in the direction of political purification. The early reformers believed that the eradication of the spoils system would deal a deadly blow at political corruption and professional politics. But although they have been fairly successful in establishing the merit system in the various public offices, the results of the reform have not equaled the promises of its advocates. While it is still an important part of the program of reform from the point of view of many reformers, it has recently been overshadowed by other issues. It does not provoke either as much interest as it did, or as much opposition. Municipal reform has, of course, almost as many centers of agitation as there are centers of corruption, that is, large municipalities in the United States. It began as a series of local nonpartisan movements for the enforcement of the laws, the dispossession of the rascals, and businesslike, efficient administration of municipal affairs. But the reformers discovered in many cases that municipal corruption could not be eradicated without the reform of state politics, and without some drastic purging of the local public service corporations. They have consequently in many cases enlarged the area of their agitation, but in so doing they have become divided among themselves, and their agitation has usually lost its nonpartisan character. Finally, the agitation against the trusts has developed a confused hodgepodge of harmless and deadly, overlapping and mutually exclusive remedies, which are the cause of endless disagreements. Of course, they are all for the people and against the octopus, but beyond this precise and comprehensive statement of the issue, the reformers have endlessly different views about the nature of the disease and the severity of the necessary remedy. If reform is an ambiguous and many-headed thing, the leading reformers are as far as possible from being a body of men capable of mutual cooperation. They differ almost as widely among themselves as they do from the beneficiaries or supporters of the existing abuses. William Randolph Hearst, William Travers Jerome, Seth Low, and George B. McClellan are all in their different ways reformers, but they would not constitute precisely a happy family. Indeed, Mr. Hearst, who in his own opinion is the only immaculate reformer, is in the eyes of his fellow reformers as dangerous a public enemy as the most corrupt politician or the most unscrupulous millionaire. Any reformer who, like Mr. William Jennings Bryan, proclaims views which are in some respects more than usually radical, comes in for heartier denunciation from his brothers in reform than he does from the conservatives. Each of our leading reformers is more or less a man on horseback who is seeking to popularize a particular brand of reform, and who is inclined to doubt whether the other brands are available for public consumption without rigid inspection. Consequently, the party of reform is broken up into a number of insurgent personalities. The typical reformer, says the late Alfred Hodder, in a book written in praise of Mr. William Travers Jerome, quote, "The typical reformer is a star, and a typical reform administration is usually a company of stars," end quote, and a most amusing piece of special pleading is the reasoning whereby the same author seeks to prove that Mr. Jerome himself is, or was not, a star performer. The preference which the individual performers have shown for leading parts is in itself far from being a bad thing, but the lack of team play has none the less diminished the efficiency of reform as a practical and prosperous political agitation. These disagreements are more significant because the different star reformers are sufficiently united upon their statement of fundamental principles. All of them agree to conceive of reform as, at bottom, a moral protest and awakening, which seeks to enforce the violated laws and to restore the American political and economic system to its pristine purity and vigor. From their point of view, certain abuses have become unwholesomely conspicuous because the average American citizen has been a little lethargic and allowed a few of his more energetic and unscrupulous fellow citizens to exploit, for selfish purposes, the opportunities of American business and politics. The function of reform, consequently, is to deprive these parasites of their peculiar opportunities. Few reformers anticipate now that this task will be easily or quickly accomplished. They are coming to realize that the abuses are firmly entrenched, and a prolonged siege as well as constant assaults are necessary for final success. Some reformers are even tending to the opinion that a tradition of reform and succession of reformers will be demanded for the vigilant protection of the American political and economic system against abuse. But the point is, the agreement among practical reformers that reform means, at bottom, no more than moral and political purification. It may, indeed, bring with it the necessity of a certain amount of reorganization, but such reorganization will aim merely at the improvement of the existing political and economic machinery. Present and future reformers must cleanse, oil, and patch a piece of economic and political machinery, which in all essentials is adequate to its purpose. The millionaire and the trust have appropriated too many of the economic opportunities formerly enjoyed by the people. The corrupt politician has usurped too much of the power which should be exercised by the people. Reform must restore to the people the opportunities and power of which they have been deprived. An agitation of this kind, deriving as it does its principles and purposes from the very source of American democracy, would seem to deserve the support of all good Americans, and such support was in the beginning expected. Reformers have always tended to believe that their agitation ought to be and essentially was nonpartisan. They considered it inconceivable either that patriotic American citizens should hesitate about restoring the purity and vigor of American institutions, or such an object should not appeal to every disinterested man, irrespective of party. It was a fight between the law and its violators, between the faithful and the heretic, between the good and the wicked. In such a fight there was, of course, only one aid to take. It was not to be doubted that the honest men, who constitute, of course, an enormous majority of the plain people, would rally to the banners of reform. The rascals would be turned out, the people would regain their economic opportunities and political rights, and the American democracy would pursue undefiled its triumphant career of legalized prosperity. These hopes have never been realized. Reform has rarely been nonpartisan, except in the minds of its more innocent advocates. Now and then, an agitation for municipal reform in a particular city will suffer a spasm of nonpartisanship, but the reformers soon develop such lively differences among themselves that they separate into special groups or else resume their regular party ties. Their common conception of reform as fundamentally a moral awakening, which seeks to restore the American political and economic system to its early purity and vigor, does not help them to unity of action or to unity in the framing of a remedial policy. Different reformers really mean something very different by the traditional system from which American practice has departed and which they propose to restore. Some of them mean thereby a condition of spiritual excellence, which will be restored by a sort of politico-moral revivalism and which will somehow make the results of divine and popular election coincide. Others mean nothing more than the rigid enforcement of existing laws. Still others mean a new legal expression of the traditional democratic principle, framed to meet the new political and social conditions. But the reformers who agree upon this last conception of reform disagree radically as to what the new legal expression should be. The traditional system, which they seek to restore, assumes almost as many shapes as there are leading reformers, and as the reforming movement develops, the disagreements among the reformers become more, instead of less, definite and acute. The inability of the reformers to cooperate in action or to agree as to the application of their principles is in part merely a natural result of their essential work. Reformers are primarily Protestants, and Protestants are naturally insubordinate. They have been protesting against the established order in American business and politics. Their protest implies a certain degree of moral and intellectual independence, which makes them dislike to surrender or subordinate their own personal opinions and manner of action. Such independence is a new and refreshing thing, which has suddenly made American politics much more interesting and significant than it has been at any time since the Civil War. It has a high value wholly apart from its immediate political results. It means that the American people are beginning a new phase of their political experience, a phase in which there will be room for a much freer play of individual ability and character. Inevitably, the sudden realization by certain exceptional politicians that they have a right to be individuals, and that they can take a strong line of their own in politics, without being disqualified for practical political association with their fellow countrymen, such a new light could hardly break without tempting the performers to overplay the part. The fact that they have overplayed their parts, and have wasted time and energy over meaningless and unnecessary disagreements, is not in itself a matter of much importance. The great majority of them are disinterested and patriotic men, who will not allow in the long run either personal ambition or political crotchets to prevent them from cooperating for the good of the cause. Unfortunately, however, neither public spirit nor patriotism will be sufficient to bring them effectively together, any more than genuine excellence of intention and real public spirit enabled patriotic Americans to cooperate upon a remedial policy during the years immediately preceding the Civil War. The plain fact is that the traditional American political system, which so many good reformers wish to restore by some sort of reforming revivalism, is just as much responsible for the existing political and economic abuses as the Constitution was responsible for the evil of slavery. As long, consequently, as reform is considered to be a species of higher conservatism, the existing abuses can no more be frankly faced and fully understood than the Whig leaders were able to face and understand the full meaning and consequences of any attempt on the part of a democracy to keep house with slavery. The first condition of a better understanding and a more efficient cooperation among the reforming leaders is a better understanding of the meaning of reform and the function of reformers. They will never be united on the basis of allegiance to the traditional American political creed, because that creed itself is overflowing with inconsistencies and ambiguities, which afford a footing for almost every extreme of radicalism and conservatism. And in case they persist in the attempt to reform political and economic abuses merely by a restoration of earlier conditions and methods, they will be compromising much that is good in the present economic and political organization, without recovering that which was good in the past. End of Chapter 6, Section 1. Chapter 6, Section 2, of the Promise of American Life by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 6, Section 2, The Logic of Reform. The prevailing preconception of the reformers, that the existing evils and abuses have been due chiefly to the energy and lack of scruple with which businessmen and politicians have taken advantage of the good but easy-going American, and that a general increase of moral energy, assisted by some minor legal changes, will restore the balance. Such a conception of the situation is less than half true. No doubt, the plain people of the United States have been morally indifferent, and have allowed unscrupulous special interests to usurp too much power, but that is far from being the whole story. The unscrupulous energy of the boss, or the tainted millionaire, is vitally related to the moral indifference of the plain people. Both of them have been encouraged to believe by the nature of our traditional ideas and institutions that a man could be patriotic without being either public-spirited or disinterested. The democratic state has been conceived as a piece of political machinery, which existed for the purpose of securing certain individual rights and opportunities, the expectation being that the greatest individual happiness would be thereby promoted, and one which harmonized with the public interest. Consequently, when the boss and the tainted millionaire took advantage of this situation to secure for themselves an unusually large amount of political and economic power, they were putting into practice an idea which traditionally had been entirely respectable, and which during the pioneer period had not worked badly. On the other hand, when the mass of American voters failed to detect the danger of such usurpation until it had gone altogether too far, they, too, were not without warrant for their lethargy and callousness. They, too, in a smaller way, had considered the American political and economic system chiefly as a system framed for their individual benefit, and it did not seem sportsmanlike to turn and rend their more successful competitors until it were told that the trusts and the bosses were violating the sacred principle of equal rights. Thus the abuses of which we are complaining are not weeds which have been allowed to spring up from neglect, and which can be eradicated by a man with a hoe. They are cultivated plants which, if not precisely specified in the plan of the American political and economic garden, have at least been encouraged by traditional methods of cultivation. The fact that this dangerous usurpation of power has been accomplished partly by illegal methods has blinded many reformers to two considerations, which have a vital relation to both the theory and the practice of reform. Violation of the law was not itself partly the result of conflicting and unwise state legislation, and for this reason did not seem very heinous either to its perpetrators or to public opinion. But even if the law had not been violated, similar results would have followed. Under the traditional American system, with the freedom permitted to the individual, with the restriction placed on the central authority, and with its assumption of a substantial identity between the individual and the public interest, under such a system, unusually energetic and unscrupulous men were bound to seize a kind and an amount of political and economic power, which was not entirely wholesome. They had a license to do so, and if they had failed to take advantage thereof, their failure would have been an indication, not of disinterestedness or moral impeccability, but of sheer weakness and inefficiency. How utterly confusing it is, consequently, to consider reform as equivalent merely to the restoration of the American democracy to a former condition of purity and excellence. Our earlier political and economic condition was not, at its best, a fit subject for any great amount of complacency. It cannot be restored, even if we would, and the public interest has nothing to gain by its restoration. The usurpation of power by trusts and bosses is more than anything else an expression of a desirable individual initiative and organizing ability, which have been allowed to become dangerous and partly corrupt, because of the incoherence and the lack of purpose and responsibility in the traditional American political and economic system. A purification might well destroy the good with the evil, and even if it were successful in eradicating certain abuses, would only prepare the way for the outbreak in another form of the tendency towards individual aggrandizement and social classification. No amount of moral energy, directed merely towards the enforcement of the laws, can possibly avail to accomplish any genuine or lasting reform. It is the laws themselves which are partly at fault, and still more at fault is the group of ideas and traditional practices behind the laws. Reformers have failed for the most part to reach a correct diagnosis of existing political and economic abuses because they are almost as much the victim of perverted, confused, and routine habits of political thought as is the ordinary politician. They have eschewed the tradition of partisan conformity in reference to controverted political questions, but they have not eschewed a still more insidious tradition of conformity, the tradition that a patriotic American citizen must not, in his political thinking, go beyond the formulas consecrated in the sacred American writings. They adhere to the stupefying rule that the good fathers of the Republic relieved their children from the necessity of vigorous, independent, or consistent thinking in political matters, that it is the duty of their loyal children to repeat the sacred words, and then await a miraculous consummation of individual and social prosperity. Accordingly, all the leading reformers begin by piously reiterating certain phrases about equal rights for all, and special privileges for none, and of government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Having in this way proved their fundamental political orthodoxy, they proceed to interpret the phrases according to their personal, class, local, and partisan preconceptions and interests. They have never stopped to inquire whether the principle of equal rights, in its actual embodiment in American institutional and political practice, has not been partly responsible for some of the existing abuses, whether it is either a safe or sufficient platform for a reforming movement, and whether its continued proclamation as the fundamental political principle of a democracy will help or hinder the higher democratic consummation. Their unquestioning orthodoxy in this respect has made them faithless both to their own personal interest as reformers and to the cause of reform. Reform exclusively as a moral protest and awakening is condemned to sterility. Reformers exclusively as moral Protestants and purifiers are condemned to misdirected effort, to an illiberal Puritanism, and to personal self-stultification. Reform must necessarily mean an intellectual as well as a moral challenge, and its higher purposes will never be accomplished unless it is accompanied by a masterful and jubilant intellectual awakening. All Americans, whether they are professional politicians or reformer, predatory millionaires or common people, political philosophers or schoolboys, accept the principle of equal rights for all and special privileges for none as the absolutely sufficient rule of an American democratic political system. The platforms of both parties testify on its behalf. Corporation lawyers and their clients appear frequently to believe in it. Tammany offers tribute to it during every local political campaign in New York. A Democratic senator, in the intervals between his votes for increased duties on the products of his state, declares it to be the summary of all political wisdom. The fact that Mr. Bryan incorporates it in most of his speeches does not prevent Mr. Hearst from keeping it standing in type for the purpose of showing how very American the American can be. The fact that Mr. Hearst has appropriated it with the American flag as belonging peculiarly to himself has not prevented Mr. Roosevelt from explaining the whole of his policy of reform as, at the bottom, an attempt to restore a square deal, that is, a condition of equal rights and non-existing privileges. More radical reformers find the same principle equally useful for their own purposes. Mr. Frederick C. Howe, in his Hope of Democracy, bases an elaborate scheme of municipal socialism exclusively upon it. Mr. William Smith, in his Constructive Democracy, finds warrant in the same principle for the immediate purchase by the central government of the railway and trust franchises. Mr. Henry George, Jr., in his Menace of Privilege, asserts that the plain American citizen can never enjoy equal rights as long as land, mines, railroad rights-of-way and terminals, and the like remain in the hands of private owners. The collectivist socialists are no less certain that the institution of private property necessarily gives some men an unjust advantage over others. There is no extreme of radicalism or conservatism, of individualism or socialism, of republicanism or democracy, which does not rest its argument on this one consummate principle. In this respect, the good American finds himself in a situation similar to that with which he was confronted before the Civil War. At that time, also, abolitionist and slaveholder, Republican and pioneer Democrat, each of them declared himself to be the interpreter of the true democratic doctrine, and no substantial progress could be made towards the settlement of the question until public opinion had been instructed as to the real meaning of democracy in relation to the double-headed problem of slavery and states' rights. It required the utmost intellectual courage and ability to emancipate the conception of democracy from the illusions and confusions of thought which enabled Davis, Douglas, and Garrison all to pose as impeccable Democrats. And at the present time, reformers need to devote as much ability and more courage to the task of framing a fitting creed for a reformed and reforming American democracy. The political lessons of the anti-slavery and states' rights discussions may not be of much obvious assistance in thinking out such a creed, but they should at least help the reformers to understand the methods whereby the purposes of a reformed democracy can be achieved. No progress was made towards the solution of the slavery question until the question itself was admitted to be national in scope, and its solution a national responsibility. No substantial progress had been made in the direction of reform until it began to be understood that here, also, a national responsibility existed, which demanded an exercise of the powers of the central government. Reform is both meaningless and powerless unless the Jeffersonian principle of non-interference is abandoned. The experience of the last generation plainly shows that the American economic and social system cannot be allowed to take care of itself, and that the automatic harmony of the individual and the public interest, which is the essence of the Jeffersonian democratic creed, has proved to be an illusion. Interference with the natural course of individual and popular action there must be, in the public interest, and such interference must at least be sufficient to accomplish its purposes. The house of the American democracy is again by way of being divided against itself, because the national interest has not been consistently asserted as against special and local interests, and again, also, it can be reunited only by being partly reconstructed on better foundations. If reform does not and cannot mean restoration, it is bound to mean reconstruction. The reformers have come partly to realize that the Jeffersonian policy of drift must be abandoned. They no longer expect the American ship of state, by virtue of its own righteous framework, to sail away to a safe harbor in the promised land. They understand that there must be a vigorous and conscious assertion of the public as opposed to private and special interests, and that the American people must, to a greater extent than they have in the past, subordinate the latter to the former. They behave as if the American ship of state will hereafter require careful steering, and a turn or two at the wheel has given them some idea of the course they must set. On the other hand, even the best of them have not learned the name of its ultimate destination, the full difficulties of the navigation, or the stern discipline which may eventually be imposed upon the ship's crew. They do not realize, that is, how thoroughly Jeffersonian individualism must be abandoned for the benefit of a genuinely individual and social consummation, and they do not realize how dangerous and fallacious a chart their cherished principle of equal rights may well become. In reviving the practice of vigorous national action for the achievement of a national purpose, the better reformers have, if they only knew it, been looking in the direction of a much more trustworthy and serviceable political principle. The assumption of such a responsibility implies the rejection of a large part of the Jeffersonian creed and a renewed attempt to establish in its place the popularity of its Hamiltonian rival. On the other hand, it involves no less surely the transformation of Hamiltonianism into a thoroughly democratic political principle. None of these inferences have, however, as yet been generally drawn, and no leading reformer has sought to give reform its necessary foundation of positive, political principle. Only a very innocent person will expect reformers to be convinced of such a novel notion of reform by mere assertion, no matter how emphatic, or by argument, no matter how conclusive. But if, as I have said, reform actually implies a criticism of traditional American ideas, and a more responsible and more positive conception of democracy, these implications will necessarily be revealed in the future history of the reforming agitation. The reformers who understand will be assisted by the logic of events, whereas those who cannot and will not understand will be thwarted by the logic of events. Gradually, it may be anticipated, reformers, who dare to criticize and who are not afraid to reconstruct, will be simply distinguished from reformers who believe reform to be a species of higher conservatism. The latter will be forced where they belong, into the ranks of the supporters and beneficiaries of the existing system, and the party of genuine reform will be strengthened by their departure. On the other hand, the sincere and thoroughgoing reformers can hardly avoid a division into two divergent groups. One of these groups will stick faithfully to the principle of equal rights and to the spirit of the true Jeffersonian faith. It will seek further to undermine the representative character of American institutions, to deprive official leadership of any genuine responsibility, and to cultivate individualism at the expense of individual and national integrity. The second group, on the other hand, may learn from experience that the principle of equal rights is a dangerous weapon in the hands of factious and merely revolutionary agitators, and even that such a principle is only a partial and poverty-stricken statement of the purpose of a democratic polity. The logic of its purposes will compel it to favor the principle of responsible representative government, and it will seek to forge institutions which will endow responsible political government with renewed life. Above all, it may discover that the attempt to unite Hamiltonian principle of national political responsibility and efficiency with a frank democratic purpose will give a new meaning to the Hamiltonian system of political ideas and a new power to democracy. End of Chapter 6, Section 2. Chapter 6, Section 3. Of the Promise of American Life by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 6, Section 3. William Jennings Bryan as a Reformer. One would hardly dare to assert that such a future of the reforming agitation is already prophesied by the history of reform. But the divergence between different classes of the reformers is certainly widening, and some such alignment can already be distinguished. Hitherto, I have been classing reformers together, and have been occupied in pointing out the merits and failings which they possess in common. Such a method of treatment hardly does justice to the significance of their mutual disagreements, or to the individual value of their several personalities and points of view. In many instances their disagreements are meaningless, and are not the result of any genuine conviction, but in other instances they do represent a relevant and significant conflict of ideas. It remains to be seen, consequently, what can be made out of their differences of opinion and policy, and whether they point in the direction of a gradual transformation of the agitation for reform. For this purpose I shall select a number of leading reformers, whose work has been most important, and whose individual opinions are most significant, and seek some sort of an appraisal both of the comparative value of their work and of the promise of their characteristic ideas. The men who naturally suggest themselves for this purpose are William Jennings Bryan, William Travers Jerome, William Randolph Hearst, and Theodore Roosevelt. Each of these gentlemen throughout his public life has consistently stood for reform of one kind or another, and together they include almost every popular brand or phase thereof. Reform as a practical agitation is pretty well exhausted by the points of view of these four gentlemen. They exhibit its weakness and its strength, its illusions and its good intentions, its dangerous and its salutary tendencies. Be it remarked at the outset that three of these gentlemen call themselves Democrats, while the fourth has been the official leader of the Republican Party. The distinction to be made on this ground is sufficiently obvious, but it is also extremely important. The three Democrats differ among themselves in certain very important respects, and these differences will receive their full share of attention. Nevertheless, the fact that under ordinary circumstances they affiliate with the Democratic Party and accept its traditions gives them certain common characteristics and, it must be added, subjects them to certain common disabilities. On the other hand, the fact that Theodore Roosevelt, although a reformer from the very beginning of his public life, has resolutely adhered to the Republican partisan organization and has accepted its peculiar traditions, this fact, also, has largely determined the character and the limits of his work. These limits are plainly revealed in the opinions, the public policy, and the public action of the four typical reformers, and attempt to appraise the value of their individual opinions and their personalities must be constantly checked by a careful consideration of the advantages or disadvantages which they have enjoyed or suffered from their partisan ties. Of the advantages or disadvantages which they have enjoyed or suffered from their partisan ties. Mr. William Jennings Bryan is a fine figure of a man, amiable, winning, disinterested, courageous, enthusiastic, genuinely patriotic, and after a fashion liberal in spirit. Although he hails from Nebraska, he is in temperament a Democrat of the middle period, a Democrat of the days when organization in business and politics did not count for as much as it does today, and when excellent intentions and noble sentiments embodied in big flowing words were the popular currency of American democracy. But while an old-fashioned Democrat in temperament, he has become in ideas a curious mixture of traditional democracy and modern Western radicalism, and he can, perhaps, be best understood as a Democrat of both Jeffersonian and Jacksonian tendencies, who has been born a few generations too late. He is honestly seeking to deal with contemporary American political problems in the spirit, if not according to the letter, of traditional democracy. But although he is making a gallant fight and a brave show, his efforts are not being rewarded with any conspicuous measure of success. Mr. Bryan has always been a reformer, but his program of reform has always been ill-conceived. His first conspicuous appearance in public life in the Democratic Convention of 1896 was occasioned by the acute and widespread economic distress among his own people west of the Mississippi, and the means whereby he sought to remedy that distress, viz., by a change in the currency system, would have enabled the Western debtors partly to repudiate their debts, was a genuine result of Jacksonian economic ideas. The Jacksonian democracy, being the product of agricultural life, and being inexperienced in the complicated business of finance, has always relished financial heresies. Bryan's first campaign was, consequently, a new assertion of a time-honored tendency of his party, and in other respects also, he exhibited a lingering fealty to its older traditions. Reformer though he be, he has never been much interested in civil service reform, or in any agitations looking in the direction of the diminution of the influence of the professional politician. The reforms for which he has stood have been economic, and he has had little sympathy with any thoroughgoing attempt to disturb even such an equivocally democratic institution as the spoils system. Yet his lack of sympathy with this aspect of reform was not due to any preference for corruption. It must be traced to the persistence of the old democratic prejudice that administrative specialization, like other kinds of expert service, implied a discrimination against the average Democrat. After the revival of prosperity among his own people had shown that partial repudiation was not the only cure for poverty, Mr. Bryan fought his second campaign chiefly on the issue of imperialism, and again met with defeat. But in this influence his platform was influenced more by Jeffersonian than Jacksonian ideas. The Jacksonian democracy had always been expansionist in disposition and policy, and under the influence of their nationalism, they had lost interest in Jefferson's humanitarianism. In this matter, however, Mr. Bryan has shown more sympathy with the first than with the second phase of the democratic tradition, and in making this choice, he was undoubtedly more faithful to the spirit and the letter of the Democratic creed than were the expansionist Democrats of the middle period. The traditional American democracy has frequently been national in feeling, but it has never been national in idea and purpose. In the campaign of 1900, Mr. Bryan committed himself and his party to an anti-national point of view, and no matter how well-intentioned and consistent he was in so doing, he made a second mistake, even more disastrous than the first. In seeking to prevent his countrymen from asserting their national interest beyond their own continent, he was also opposing in effect the resolute assertion of the national interest in domestic affairs. He stamped himself, that is, as an anti-nationalist, and his anti-nationalism has disqualified him for effective leadership of the Party of Reform. Mr. Bryan's anti-nationalism is peculiarly embarrassing to his political efficiency, just because he is, as I have indicated, in many of his ideas an advanced contemporary radical. He is, indeed, more of a radical than any other political leader of similar prominence, and his radicalism is the result of a sincere and candid attempt to think out a satisfactory solution of the contemporary economic and political problems. As a result of these reflections, he dared to advocate openly and unequivocally the public ownership of the railway system of the country, and he has proposed, also, a measure of federal regulation of corporations conducting an interstate business, much more drastic than that of Mr. Roosevelt. These proposed increases of federal responsibility and power would have been considered outrageous by an old-fashioned Democrat, and they indicate on the part of Mr. Bryan an unusually liberal and courageous mind. But the value and effect of his radicalism is seriously impaired by the manner in which it is qualified. He proposes in one breath enormous increases of federal power and responsibility, and in the next betrays the old democratic distrust of effective national organization. He is willing to grant power to the federal authorities, but he denies them any confidence because of the democratic tradition of an essential conflict between political authority, particularly so far as it is centralized, and the popular interest. He is incapable of adapting his general political theories to his actual political program, and, consequently, the utmost political enthusiasm on his part and great power of effective political agitation cannot give essential coherence, substantial integrity, or triumphant effect to his campaigns. The incoherence of his political thinking is best exemplified by the way in which he proposed to nationalize the American railway system. His advocacy of public ownership was the most courageous act of his political career, but he soon showed that he was prepared neither to insist upon such a policy, nor even to carry it to a logical conclusion. Almost as soon as the words were out of his mouth, he became horrified at his own audacity and sought to mitigate its effects. He admitted that the centralization of so much power was dangerous, and he sought to make these dangers less by proposing that the states appropriate the railroads operating within the boundaries of one state, and the central government only the large interstate systems. But this qualification destroyed the effect of his Federalist audacity. The interstate railroads constitute such an enormous percentage of the total mileage of the country that if centralized governmental control was dangerous for all the railroads of the country, it would be almost equally dangerous for that proportion of the railway mileage operated as part of the interstate systems. In the one and the same speech, that is, Mr. Bryan placed himself on record as a radical centralizer of economic and political power, and as a man who was, on general principles, afraid of centralization and opposed to it. No wonder public opinion did not take his proposal seriously, and no wonder he himself has gradually dropped it out of his practical program. The confusion and inconsistency of Mr. Bryan's own thinking is merely the reflection of the confusion and inconsistency resident in the creed of his party. It is particularly conspicuous in this case, because he is, as I have intimated, a sincere and within limits a candid thinker. But Jeffersonian and Jacksonian Democrats alike have always distrusted and condemned the means whereby alone the underlying purposes of democracy can be fulfilled. Mr. Bryan is in no respect more genuinely democratic than in his incoherence. The remedial policy which he proposes for the ills of the American political body are meaningless, unless sustained by faith in the ability of the national political organization to promote the national welfare. His needs for the success and integrity of his own policy, a conviction which his traditions prevent him from entertaining. He is possessed by the time-honored democratic dislike of organization and of faith in expert skill, in specialized training, and in large personal opportunities and responsibilities, which are implied by a trust in organization. Of course, he would deny that he was the enemy of anything which made towards human betterment, for it is characteristic of the old-fashioned Democrats verbally to side with the angels, but at the same time to insist on clipping their wings. His fundamental prejudice against efficient organization and personal independence is plainly betrayed by his opinions in relation to institutional reform, which are absolutely those of a Democrat of the middle period. He is on record in favor of destroying the independence of the federal judiciary by making it elective, of diminishing the authority of the president by allowing him only a suspensive veto on legislation, and of converting representative assemblies into a machinery, like that of the old French parliaments, for merely registering the sovereign will. Faith in the people and confidence in popular government means to Mr. Bryan an utter lack of faith in those personal instruments whereby such rule can be endowed with foresight, moderation, and direction. Confidence in the average man, that is, means to him distrust in the exceptional man, or in any sort of organization which bestows on the exceptional man an opportunity equal to his ability and equipment. He stands for the sacrifice of the individual to the popular average, and the perpetuation of such a sacrifice would mean ultimate democratic degeneration. End of Chapter 6, Section 3. Chapter 6, Section 4, of The Promise of American Life by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 6, Section 4. William Travers Jerome as a Reformer. Mr. William Travers Jerome has not so assured a rank in the hierarchy of reformers as he had a few years ago, but his work and his point of view remain typical and significant. Unlike Mr. Bryan, he is in temperament and sympathies far from being an old-fashioned Democrat. He is, as his official expositor, the late Mr. Alfred Hodder, says, a typical American of the new time. No old-fashioned Democrat would have smoked cigarettes, tossed dice in public for drinks, and handed out slang to his constituents, and his unconventionality in these respects is merely an occasional expression of a novel, individual, and refreshing point of view. Mr. Jerome alone among American politicians has made a specialty of plain speaking. He has revolted against the tradition in our politics which seeks to stop every leak with a good intention, and plaster every sore with a decorative phrase. He has, says Mr. Hodder, a partly Gaelic passion for intellectual veracity, for a clear recognition of the facts before him, however ugly, and a wholly Gaelic hatred of hypocrisy. It is Mr. Jerome's intellectual veracity, his somewhat conscious and strenuous ideal of plain speaking, which has been his personal contribution to the cause of reform, and he is right in believing it to be a very important contribution. The effective work of reform, as has already been pointed out, demands on the part of its leaders the intellectual virtues of candor, consistency, and a clear recognition of facts. In Mr. Jerome's own case, his candor and his clear recognition of facts have been used almost exclusively in the field of municipal reform. He has vigorously protested against existing laws which have been passed in obedience to a rigorous Puritanism, which, because of their defiance of stubborn facts, can scarcely be enforced, and whose statutory existence merely provides an opportunity for the grafter. He has clearly discerned that in seeking the amendment of such laws, he is obliged to fight, not merely an unwise statute, but an erroneous, superficial, and hypocritical state of mind. Although it may have been his own official duty as district attorney to see that certain laws are enforced and to prosecute the lawbreakers, he fully realizes that municipal reform at least will never attain its ends until the public, the respectable, well-to-do, church-going public, is converted to an abandonment of what Mr. Hodder calls administrative lying. Consequently, his intellectual candor is more than a personal peculiarity, more even than an extremely effective method of popular agitation. It is the expression of a deeper aspect of reform, which many respectable reformers not merely ignore, but fear and reprobate, an aspect of reform which can never prevail until the reformers themselves are subjected to a process of purgation and education. It has happened, however, that Mr. Jerome's reputation and successes have been won in the field of local politics, and, unfortunately, as soon as he transgressed the boundaries of that field, he lost his efficiency, his insight, and, to my mind, his interest. Only a year after he was elected to the district attorneyship of New York County, in spite of the opposition both of Tammany and William Randolph Hearst, he offered himself as a candidate for the Democratic gubernatorial nomination of New York, on the comprehensive platform of his oath of office, but in the larger arena his tactics proved to be ineffective, and his recent popularity of small avail. He cut no figure at all in the convention, and a very insignificant one outside. Neither was there any reason to be surprised at this result. In municipal politics he stood for an ideal and a method of agitation, which was both individual and of great value. In state and national politics he stood for nothing individual, for nothing of peculiar value, for no specific group of ideas or scheme of policy. The announcement that a candidate's platform consists of his oath of office doubtless has a full persuasive sound to many Americans, but it was none the less on Mr. Jerome's part an inept and meaningless performance. He was bidding for support merely on the ground that he was an honest man, who proposed to keep his word. But honesty and good faith are qualities which the public have a right to take for granted in their officials, and no candidate can lay peculiar claim to them without becoming politically sanctimonious. Mr. Hearst's strength consisted in the fact that he had, for years, stood for a particular group of ideas and a particular attitude of mind towards the problems of state and national politics, while Mr. Jerome's weakness consisted in the fact that he had never really tried to lead public opinion in relation to state and national political problems, and that he was obliged to claim support on the score of political moral superiority to his opponent. The moral superiority may be admitted, but alone it never would and never should contribute to his election. In times like these, a reformer must identify a particular group of remedial measures with his public personality. The public has a right to know in what definite ways a reformer's righteousness is to be made effective, and Mr. Jerome has never taken any vigorous and novel line in relation to the problems of state and national politics. When he speaks on those subjects, he loses his vivacity, and betrays in his thinking a tendency of old-fashioned democracy, far beyond that of Mr. Bryan. He becomes in his opinions eminently respectable and tolerably dull, which is, as the late Mr. Alfred Hodder could have told him, quite out of keeping with the part of a new American. Mr. Jerome has never given the smallest evidence of having taken serious independent thought on our fundamental political problems. In certain points of detail respecting general political questions, he has shown a refreshing freedom from conventional illusions, but, so far as I know, no public word has ever escaped him, which indicates that he has applied his ideal of intellectual veracity, his Gaelic instinct for consistency, to the creed of his own party. When confronted by the fabric of traditional Jeffersonian democracy, his mind, like that of so many other Democrats, is immediately lulled into repose. In one of his speeches, for instance, he has referred to his party as essentially the party of liberal ideas, and he was much praised by the anti-Hearst newspapers for this consoling description. But it can hardly be considered as an illustration of Mr. Jerome's intellectual veracity. If by liberal ideas one means economic and political heresies, such as nullification, squatter sovereignty, secession, free silver, and occasional projects of repudiation, then, indeed, the democracy has been a party of liberal ideas. But heresies of this kind are not the expression of liberal thought. They are the result of various phases of local political and economic discontent. When a group of Democrats become liberal, it usually means that they are doing a bad business or are suffering from a real or supposed injury. But if by liberal we mean, not merely radical and subversive, but progressive national ideas, the application of the adjective to the Democratic Party is attended with certain difficulties. In the course of American history, what measure of legislation, expressive of a progressive national idea, can be attributed to the Democratic Party. At times it has been possessed by certain revolutionary tendencies, at other times it has been steeped in Bourbon conservatism. At present it is alternating between one and the other, according to the needs and opportunities of the immediate political situation. It is trying to find room within its hospitable folds for both Alton Brooks Parker and William Jennings Bryan, and it has such an appetite for inconsistencies that it may succeed. But in any event, one would expect some symptoms of uneasiness on the part of a democratic reformer, with Gallic clearness and consistency of mind, with an instinct for consistency and a hatred for hypocrisy. End of Chapter 6, Section 4. Chapter 6, Section 5, of The Promise of American Life by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 6, Section 5. William Randolph Hearst as a Reformer. The truth is that Mr. William Randolph Hearst offers his countrymen a fair expression of the kind of liberal ideas proper to the creed of democracy. In respect to patriotism and personal character, Mr. Bryan is a better example of the representative Democrat than is Mr. Hearst, but in the tendency and spirit of his agitation for reform, Hearst more completely reveals the true nature of democratic liberalism. When Mr. Lincoln Steffens asserts on the authority of the man of mystery himself, that one of Hearst's mysterious actions has been a profound and searching study of Jeffersonian doctrine, I can almost bring myself to believe the assertion. The radicalism of Hearst is simply an unscrupulous expression of the radical element in the Jeffersonian tradition. He bases his whole agitation upon the sacred idea of equal rights for all and special privileges for none, and he indignantly disclaims the taint of socialism. His specific remedial proposals do not differ essentially from those of Mr. Bryan. His methods of agitation and his popular catchwords are an ingenious adaptation of Jefferson to the needs of political yellow journalism. He is always an advocate of the popular fact. He always detests the unpopular word. He approves expansion, but abhors imperialism. He welcomes any opportunity for war, but execrates militarism. He wants the federal government to crush the trusts by the most drastic legislation, but he is opposed to centralization. The institutional reforms which he favors, all of them look in the direction of destroying what remains of judicial, executive, or legislative independence. The whole program is as incoherent as is that of Mr. Bryan, but incoherence is the least of his faults. Mr. Bryan's inconsistencies are partly redeemed by his genuine patriotism. The distracting effect of Hearst's inconsistencies is intensified by his factiousness. He is more and less than a radical. He is in temper a revolutionist. The disgust and distrust which he excites is the issue of a wholesome political and social instinct, for the political instincts of the American people are often much sounder than their ideas. Hearst and Hearstism is a living menace to the orderly process of reform and to American national integrity. Hearst is revolutionary in spirit because the principle of equal rights itself, in the hand either of a fanatic or a demagogue, can be converted into a revolutionary principle. He considers, as do all reformers, the prevalent inequalities of economic and political power to be violations of that principle. He also believes in the truth of American political individualism and in the adequacy, except in certain minor respects, of our systems of inherited institutions. How, then, did these inequalities come about? How did the democratic political system of Jefferson and Jackson issue in undemocratic inequalities? The answer is obviously, and it is an answer drawn by other reformers, that these inequalities are the work of wicked and unscrupulous men. Financial or political pirates of one kind or another have been preying on the guileless public, and by means of their aggressions have perversely violated the supreme law of equal rights. These men must be exposed. They must be denounced as enemies of the people. They must be held up to public execration and scorn. They must become the objects of a righteous popular vengeance. Such are the feelings and ideas which possess the followers of Hearst, and on the basis of which Hearst himself acts and talks. An apparent justification is reached for a systematic vilification of the trusts, the predatory millionaires and their supporters, and such vilification has become Hearst's peculiar stock in trade. In effect, he treats his opponents very much as the French revolutionary leaders treated their opponents, so that in case the conflict should become still more embittered, his reformed democracy may resemble the purified republic of which Robespierre and Saint Just dreamed, when they sent Desmoulins and Danton to the guillotine. When he embodies such ideas and betrays such a spirit, the disputed point as to Hearst's sincerity sinks into significance. A fanatic sincerely promised by these ideas is a more dangerous menace to American national integrity and the promise of American democracy than the sheerest demagogue. The logic of Hearst's agitation is analogous to the logic of the anti-slavery agitation in 1830, and Hearst is merely abolitionism applied to a new material and translated into rowdy journalism. The abolitionists, believing as they did, that the institution of slavery violated an abstract principle of political justice, felt thereby fully authorized to vilify the Southern slaveholders as far as the resources of the English language would permit. They attempted to remedy one injustice by committing another injustice, and by the violence of their methods, they almost succeeded in tearing apart the good fabric of our national life. Hearst is headed in precisely the same direction. He is doing a radical injustice to a large body of respectable American citizens who, like Hearst himself, has merely shown a certain lack of scruple in taking advantage of the opportunities which the American political and economic system offers, and who have been distinguished rather by peculiar ability and energy than by peculiar selfishness. On a rigid interpretation of the principle of equal rights, he may be justified in holding them up to public execration, just as the abolitionists, on the principle that the right of freedom was a divine law, might be justified in vilifying the Southerners. But as a matter of fact, we know that personally neither the millionaire nor the slaveholder deserves such denunciation, and we ought to know that the prejudices and passions provoked by language of this kind violate the essential principle both of nationality and democracy. The foundation of nationality is mutual confidence and fair dealing, and the aim of democracy is a better equality of human nature, affected by a higher type of human association. Hearstism, like abolitionism, is the work of unbalanced and vindictive men, and increases enormously the difficulty of the wise and effective cure of the contemporary evils. Yet Hearst, as little as the millionaires he denounces, is not entirely responsible for himself. Such a responsibility would be too heavy for the shoulders of one man. He has been given to the American people for their sins in politics and economics. His opponents may scold him as much as they please. They may call him a demagogue and a charlatan. They may accuse him of corrupting the public mind and pandering to degrading passions. They may declare that his abusive attacks on the late Mr. Kinley were at least indirectly the cause of that gentleman's assassination. They may, in short, behave and talk as if he were a much more dangerous public enemy than the most tainted millionaire or the most corrupt politician. Nevertheless, they cannot deprive him or his imitators of the standing to be obtained from the proclamation of a rigorous interpretation of the principle of equal rights. Hearst has understood that principle better than the other reformers, or the conservatives who claim its authority. He has exhibited its disintegrating and revolutionary implications, and he has convinced a large, though fluctuating following, that he is only fighting for justice. He personally may or may not have run his course, but it is manifest that his peculiar application of the principle of equal rights to our contemporary economic and political problems has come to stay. As long as that principle keeps its high present position in the hierarchy of American political ideas, just so long will it afford authority and countenance to agitators like Hearst. He is not a passing danger, which will disappear in case the truly Herculean efforts to discredit him personally continue to be successful. Just as slavery was the ghost in the house of the American democracy during the Middle Period, so Hearstism is and will remain the ghost in the house of reform. and the incantation by which it will be permanently exorcised has not yet been publicly phrased. End of Chapter 6, Section 5. Chapter 6, Section 6 of The Promise of American Life by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 6, Section 6. Theodore Roosevelt as a Reformer. It is fortunate, consequently, that one reformer can be named, whose work has tended to give reform the dignity of a constructive mission. Mr. Theodore Roosevelt's behavior, at least, is not dictated by negative conception of reform. During the course of an extremely active and varied political career, he has, indeed, been all kinds of a reformer. His first appearance in public life, as a member of the legislature of New York, coincided with an outbreak of dissatisfaction over the charter of New York City, and Mr. Roosevelt's name was identified with the bills, which began the revision of that very much revised instrument. Somewhat later, as one of the federal commissioners, Mr. Roosevelt made a most useful contribution to the more effective enforcement of the civil service law. Still later, as police commissioner of New York City, he had his experience of reform by means of unregenerate instruments and administrative lies. Then, as governor of the state of New York, he was instrumental in securing the passage of a law taxing franchises as real property, and thus faced for the first time and in a preliminary way the many-headed problem of the trusts. Finally, when an accident placed him in the presidential chair, he consistently used the power of the federal government and his own influence and popularity for the purpose of regulating the corporations in what he believed to be the public interest. No other American has had anything like so varied and so intimate an acquaintance with the practical work of reform as has Mr. Roosevelt, and when, after more than 20 years of such experience, he adds to the work of administrative reform the additional task of political and economic reconstruction, his originality cannot be considered the result of innocence. Mr. Roosevelt's reconstructive policy does not go very far in purpose or achievement, but limited as it is, it does tend to give the agitation for reform the benefit of a much more positive significance and a much more dignified task. Mr. Roosevelt has imparted a higher and more positive significance to reform, because throughout his career, he has consistently stood for an idea from which the idea of reform cannot be separated, namely, the national idea. He has, indeed, been even more of a nationalist than he has a reformer. His most important literary work was a history of the beginning of the American national expansion. He has treated all public questions from a vigorous, even from an extreme, national standpoint. No American politician was more eager to assert the national interest against an actual or a possible foreign enemy, and not even William Randolph Hearst was more resolute to involve his country in a war with Spain. Fortunately, however, his aggressive nationalism did not, like that of so many other statesmen, faint from exhaustion as soon as there were no more foreign enemies to defy. He was the first political leader of the American people to identify the national principle with an ideal of reform. He was the first to realize that an American statesman could no longer really represent the national interest without becoming a reformer. Mr. Grover Cleveland showed a glimmering of the necessity of this affiliation, but he could not carry it far, because, as a sincere traditional Democrat, he could not reach a clear understanding of the meaning either of reform or of nationality. Mr. Roosevelt, however, divined that an American statesman who eschewed or evaded the work of reform came inevitably to represent either special and local interests, or else a merely Bourbon political tradition, and in this way was disqualified for genuinely national service. He divined that the national principle involved a continual process of internal reformation, and that the reforming idea implied the necessity of more efficient national organization. Consequently, when he became President of the United States, and the official representative of the national interest of the country, he attained finally his proper sphere of action. he immediately began the salutary and indispensable work of nationalizing the reform movement. The nationalization of reform endowed the movement with new vitality and meaning. What Mr. Roosevelt really did was to revive the Hamiltonian ideal of constructive national legislation. During the whole of the 19th century, that ideal, while no means dead, was disabled by associations and conditions from active to efficient service. Not until the end of the Spanish War was a condition of public feeling created, which made it possible to revive Hamiltonianism. That war and its resulting policy of extraterritorial expansion, so far from hindering the process of domestic amelioration, availed, from the sheer force of the national aspirations it aroused, to give a tremendous impulse to the work of national reform. It made Americans more sensitive to a national idea, and more conscious of their national responsibilities, and it indirectly helped to place in the presidential chair the man who, as I have said, represented both the national idea and the spirit of reform. The sincere and intelligent combination of those two ideas is bound to issue in the Hamiltonian practice of constructive national legislation. Of course, Theodore Roosevelt is Hamiltonian with a difference. Hamilton's fatal error consisted in his attempt to make the federal organization not merely the effective engine of the national interest, but also a bulwark against the rising tide of democracy. The new federalism, or rather the new nationalism, is not in any way inimical to democracy. On the contrary, not only does Mr. Roosevelt believe himself to be an unimpeachable Democrat in theory, but he has given his fellow countrymen a useful example of the way in which a college-bred and a well-to-do man can become by somewhat forcible means a good practical Democrat. The whole tendency of his program is to give a democratic meaning and purpose to the Hamiltonian tradition and method. He proposes to use the power and the resources of the federal government for the purpose of making his countrymen a more complete democracy in organization and practice, but he does not make these proposals, as Mr. Bryan does, gingerly and with a bad conscience. He makes them with a frank and full confidence in an efficient national organization, as the necessary agent of a national organization, as the necessary agent of the national interest and purpose. He has completely abandoned that part of the traditional democratic creed, which tends to regard the assumption by the government of responsibility and its endowment with power adequate to the responsibility as inherently dangerous and undemocratic. He realizes that any efficiency of organization and delegation of power, which is necessary to the promotion of the American national interest, must be helpful to democracy. More than any other American political leader, except Lincoln, his devotion both to the national and to the democratic ideas is thoroughgoing and absolute. As the founder of a new national democracy, then, his influence and his work have tended to emancipate American democracy from its Jeffersonian bondage. They have tended to give a new meaning to popular government by endowing it with larger powers, more positive responsibilities, and a better faith in human excellence. Jefferson believed theoretically in human goodness, but in actual practice his faith in human nature was exceedingly restricted. Just as the older aristocratic theory had been to justify hereditary political leadership, by considering the ordinary man as necessarily irresponsible and incapable, so the early French Democrats, and Jefferson among them, made faith in the people equivalent to a profound suspicion of responsible official leadership. Exceptional power merely offered exceptional opportunities for abuse. He refused, as far as he could, to endow special men, even when chosen by the people, with any opportunity to promote the public welfare proportionate to their abilities. So far as his influence has prevailed, the government of the country was organized on the basis of a cordial distrust of the man of exceptional competence, training, or independence as a public official. To the present day, this distrust remains the sign by which the demoralizing influence of the Jeffersonian democratic creed is most plainly to be traced. So far as it continues to be influential, it destroys one necessary condition of responsible and efficient government, and it is bound to paralyze any attempt to make the national organization adequate to the promotion of the national interest. Mr. Roosevelt has exhibited his genuinely national spirit in nothing so clearly as in his endeavor to give to men of special ability, training, and eminence a better opportunity to serve the public. He has not only appointed such men to office, but he has tried to supply them with an administrative machinery which would enable them to use their abilities to the best public advantage, and he has thereby shown a faith in human nature far more edifying and far more genuinely democratic than that of Jefferson or Jackson. Mr. Roosevelt, however, has still another title of distinction among the brethren of reform. He has not only nationalized the movement and pointed it in the direction of a better conception of democracy, but he has rallied to its hammer the ostensible, if not the very enthusiastic, support of the Republican Party. He has restored that party to some sense of its historic position and purpose. As the party which before the war had insisted on making the nation answerable for the solution of the slavery problem, it has inherited the tradition of national responsibility for the national good, and it was rapidly losing all sense of its historic mission, and, like the Whigs, was constantly using its principle and its prestige as a cloak for the aggrandizement of special interests. At its worst it had, indeed, earned some claim on the allegiance of patriotic Americans by its defense of the fiscal system of the country against Mr. Bryan's well-meant but dangerous attack, and by its acceptance after the Spanish War of the responsibilities of extraterritorial expansion. But there was grave danger that its alliance with the vested interests would make it unfaithful to its past as the party of responsible national action. It escaped such a fate only by an extremely narrow margin, and the fact that it did escape is due chiefly to the personal influence of Theodore Roosevelt. The Republican Party is still very far from being a wholly sincere agent of the national reform interest. Its official leadership is opposed to reform, and it cannot be made to take a single step in advance, except under compulsion. But Mr. Roosevelt probably prevented it from drifting into the position of an anti-reform party, which if it had happened would have meant its ruin, and would have damaged the cause of national reform. A Republican Party which was untrue to the principle of national responsibility would have no reason for existence, and the Democratic Party, as we have seen, cannot become the party of national responsibility without being faithless to its own creed. End of Chapter 6, Section 6. Chapter 6, Section 6. Chapter 6, Section 7, of The Promise of American Life, by Herbert Croly. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Chapter 6, Section 7. The Reformation of Theodore Roosevelt. Before finishing this account of Mr. Roosevelt's services as a reformer and his place in the reforming movement, a serious objection on the score of consistency must be fairly faced. Even admitting that Mr. Roosevelt has dignified reform by identifying it with a program of constructive national legislation, does the fundamental purpose of his reforming legislation differ essentially from that of Mr. Bryan or Mr. Hearst? Can he be called the founder of a new national democracy when the purpose of democracy from his point of view remains substantially the Jeffersonian ideal of equal rights for all and special privileges for none? If, in one respect, he has been emancipating American democracy from the Jeffersonian bondage, he has in another respect been tightening the bonds, because he has continued to identify democracy with the legal constitution of a system of insurgent, ambiguous, and indiscriminate individual rights. The validity of such a criticism from the point of view of this book cannot be disputed. The figure of the square deal, which Mr. Roosevelt has flourished so vigorously in public addresses, is a translation into the American vernacular of the Jeffersonian principle of equal rights, and in Mr. Roosevelt's dissertations upon the American ideal, he has expressly disclaimed the notion of any more positive definition of the purpose of American democracy. Moreover, his favorite figure gives a sinister application to his assertions that the principle of equal rights is being violated. If the American people are not getting a square deal, it must mean that they are having the cards stacked against them, and in that case the questions of paramount importance are, who are stacking the cards, and how can they be punished? These are precisely the questions which Hearst is always asking, and Hearstism is seeking to answer. Neither has Mr. Roosevelt himself entirely escaped the misleading effects of his own figure. He has too frequently talked as if his opponents deserved to be treated as dishonest sharpers, and he has sometimes behaved as if his suspicions of unfair play on their part were injuring the coolness of his judgment. But at bottom, and in the long run, Mr. Roosevelt is too fair-minded a man and too patriotic a citizen to become much the victim of his dangerous figure of the square deal. He inculcates for the most part in his political sermons a spirit, not of suspicion and hatred, but of mutual forbearance and confidence, and his program of reform attaches more importance to a revision of the rules of the game than to the treatment of the winners under the old rules as one would treat a dishonest gambler. In truth, Mr. Roosevelt has been building either better than he knows or better than he cares to admit. The real meaning of his program is more novel and more radical than he himself has publicly proclaimed. It implies a conception of democracy and its purpose very different from the Jeffersonian doctrine of equal rights. Evidences of deep antagonism can be discerned between the Hamiltonian method and spirit represented by Mr. Roosevelt and a conception of democracy, which makes it consist fundamentally in the practical realization of any system of equal rights. The distrust with which thoroughgoing Jeffersonians regard Mr. Roosevelt's nationalizing program is a justifiable distrust, because efficient and responsible national organization would be dangerous, either to, or in, the sort of democracy which the doctrine of equal rights encourages, a democracy of suspicious discontent, of selfish claims, of factious agitation, and of individual and class aggression. A thoroughly responsible and efficient national organization would be dangerous in such a democracy, because it might well be captured by some combination of local, individual, or class interests, and the only effective way to guard against such a danger is to substitute for the Jeffersonian democracy of individual rights a democracy of individual and social improvement. A democracy of individual rights, that is, must either suffer reconstruction by the logic of a process of efficient national organization, or else it may pervert that organization to a service of its own ambiguous, contradictory, and in the end subversive political purposes. A better justification for these statements must be reserved for the succeeding chapter, but in the meantime, I will take the risk asserting that Mr. Roosevelt's nationalism really implies a democracy of individual and social improvement. His nationalizing program has in effect questioned the value of certain fundamental American ideas, and if Mr. Roosevelt has not himself outgrown these ideas, his misreading of his own work need not be a matter of surprise. It is what one would expect from the prophet of the strenuous life. He has preached the doctrine that the paramount and almost the exclusive duty of the American citizen, his intelligence, has been the handmaid of his will, and the balance between those faculties, so finely exemplified in Abraham Lincoln, has been destroyed by sheer exuberance of moral energy. But although his intelligence is merely the servant of his will, it is at least the willing and competent servant of a single-minded master. If it has not been leavened by the rigorous routine of its work, neither has it been cheapened, and the service has constantly been growing better worthwhile. During the course of his public career, his original integrity of character has been intensified by the stress of his labors, his achievements, his experiences, and his exhortations. An individuality such as his, wrought with so much consistent purpose out of much variety of experience, brings with it an intellectual economy of its own, and a sincere and useful sort of intellectual enlightenment. He may be figured as a Thor, wielding with power and effect a sledgehammer in the cause of national righteousness, and the sympathetic observer, who is not stunned by the noise of the hammer, may occasionally be rewarded by the sight of something more illuminating than a piece of rebellious metal beaten into shape. He may be rewarded by certain unexpected gleams of insight, as if the face of the sledgehammer were worn bright by hard service and flashed in the sunlight. Mr. Roosevelt sees as far ahead and as much as he needs to see. He has an almost infallible sense of where to strike next. He has an almost infallible sense of where to strike the next important blow, and even during the ponderous labors of the day, he prudently and confidently lays out the task of tomorrow. Thus, while he has contributed to the liberation of American intelligence, chiefly in the sense that he has given his fellow countrymen something to think about, he is very far from being a blind, narrow, or unenlightened leader. Doubtless, the only practical road of advance at present is laborious, slow, and not too enlightened. For the time being, the hammer is a mightier weapon than the sword or the pen. Americans have the habit of action rather than of thought. Like their forebears in England, they begin to do things because their common sense tells them that such things have to be done, and then at a later date think over the accomplished fact. A man in public life who told them that their noble national theory was ambiguous and distracting, and that many of their popular catchwords were false, and exercised a mischievous influence on public affairs, would do so at his own personal risk and cost. The task of plain speaking must be suggested and justified by the achievement of a considerable body of national reconstructive legislation, and must even then devolve largely upon men who have, from the political point of view, little to gain or to lose by their apparent heresies. The fact, however, that a responsible politician like Mr. Roosevelt must be an example more of moral than of intellectual independence, increases rather than diminishes the eventual importance of consistent thinking and plain speaking, as essential parts of the work of political reform. A reforming movement, whose supporters never understand its proper meaning and purpose, is sure in the end to go astray. It is all very well for Englishmen to do their thinking after the event, because tradition lies at the basis of their national life. But Americans, as a nation, are consecrated to the realization of a group of ideas, and ideas to be fruitful must square both with the facts to which they are applied and with one another. Mr. Roosevelt and his hammer must be accepted gratefully as the best available type of national reformer. But the day may and should come when a national reformer will appear, who can be figured more in the guise of St. Michael, armed with a flaming sword and winged for flight. End of chapter 6.